So hey guys, how are you all? Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was child of Dark Moon? Part 3. If you are new here, subscribe, either I will take your quirk. Also, as you know, I do not own this story. If you want to see original creator, then go to space into Milky Way. LOL, joking, you can find it in description. Albus Dumbledore sighed as he replaced Harry Potter's medical file and turned to other more important paperwork. True, he actually hadn't read the child's medical report when Poppy sent it along to him. He had just been busy at the time, of course. The evidence of Harry's abuse was heartbreaking in its entirety, and Albus was fully prepared to drag the Dursleys off somewhere more private for a chat. But he hesitated as he thought back to the child he had met. Although Harry had been shy and wary, there was simply an innocence and goodness in his gaze that Riddle and Snape had not had. No matter what Severus said about Harry possibly becoming the next Dark Lord because of his suffering. No, Harry was too pure and too good to fall. Severus did not see that. The potion's master saw himself in the hurting child, and he was attempting to help Harry because he still ached inside, wondering why no one had helped him when he needed it. Albus could answer that question, but Severus did not remember it. Somewhere in the back of Snape's mind, those experiences he did not recall were still influencing his decisions. Albus knew it had been risky, taking those memories and experiences from Severus, but it allowed a crippled man to hobble. Severus no longer remembered why he used a crutch, and indeed, he didn't even notice he carried one, and that was how it was meant to be. Albus had not wanted a broken servant. He had been given no choice. Severus Snape was far more valuable damaged, even crippled, but not destroyed. He loathed the idea of taking even more from the man now, but he was becoming unstable. His magic had flared before, and taking those traumatic memories had helped a bit. This latest incident only proved that Severus needed to lose more memories in order to stabilize him a bit. The headmaster would defy anyone who dared think he enjoyed the process or looked forward to it. He was a surgeon, and Severus an unwilling patient. The alternative would be to allow his potions master to continue to obsess and fall into greater instability until his mind and magic imploded. It broke his heart to take such good things from his potions master, but it needed to be done. Albus had loved seeing Severus become so passionate about the boy. He had enjoyed watching the two of them interact and loved seeing the adoration on Harry's face and the grudging acceptance in the potions master's eyes. He did not want to dim that light. It did break his heart to think that he would be forced to treat this past month as if it never happened. But he had no choice. Severus had even declared him an enemy, all over a misunderstanding. While it was true he had never wanted to raise a child, there was so much more at stake for Harry than simply personal selfishness. How dare Snape call him selfish after all he had sacrificed for the wizarding world, after all he had done for Severus personally? Well, the man probably didn't remember most of it, but still, he ought to remember something, at least. He ought to remember that it was Albus Dumbledore who took him in and nursed him back to health after the ministry broke him. He should recall that it was by the grace of Albus Dumbledore that he had a stable job and a somewhat respectable reputation. In order to remind the potions master of how much he owed, he needed to help Severus forget anything that was an obstacle. Memory defines who we are, and if Severus no longer remembered Harry or the effect the child had on his solitary life, then he would no longer be Dumbledore's enemy. Of course, Poppy would need to forget some things as well, and Lupin might have to forget about getting mail from Snape, or maybe not. Remus was reliable, and better able to keep secrets than most. Albus nodded to himself. He could trust Lupin to keep quiet, once he understood that it was for Harry's protection. Speaking of which, he sighed as he looked over the troubling correspondence he had gotten yesterday morning from Arabella Figg. Harry had apparently run away from home after using accidental magic on his uncle. However, Dumbledore's visit to number 4 Privet Drive in the afternoon while Severus was laid up in the hospital wing, and his review of Mr. Dursley's memories confirmed that Harry had not attacked his uncle. A stranger had broken into their home and kidnapped Harry, attacking the Muggle in the process. It really could be anyone, judging by the expert way the locks had been picked, but Dumbledore had his suspicions. It was too bad that Severus had lost his senses now of all times, landing both himself and Lupin in dire straits. He needed the ex-spy's expertise here, and the werewolf's sense of smell. They needed to track down Harry before the Death Eaters got hold of him. But while they waited for Lupin to recover, he could set Severus on the trail before it ran cold. Albus Dumbledore decided to take care of his unfortunate bit of business now, rather than later. He needed Severus to help him find Harry and return him to the Blood Wards, and it might actually be easier if the potions master was back in his hating Potter attitude. At the rate Severus was slipping, it was more likely that Snape would form an alliance with the child's kidnappers, rather than rescue him. Of course, the memory charms would require a good night's sleep to be effective, so it was better to catch him now while the world was hushed in the silence of midnight. He checked the wards before slipping out of his office. Severus was in the Hogwarts potions lab and had been there for hours. It was unlikely he was leaving anytime soon. Severus Snape stirred his potion in precise, clockwise circles before he set down the stirring rod and checked on other two cauldrons. He was using the potions lab connected to the classroom, which was used sometimes by his newt students who needed to leave their potions cooking for weeks at a time. One particularly ambitious Ravenclaw attempted Felix Felicis in this lab last year, and although it didn't turn out quite right even after 5 months of attention, it had been quite the educational project. Despite the humbling disappointment, the Ravenclaw had enjoyed the challenge. Severus knew that the brilliant girl would be a marvelous asset to the potions department of the Unspeakables, where she had been planning to apply after she graduated. Severus sighed as he chopped dragon liver in precise strips. He still felt guilty about nearly killing Lupin, and he was brewing an ointment for the magical burns, along with a cauldron of magical core, replenisher, and a strengthening draft. Whatever he and Lupin had been fighting about, surely it didn't warrant death by raw magic. It must have been painful. He winced in shame. Surely it hadn't been payback for the werewolf almost killing him back in 5th year. He was pretty sure Lupin didn't deserve to die such a torturous and excessive death. He wasn't sure even a werewolf could survive a direct assault of raw dark magic like the one Severus had inflicted on him. If he could aid in Lupin's recovery, it would go a long way to assuaging his guilt. He would just have to gain an iron control over himself when they talked again. No doubt, whatever had angered him would come up. Severus could rage and declare that he shouldn't have brewed medicine for the werewolf later. Right now, he just felt terrible about losing control the way he had and nearly murdering Lupin. Not to mention the fact that he almost killed himself too. The way he overloaded his own magical core had been catastrophic. Severus dropped 2 strips of dragon liver at a time into the murky blue liquid, stirring 5 times before adding 2 more, and he gave himself over to the soothing rhythm of potion making, allowing his focus to narrow and his mind to empty. After the dragon liver had been mixed in, he adjusted the heat and snatched up a bowl of powdered unicorn horn. He sprinkled 2 pinches over the surface and kept his head back when a cloud of blue fumes bubbled up and spiraled wildly up to the ceiling. He stirred gently in a figure-8 pattern and added 2 more pinches of the powdered horn without pausing his stirring. When the fumes stopped billowing and the horn was all incorporated, Snape bent over the potion again and nodded in satisfaction. The potion was now a silvery blue and gave off a faint glow. He adjusted the heat yet again and put a lid on it. The potion needed to simmer undisturbed for 10.5 hours before adding the next ingredients. He moved to the other 2 potions, noting that the ointment was almost done, and the strengthening draft was ready for the crushed spearmint leaves. Once he bottled the strengthening potion, making 24 doses of the common medicine, he stirred the griffin gelatin into the burn ointment and pulled it off the heat. He stirred vigorously until the solution was a clear, jelly-like substance, and he measured it carefully into 6 metal jars with screw tops. He left them to cool and began to clean up, the self-induced trance of potions creation fading and allowing his focus to relax. Suddenly, the hair on the back of his neck alerted him that he was not alone. Severus spun around and glared at the man standing tall in the doorway to his lab. The intruder was dressed in a black cloak, but under it, he was wearing dark muggle jeans and a gray knitted jumper. Severus immediately reached for his wand, but the man flicked his hand with a wordless Expelliarmus and Severus watched his wand fly across the room. The man pocketed his wand and continued to stand there, silently watching, almost daring Snape to make a move. Severus stared at the intruder without expression, although his heart was galloping frantically in his chest. He wasn't even well enough to be making potions right now, let alone fighting off strangers in cloaks. "How long have you been standing there?" Severus asked, keeping his tone light. He had an extra wand in this room, and he edged toward the tall cabinet of drawers. "I wouldn't move if I were you," the man rasped. His voice was hoarse and somehow familiar, but Severus couldn't see his face. It was gloomy in the dungeons. The air was hazy with potion fumes, and the man purposefully kept his head slightly bent so his hood cast his face in complete shadow. "What do you want?" Severus snapped. "I'm not in a mood to play games." "Neither am I," the man growled. "I spent 5 hours wrestling your name out via him, and believe me, I'm not any happier about this than you are." "What are you talking about?" Severus demanded, folding his arms and wondering if he had enough magical energy to attempt a wandless, wordless accio. Since he had never even attempted such a thing at full strength, he was pretty sure the answer to that was no. The man shifted, but his wand stayed pointed at Severus. "You're coming with me," he rasped. "But first, you need to get fever drafts and burn ointment." He trailed off and suddenly rummaged in one of his jean pockets. He tossed a folded scrap of parchment on the potion lab's long table. "I'm no medi-wizard, but I know some. Was able to run a diagnostic. Take a look at that and grab whatever you need to treat him." Severus edged closer to the man, wondering if he could lurch to the side and grab his extra wand out of the drawer opposite the lab table. "Don't even think about it," the man growled as if he could read Severus' mind, sounding like an angry dog. "Why are you here? Are you kidnapping me?" Severus asked, keeping his voice calm and reasonable. Maybe he could talk this obviously unstable person into lowering his guard. Was he a criminal? He obviously needed medical attention for a friend, and this friend knew him, Severus Snape. He was intrigued now, and since this man wasn't torturing him into obedience, he supposed it could be worse. "I'm kidnapping you," the man affirmed, a grin evident in his voice. "Any objections? I'll stun you and grab whatever I think you'll need. You're not coming back until he's better." "He?" Severus repeated mildly. "Who is this he you speak of? Is he injured? Ill? You really ought to take him to St. Mungo's. Even a muggle hospital would be better. I am but a humble potions professor, and I'm not certain how much help I could be." "Humble?" the man snorted. "Don't give me that crap, Snape. Just read the damn paper, grab what you need, and let's go. I don't have time to waste." Severus watched as the man's wand hand trembled slightly, but he knew enough about the unstable rage and loathing in the stranger's voice to know that he was very close to being cursed. He slowly reached out and took the paper, slowly unfolding it and reading off a list of epidermal abrasions and bruising, a nasty burn, high fever, and metal poisoning in the blood. Under the immediate concerns were listed malnourishment, dehydration, high stress, and some kind of illness that seemed serious but was too vague for the spell to detect. He frowned at the list and slowly moved off toward his potions cupboard, aware that his intruder was following him. He found a small bag in the bottom shelf and collected bottles of fever drafts, infection neutralizers, burn ointment, nutrient drafts, and some standard bruise and cut ointment. The magical list of injuries seemed to indicate that the abrasions and bruising were healing fine on their own, but his ointment would alleviate discomfort and help speed the healing process along. He checked the list one last time and shook his head, wondering how much to bring. "How much does he weigh?" he asked offhandedly. "What?" the man balked. Severus turned to face the cloaked man and tapped his foot impatiently. "You're patient. How much does he weigh? I need to know how many doses to bring, otherwise you'll be running out for potion ingredients before I'm finished." The man seemed to shift his weight back and forth, a sure sign of nerves. "Just guess," Severus snapped. 100 pounds? 200? It may be 50 pounds, he guessed, his voice sounding small and uncertain. "He's light." Severus stared at the stranger, unsure of whether to be horrified, intrigued, or confused. "I assumed your patient was an adult," he said drily. "He's not," the man snapped. "He's just a kid, and I don't know what to do. You're the only one I could find." Severus raised an eyebrow. "Hardly," he snorted. "You're obviously in hiding, or you would have taken the child to a proper doctor." Our own Madame Pomfrey is very discreet and an excellent Mediwitch. If you can plead your case to Dumbledore, he might even let you bring the boy here. He has a soft spot for the pathetic. Sometimes, Severus added silently. I know all that. The stranger growled and leveled his wand at Severus' head. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. Are you done grabbing potions? Or are you gonna keep stalling me until somebody else comes along to save your cowardly backside? Severus rolled his eyes. I'm not stalling anything, he snorted. There is no one coming to my quarters or my lab at this time of night. In fact, I ought to be in bed. Well, goody for you, the man sneered, reaching out and grabbing him roughly by the shoulder. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a problem with dragging you out of bed in your PJs. Charming, Severus drawled. So after I treat your boy, are you going to kill me? Witnesses and all that? The man gave him a rough shove out of the cupboard and dug his wand into the small of Severus' back. How about do a good job, and I'll drop you off in the forbidden forest with an obliviate, the man hissed in his ear. Do a bad job, and I'll make you long for the good old days in Voldemort's company. Severus flinched at the forbidden name, and his forearm flared with pain. Keep the man talking, and he keeps giving out information. Severus now knew that this man was no friend of his, and knew he had been a Death Eater. This man disliked him and planned to make him suffer, but right now, he was more worried about his 50-pound boy getting discreet medical treatment. So you're taking me because no one will really miss me if I go missing, is that it? Severus asked, suddenly aware that he was in real danger. He had not faced a hate-filled light wizard in a situation like this before, mostly because it was former Death Eaters and sympathizers who tended toward violence and revenge. But he knew that the Light had their fair share of sadistic veterans who disliked the fact that so many suspected Death Eaters went free after the war. One wrong move, Severus realized, and he might be in for a very bad time. Light curses did less physical damage than dark ones, while still inflicting quite a bit of pain, so he knew he could live for a while under this unstable wizard's. Moody had gleefully explained that to him years ago when he was arrested by the Ministry after the war. I'm taking you because I don't have anybody else, his kidnapper growled, and shoved him to his knees. No funny business, Death Eater. Wouldn't dream of it, Severus replied drily, clutching his bag of potions tightly to his chest in an attempt to protect them in the event of rough travel. They would be taking a portkey, of course, since you couldn't apparate in Hogwarts. Severus decided he may as well tell this unstable fellow the truth, since he apparently labored under the delusion that Snape was still a loyal follower of You do know, of course, that I am not loyal to the Dark Lord, and haven't been since about a year before his defeat? The man didn't answer, but suddenly grabbed Severus' arm and slapped an intricate silver bracelet on his wrist. Before Severus could even begin to think or fight back, the man grabbed his wrist, closing his fingers painfully tight over the fancy links of the jewelry. Home, he barked, and a hook yanked Severus' stomach from behind, flipping his world inside out. Less than a minute after the portkey took the two men away, the lab's door opened. Albus Dumbledore stepped in, his purple robe swirling almost ominously, and his wand concealed in his hand. He called for Severus, hiding his distaste at his unfortunate mission, but there was no answer. He only found a neat workspace, 24 bottles of energizing draft, 6 canisters of burn ointment, and a covered, bubbling cauldron of mystery potion. Severus Snape was nowhere to be found. Severus fell on his knees when the portkey slammed him back to earth, but considering he had already been on his knees when the magical transportation grabbed him, he wasn't surprised. Moonlight filtered through dark trees overhead, and a soft breeze rustled in the branches. Thick grass underfoot got his trousers soaked with dew, and he sniffed experimentally. The air here was fresh and clean, and smelled like a wooded countryside. There was no trace of pollutants in the scent that would indicate a nearby Muggle city or town, or even a highway. He was in a pristine, untouched corner of the world. He could only hope he was still in England, but that portkey really could have taken him anywhere in a 1,000-mile radius. Night birds called and hooted, and insects whirred peacefully around them. He had a sudden, irrational thought that he rather liked this place. The man beside him suddenly yanked him upright by the arm and Severus jerked away, partly in pain and partly in annoyance at the kidnapper's belligerence. "You know," Severus said drily as he straightened his crumpled sleeve, "I would be a great deal more amenable to aiding you if you would be a tad more civil. Quit wasting my time, you greasy git," the man growled, shoving him hard in the back. "Walk," he ordered. Severus stumbled forward, seething inwardly, but outwardly maintaining a facade of calm boredom. He did not really want to antagonize his captor while he had no clear plan of escape. They walked through the dark trees for a couple of minutes before Severus saw a cabin. The windows, though obviously covered with curtains, glowed with faint light, likely from a fireplace by the color and the way it flickered. The man reached around Severus and pushed open the door, and the potion's master stepped inside. It was cozy, he had to admit. The place looked as if it had been fixed up years ago, left to gather dust, and then was reclaimed in the last few days. The curtains were dingy with dirt and the floor was gritty underfoot, but the cabin had an air of gentle attention, and great care had been taken with the furnishings and decor. The fireplace was small and made of stone, and there was a cast iron arm over the flame from which to hang pots and things. The dining table and chairs took up most of the space, and there was one armchair in front of the fireplace that looked rather out of place. It reminded him of the kind of chairs Minerva favored, but there was something twisted and out of place about it. The door slammed behind Severus, and he turned around to face his kidnapper. "Where is the patient?" he demanded calmly. The man jerked his hooded head to Severus' right and moved toward a small door that the potion's master had missed in his initial observation of the cabin's interior. The door was slightly ajar, and the moonlight was obviously coming in through a window since he could see faint silvery light through the crack. Before he opened the door to let him in, the man stopped, aiming his wand at Severus' chest. "I'm warning you right now, Death Eater," he growled dangerously. "One wrong move. I sniff the least thing suspicious. You're deader than a headless snake. You got me?" For your information, headless snakes can still move and even bite for up to 8 hours after they have been decapitated, Severus informed his kidnapper flippantly. "I'm not about to harm a child for any reason, you fool. Besides, I would very much like to return to my lab before long. My potion needs to be tended in 9.5 hours. "I'm just warning you," the man hissed, flicking his wand threateningly. "I don't care what you see, what you think. You treat the kid as best you can, as best you would any kid, or you'll suffer." "Got me?" "Your threats are hardly original," Severus drawled. "But yes, I have got you. Now let me see the child for Merlin's sake." The man growled under his breath and pushed the door open, still pointing his wand at the potion's master. "I'm watching you, Snake," he muttered, jerking his head to indicate Snape could now enter the bedroom. "I'm flattered," Severus muttered back, slipping into the room and wondering why it was so dark in here. "Can I get a Lumos, since you haven't seen fit to give me back my wand?" he asked impatiently. "I may be a dungeon bat, but I don't have echolocation skills." To his surprise, the man didn't grace him with a response, besides a silent Lumos that filled the room with soft light. Conjured balls of light floated up toward the ceiling, giving Severus more than enough illumination to see by. The child was curled on his side in a small bed, facing the wall. His breathing was labored and shallow, and his hair was dark and damp-looking. The boy was small, probably not even 50 pounds. If he had his wand, Severus had no doubt that he could ascertain the boy's weight with a simple diagnostic charm. But since he had no real hope of his kidnapper giving him back his wand, and he really didn't want to waste time teaching the unstable man the nuances of magical medicine right now, he would have to content himself with the crude diagnostic charm record still tucked in his pocket. He pulled out the crumpled parchment and read it over while he put the bag of potions down and rummaged around, fetching out the important ones first. He needed to get the boy's fever under control, and he needed to treat the infected burn, wherever it was, but most important, he had to diagnose and treat the metal poisoning. For that, unfortunately, he either needed a blood sample and his potions lab, or his wand back so he could run a few tests. "He has some sort of metal poisoning in his blood," Severus pointed out, not looking up from organizing his potion bottles. "I will need my wand to run the proper tests." "No, you don't," the insufferable man growled from the doorway. "It's silver poisoning," Silver. What? Severus blinked and glanced down at the sleeping child as his mind whirled into high gear. Silver wasn't usually toxic to humans, unless it was in scarily huge amounts that no real person would logically have in their bloodstream unless it was magic there. But there were certain people to whom silver was poisonous, and even a small amount could render them bedridden. If that was true of the boy, it could only mean, suddenly overwhelmed with panic and feeling as if he had stepped into a twilight zone, Severus grabbed the boy's narrow shoulder and pulled him onto his back. The professor's chest thundered with barely concealed terror, and panic bloomed swiftly in his mind as he raked his gaze over the boy's thin, waxen, oh so familiar face. The child's eyes suddenly fluttered open, and he moaned softly as he woke, gazing up at Severus with feverish, glassy, green eyes. "Professor," the boy slurred, a faint smile appearing on his chapped lips. Is it you?" Harry felt awful. His whole body hurt, and his hand was on fire. He had been drifting in and out of nightmares for what seemed like a long time now, but he could remember some things. He wasn't with the Dursleys anymore. He was pretty sure about that. Somebody had rescued him or maybe kidnapped him, and now he was very ill. He could remember that the somebody who had him now had been trying to get him to talk quite a bit. It had been annoying and scary, and Harry remembered crying like a baby, begging the professor to help him. It took another long while before he could remember the professor's name. He called for Professor Snape, and then the strange man left him alone. He was thirsty and his hand was hurting worse and worse as time went on. But no matter how he sobbed, nobody came to help him. It was as bad as being in his cupboard all over again. He felt so wretched and exhausted and alone. And he knew there was no way he was at the professor's house because the professor never left him to cry in pain without coming to check on him. But now, it was like a dream come true. The light was weird in here, but he could see the professor now, bending over him with that look he sometimes got, which was partly worried and partly startled. It was so unlike his other dreams that he smiled a bit, wondering if this time, his professor had really come. "Professor," Harry whispered, forcing the words past his cardboard tongue and cracked lips. Is it you?" He hoped it wasn't another dream. All the others melted away when he reached out for them, so he kept his hands where they were. He didn't remember waking up, but he guessed that he must have. The man didn't answer for several seconds, just staring at him with an even weirder expression on his narrow face. Was he angry? "Harry," the professor suddenly whispered, his voice hoarse and strangled sounding. "Are you? What happened to you?" "I was good, I promise," Harry whispered back, tears burning his eyes as he remembered. "But Professor Dumbledore took me away, and I couldn't even say goodbye." The tears spilled from his eyes, and he reached out, trembling lest the professor melt away like smoke. "Why didn't you come back?" Harry sobbed, almost melting with relief when he touched the man's shirt with his good hand, and the professor stayed solid. "I'm sorry I wasn't good enough. I'm sorry." Harry choked, pulling himself closer, needing to feel the professor's arms around him, keeping him safe from the bad dreams and the bad people. "Please don't send me away. Don't leave me. I'll be good, I promise." "Hush, child," the professor said firmly, reached out and smoothing his hair and stroking his hot face soothingly. "I'm here, and I won't leave you if I can help it. Calm down and stop getting so upset. I'm sorry I couldn't return, but I had no choice. They wouldn't let me go back to you. Understand? It wasn't my choice to abandon you." Harry nodded and relaxed under the professor's soothing, familiar presence. He closed his eyes and breathed in the scent of magical medicines, the potions and their spicy ingredients, and the man's sweat and unique, spicy smell. It was safety. It was familiar. Harry felt the man drying his tears, and he took a deep breath, feeling much better and strangely cleaner, as if his tears and apologies had wrung him out like a dish towel. "Can you tell me what happened to you?" the professor asked urgently. "Did you get hurt?" "Bracelet burned me," Harry slurred, falling back into the inviting arms of sleep. It was nice to feel safe again, and his exhausted, wrung-out little body succumbed to the siren's song of rest. Severus kept his hand on Harry's head as he watched the child fall back to sleep. He hoped the boy had not detected how shaken he was on finding him here, with a stranger and a kidnapper. Even now, his hand trembled on the dark, messy hair. This was potentially very bad. Now that he knew the identity of the patient, it wasn't hard to place his kidnapper. The rough voice, while hoarse and somewhat different, was the same as one he distinctly remembered. The insults, while tame, were familiar in their inaccuracy and biting mockery. The motivation, while odd, fit the unsettled, paranoid image of the man which Severus had been starting to paint in his mind's eye. He would have to be very careful indeed. An unstable Azkaban escapee, likely mentally deluded or insane, wasn't somebody to cross lightly. Plus, Severus had to remember that Sirius Black had always hated him with a pitch-black loathing that even today was a mystery to the potion's genius. "I don't know what the hell is going on between you two, but if you don't get your slimy hand off my godson and start treating him, I'm gonna show you a thing or two, you hook-nosed vampire." The gravelly growl of the man himself actually startled Severus, and he jerked his hand off Harry's head. "Don't tell me you made a porky out of a silver bracelet and simply handed it to a juvenile werewolf," Severus seethed, raising his arm and shaking his hand in the air mockingly. The bracelet porky his kidnapper had slapped on his wrist winked innocently in the light. He had forgotten to take it off, and Black apparently had also forgotten about it. "Well," Sirius Black huffed, likely about to launch into a litany of excuses, as he used to do as a child. "I said don't tell me." Severus interrupted furiously. He rummaged through his potions and found the ointment for burns. "Don't need to be all nasty about it, Snivellis," Black sneered. "I haven't hurt you yet, have I? Besides leaving your handprint on my upper arm." "No," Severus snapped. He unwrapped Harry's bandaged hand, cringing at the sight of the open blisters and filling with rage at the incompetent criminal who put them there. "I need purified water and a sanitized rag," Severus announced. He didn't look to see if the kidnapper would get them, but hearing no noise behind him, he turned around, glaring at the insolent man still standing there. "Did you hear me, Black?" he hissed. "Ooh, you're good," the man mocked. "How long did it take you to figure out who I really was?" "Not nearly long enough," Severus growled through clenched teeth. "But we can discuss it later. You kidnapped me to care for Potter, and care for him I will, but I need clean water and a rag. Can you handle such a menial task, or is it beneath your pureblood dignity? I don't trust you alone with James' son for 1 minute, never mind a few seconds." Black shouted. "You want your damn water. Get up off your lazy arse and get it yourself. And how am I supposed to purify it?" Severus seethed as he got to his feet. "Which of us has the wand, Black? Do you want me to boil it and wait for it to cool like a bloody muggle?" "Harry doesn't have that much time to wait." Black sneered and suddenly flicked his wand. "Petrificus totalis," he chanted, sniggering when Severus' arms snapped to his sides, his heels clicked together, and his body fell like a board. His back and head hit the dresser hard enough for him to see stars, and Severus fell on his side, stiff and unable to move. He silently howled at the injustice of it all and glared daggers at Black as the cloaked man sniggered again like a schoolboy before he turned and left the bedroom. Severus' head began to throb, and he cautiously flexed his own magic in an attempt to break the spell binding him. But a shooting pain that made him grimace exploded in his head and chest, and he left his wandless magic alone. Normally, he was quite able to undo petrifying curses like this using his latent magic, but apparently, while he was suffering from a drained magical core, that wasn't advised. He had to content himself with lying on the dusty floor and listening to Black slamming things around in the kitchen. The man's patience obviously hadn't improved with Azkaban, if his muffled grumbling and cursing was any indication. Harry stirred on the bed and whimpered. Severus wanted to tell the boy to hold still and not to move his injured hand, but his mouth was as petrified as his body. He wasn't really claustrophobic, but the sensation of one's muscles simply frozen in place was not a nice one, and it compelled him to struggle, however useless the effort might be. Severus controlled his urge to squirm, knowing it would only wear him out, and tried to relax. But his muscles were tightly locked, and even his breathing was regulated by the spell. He wanted to scream in frustration, but he managed to close his eyes and run through an occlumency exercise to calm himself before opening his eyes again. watching Harry's bed. The sick child didn't stir until Black returned, what felt like an eternity later. Snape glared at the escaped convict as he watched the man put a bowl of water, a roll of bandages, and a pile of folded cloths down on the small desk at the foot of the bed. He took his sweet time about it, and finally turned to his old enemy, lying helpless on the ground. "What's the matter, Snivellus?" Black taunted, reaching out and nudging the potion's master's unresponsive body with his toe. "You can't get out this time? Huh. And I thought you were strong enough to break a simple Petrificus curse without a wand. Maybe next time I'll just use Incarcerus since it wouldn't do to waste the magic on the likes of you. What do you think, Snape?" Severus continued to glare at the immature idiot taunting him like a schoolboy. If he really had been in a life or death situation, he would have attempted a legilimency attack, but Black was just an idiot. He repeated that to himself, attempting to convince himself that he didn't need to attack the convict as soon as he was freed. He didn't need to shout and curse and rage. He just needed to ignore the idiot, take care of Harry, and find a way to escape with the boy once he was healed. It would be simple, but only if he could keep his temper and not match Black for stupidity. Black apparently grew tired of baiting Snape when it was obvious that the potion's master was now ignoring him. The kidnapper drew his wand and flicked it with a sharp gesture, canceling the curse. Severus gasped as mobility returned and his muscles suddenly relaxed. His heart pounded, as was usual when being released from a curse like that, and his limbs shook as he eased himself to a sitting position. "You didn't need to do that," Severus seethed. "If the boy was calling for me, does that not make you think that he and I have had some positive interaction while you were playing roommate to Bellatrix Lestrange?" "Don't say her name," Black snapped, his blue eyes suddenly blazing with barely controlled insanity. "You say her name one more time, and I'll curse you." "I will. I swear it." Severus contented himself with a derisive sneer before he smoothly stood and stepped back over to Harry's bedside. The other man grabbed him by the shoulder and dug his wand painfully into Severus' ribs. "I'm watching you, Snivellus," he snarled. "I don't know what happened or why Harry thinks you're his friend, but I know you. And I know things aren't as innocent as you're trying to make me think. You treat his burns and the metal poisoning, and then you're gone. Got it?" Severus impatiently shook off the man's hand. "If you would cease and desist your ridiculous paranoia, I would like to see to my patient now," he sneered. Black released him, but didn't step far away. Severus had to resign himself to the escaped convict breathing down his neck as he gently picked up Harry's hand and examined it again. "I need more light," Severus snapped. He didn't bother to look at Black and reached for the bowl of water. "I hope you purified it properly," he muttered. "All I need is for the boy's infection to get worse because of your laziness, and then you blame me." "It's purified fine," Black snapped back. "Lumos Maxima." The floating globes of light blazed brighter, and Black reached over to close the heavy drapes on either side of the small window above Harry's bed. Severus silently washed his hands in the water before he used a disinfecting solution from his potion bag. He poured a bit of the liquid over Harry's hand and wiped the swollen, infected burns with a clean cloth. The boy moaned softly at the pain and his head tossed, but he didn't wake. Black watched silently as Severus applied a strong antibacterial ointment to the hand and wrapped it skillfully in the bandages Black brought. He placed his own hand on Harry's forehead, trying to gauge the temperature. His fever was high, but not as high as it could be. He pulled out the needed potions and lined them up on the floor by his knees. "Harry," Severus called softly, nudging the boy's shoulder. To his surprise, Harry stirred and his eyes opened right away. He squinted in the bright light, but he looked calm enough. "I have potions for you to take," Severus informed him. "Would you like to sit up?" Harry nodded and sat up, yawning and rubbing his head with his good hand. Severus wrapped an arm around the child's shoulders, helping him to sit up. A thrill of warmth surged through his chest as the child leaned contentedly against his shoulder. He murmured encouragement as the boy obediently downed a nasty fever reducer, a pain relief potion, an anti-infection potion, and a nutrient potion. If he gave Harry's body the time and strength it needed, he would fight off the silver poisoning on his own. If he had access to his lab, he could probably brew something to help speed up the process, but unfortunately he wasn't sure what else to do. His books on werewolf physiology basically encouraged him to let things take their normal course. Werewolves were supposedly much tougher and more resilient than ordinary humans. Harry would heal quickly, and hopefully Black wouldn't expose Silver to the child again. He was still so young and his skin was still thin and delicate. The poor diet he had been subjected to so far in his life would contribute to his frailty, but Severus was confident that if he could get the boy away from the Dursleys, the boy would become stronger very quickly. There was just the problem of their kidnapper to worry about. "Yuck," Harry murmured once the last potion had been choked down. "You did very well," Severus muttered, awkwardly patting the child's shoulder. "Are you hungry?" Harry nodded and blinked up at him sleepily. "I'm thirsty, Professor," he said quietly. Severus sighed and put Harry back down on his pillow. "Black," he said warily. The kidnapper snorted and handed over a mug of water. He'd apparently done a bit of conjuring while the potions master was busy with Harry. The child greedily gulped down the water, and Severus felt his forehead again. To his relief, the fever was down and Harry had lost the painful, pinched expression on his face. "Why don't you rest?" Severus suggested. "I'll see if there's anything to eat around here." Harry nodded obediently and closed his eyes. Severus pulled the blankets up around the boy and busied himself with cleaning up. He was angry with himself for not being able to do a more thorough examination with his own wand, or even with his eyes and hands, but Black was already so on edge that suggesting he needed to undress Harry to check him over for other injuries might not be a safe thing to do right now. He replaced his empty bottles in his bag and put the satchel on the desk for later. Scooping up the bowl of water and the used rags, he left the bedroom, Black trailing behind like a watchful dog. "So what had happened with you two?" Black suddenly muttered. He didn't sound as aggressive, and Snape glanced over his shoulder at the man. Black had canceled the bright hovering balls of light in the bedroom, so the only light now came from the fireplace. The shadows here were eerie, but the flickering firelight made the room into a hushed, cozy sort of place that Severus actually thought was rather nice. Severus put the bowl and things down on the dining table and looked around. There really wasn't much here. He saw a ladder leading up to a loft, another door that led to a second bedroom, and this room. He was pretty sure the ghastly armchair by the fire was a transfiguration, but everything else looked solid and normal. Dining table and chairs, some workspaces against the far wall, a sofa and a love seat under the window by the door, and wooden cabinets with old-fashioned wood latches on their fronts. It was so unlike a magical home that Severus wondered who had lived here. Remembering that his captor had asked him a question, in a relatively civil manner for a Black, he turned to fully face the man in the shadows. "What happened between the boy and I is hardly consequential," he replied to Black's sullen inquiry. "How did you find this place?" "It is not what I imagined a Black safe house to look like. It's just a cabin," Black grumbled. He moved to the fireplace and put some more wood on, stirring the embers with the poker and allowing more light and warmth to fill the little hovel. Severus looked around again and wondered where this cabin was located. If he had a good idea of where he was, he might be able to apparate, at least to Spinner's End. But the thought of his drained magical core put a damper on that idea. He sighed heavily when he thought of that cauldron of magical core replenisher in his lab. It was going to overcook and be ruined, and it might even explode. What a waste of expensive ingredients. "What's your problem, Snape?" Black growled, almost sounding amused. "Wondering where you're gonna sleep tonight?" Severus glared at the man crouched in front of the fire. "I left a very expensive potion brewing in my lab. Why didn't you even let me put it in stasis?" "You didn't ask," Black rejoined, now definitely amused. "I was focusing more on not getting cursed by a psychotic Azkaban escapee," Severus threw back. "Ah, but you didn't know who I was at the time, did you?" Black grinned maniacally. "Did you think I was maybe one of your little Death Eater friends?" "Two things, Black," Severus said coldly. "First, Death Eaters do not have friends. Second, I am no longer a Death Eater, so the point is moot." "So you say," Black snarled, his mood quickly changing back to hateful. He stood and stalked toward Severus, his wand upraised. The potion's master crossed his arms and huffed at the obvious display. "Is that meant to be intimidating?" Severus sneered. Because you are nothing compared to the Dark Lord. Or Albus Dumbledore for that matter. I am not afraid of you, Black. You have always been a posturing, unstable, arrogant little brat, and you haven't changed. You've always been a sneaking, slimy, treacherous little snake, and you haven't changed either. Black shouted, jabbing his wand into Snape's bony chest and seeming to get more infuriated when Severus merely raised an eyebrow at him. I will add immature to that list, Severus said coolly. Black spluttered incoherently, and Severus almost wanted to smirk at how easy the Gryffindor was to rile, but he had pushed the unstable idiot too far already. He reached up and shoved the wand down. Enough, he said firmly. Do you have any food here? Harry will need some more substantial nourishment than the nutrient potions I brought. Those are meant to be supplements, not meal replacements. Black glared at him for several more seconds before he pocketed the wand and moved to the cabinets. He fumbled around before producing a muggle lighter and lighting up two old-fashioned kerosene lamps on the walls. The pleasant glow that filled the little room was certainly different from a Lumo's charm, but Severus found that he rather liked it. Black flung open a couple of the cabinets and stepped aside, crossing his arms as he watched the potion's master inspect the offerings. One of the cabinets had been charmed to stay cold like a refrigerator, and the other was just charmed to keep food fresh and stable. Both were rather full, and Severus nodded approvingly before selecting ingredients to make a simple soup. There was no chicken in the cold cabinet, but there was a cheap side of beef which would have to do. Black stood silently and watched Severus' nimble, potion-stained fingers make quick work of the vegetables and meat. He watched as Severus cooked the chunks of beef, added the vegetables, and poured in the water. There was a crude sink in the counter lining the wall under the cabinets, and by some magic or ingenuity, the faucet worked nicely and the water tasted clean. Severus hunted in the other cabinets before he grudgingly admitted that the only seasonings available were salt and pepper since Black hadn't seen fit to pick up herbs while he was grocery shopping. He seasoned the soup, put the lid on, and left it to cook. Where'd you learn to cook? Black demanded petulantly. Is that why you're such a whiz at potions? Did you just give me a compliment? Severus demanded after several stunned seconds. Just common knowledge, Black grunted, apparently not intending his comment to be received as such. My strengths lie in transfiguration and defense. Always have. You've always been obsessed with potions, and everybody knows it. So, you live at Hogwarts now, or what? I teach potions, and I am head of Slytherin House, Severus replied smoothly. He sat down in the ghastly armchair and crossed his ankles, affecting relaxation, but ready to jump away if Black started throwing curses or lunging at him like a rabid dog. Black coughed in surprise. Dumbledore lets you run the snake's pit, he demanded derisively. Since when? Since Slughorn retired, Severus snapped. Look, are we going to talk or bicker? Because in either case, you ought to pull up another chair and stop hanging around in the shadows. It's rude. Humph. Black snorted unintelligently, but he dragged a dining chair over, transfigured it into another version of the chair Severus had commandeered, and plunked himself down. For several minutes, they were silent. They watched one another, though they were both pretending to watch the fire and the pot warming quietly above the flames. The silence gradually eased the tension, and Severus found himself relaxing. Despite the awful and useless decorations on his chair, it was remarkably comfortable. He realized that his body ached and his head throbbed, and he checked his internal clock, wondering if Black would let him return to Hogwarts to at least save his potion for later. He doubted it, but it wouldn't hurt to hope. Black seemed all right. In fact, he wasn't acting like the Dark Lord's lieutenant at all. Severus wasn't willing to trust the escapee anytime soon, if ever, but he would bet that for whatever reason, Black didn't want to hurt Harry. At least, not right now. He felt it was safe to close his eyes, just for a few minutes. The flickering firelight wasn't doing anything for the pounding in his skull anyway. Sirius relaxed when it was obvious that Snape had fallen asleep. His nerves had been high-strung ever since he set out on his mad mission to kidnap the slimy git for Harry's sake, and now that the danger seemed past, he felt like he could breathe again. Sleeping, Snape didn't look nearly as dangerous. He was tall and thin, but he seemed to be all bones without a billowing robe to hide behind. His black hair was as lank and greasy as ever, and his hooked nose looked even more crooked than it had 7 years ago. The lines had gone out of his face, and he looked younger, but tired. Sirius realized that Snape was pale, and there were dark circles of exhaustion under his eyes. Plus, Snape had just fallen asleep while he was awake and in the same room. If that didn't speak of exhaustion, Sirius wasn't sure what would. He was grateful that Snevellis hadn't tried any funny business, though it was disconcerting how comfortable he and Harry seemed. Sure, Harry had talked about his professor literally ever since they met one another, but he hadn't really been thinking. Hearing Professor Snape made him wonder what sort of teacher old Snevellis would be and why in the world Harry seemed so attached to him. He thought back to Harry's ramblings, back when he was Snuffles. The boy had gone on and on about his professor and how kind and grumpy he was, but he still didn't believe that Snape of all people could be kind to a Potter. But as they say, the proof was in the pudding. Snape had been thoughtful with the boy. He didn't shout or insult. He wasn't rough, and he didn't cause unnecessary pain. In fact, Sirius had no idea what to make of Snape's behavior. His mind raced around and around, wondering what in the world had happened to make Snevellis forget that Harry was a Potter. The boy, well, he was only 8, and he probably had no idea that his father had been Snape's biggest rival back in the day. But this was Severus Snape, King of Grudges, Prince of Vengeance, and Emperor of Pettiness. Sirius couldn't remember anyone in his year who had come close to Snape in being such an absolute git. Even Lily eventually gave up on him. The more Sirius thought about it, the more his stomach turned. The only thing he could think of was that somehow Snape was using Harry. It would be the perfect revenge, Sirius thought with a sick feeling in his stomach. Corrupt the innocent child, and then sit back and wait until he was old enough to understand what had been done to him. It would shatter the poor child. Once Harry understood how terribly he had been betrayed, then Snape would attack, just like a vulture. Sirius had heard and seen how Death Eaters were trained, initiated, and rewarded. The bodies of the countless victims he had recovered back during his days as an Auror seemed to float before Sirius' eyes, demanding he see the obvious and save his godson from an unspeakable fate. Sirius growled softly and lunged to his feet, groping for his wand. He ought to just kill the filthy Death Eater scum right here and now. Dumbledore probably wouldn't even care much. After all, the headmaster hadn't done very much after he almost got Snevellis killed in 6th year. In addition, Dumbledore likely didn't know what was going on with them. Had Snape been sneaking over to the Dursleys to hurt Harry, telling him lies to gain his trust, and perhaps encouraging those beastly relatives to torment the child to further drive him to trust the one person who seemed to care? His imagination tortured him with lurid pictures, and Sirius whimpered, pressing a hand to his forehead and swaying with dizziness. He shut his eyes and shook his throbbing head, attempting to clear it. He wasn't thinking clearly, but he knew he couldn't just kill Snape without proof of anything. It could be that Dumbledore had actually ordered Snape to keep an eye on Harry, and Snevellis just felt sorry for the boy, that's all. Maybe Snape was like Harry's doctor, since Poppy couldn't always be spared. After all, Dumbledore had to have a good reason for keeping Harry with those muggles. Otherwise, it made no sense to just leave the boy where he was hated and hurt all the time. Sirius sighed and tiptoed back to Harry's bedroom, shifting into Padfoot as he did so. An animal's thoughts and emotions were simpler than a human's, and his head hurt too much to keep thinking and puzzling over this. He would keep an eye on Snape, talk to Harry, and play it from there. For now, all that mattered was keeping Harry safe and getting him well. He could worry about other things later. Yet another chapter. I hope you enjoyed this, and let me know what you think of Sirius. Am I going too far with his paranoia and immaturity? I know him and Snape never got along, and even in the books, they snipe at each other constantly in order meetings or when they bump into each other at Grimmauld Place. But Snape isn't quite so far gone at this point, and Sirius still spent 7 years in Azkaban. So let me know what you think. And Dumbledore is getting worse as time goes on. Sheesh. I did not anticipate him turning out like this when I wrote my first Dumbledore scenes, and I might go back and edit those first interactions to foreshadow a bit. I don't know. If I don't, it's fine because Dumbledore is a dreadfully good actor. He should have been a Slytherin. Can you imagine little Albus under the sorting hat? Anything but Slytherin? Please not Slytherin. Thank you for all your reviews. Thanks especially to the guests who I cannot reply to. I love your reviews, especially the long ones. I'm so glad you are all enjoying this story. Broken Castle, rated T. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Chapter 24. Broken Castle. Severus woke as his internal alarm alerted him that nearly 10.5 hours had elapsed since he set his potion to boil. He stood, blearily rubbing his eyes, and stumbled forward, meaning to call for coffee and turn the sitting room lights on before heading back to the lab. But his hand, searching for his wand to spell the lights, came up empty, and Severus awoke completely as memory crashed down on him. The kidnapper. A portkey. Black. Harry. Oh, Merlin. Harry was trapped here with his insane godfather, freshly escaped from Azkaban, and he was here too, kidnapped and unarmed. A glorified doctor for the boy's silver poisoning. Severus sneered, a bad mood descending on him like a dark cloud. What an idiot that Black was, to be sure. It wasn't enough that the fool Gryffindor had lived with a werewolf for half his life. No, he had to go and make a portkey out of silver and hand it to Harry. He glanced down at his wrist where the silver bracelet was still glinting. He absently pulled at it, but no amount of fiddling could get it off. He guessed it doubled as a shackle, likely preventing him from operating or stepping outside the wards of wherever they were. Severus sighed and stretched his achy body, suddenly feeling like a prisoner. It was silly, since he would really rather be here with Harry than fretting at Hogwarts. But he had always chafed at feeling locked up. He checked on the stew over the fire, glad that he hadn't put it over the hottest part of the flames and had to add more water. He tasted it and was glad to find that it was more than palatable. After a bit of a search, he found dishes in a cupboard under the counter against the wall. He poured a bit of the stew into a bowl to cool, being careful to put mostly broth, and cut a piece of bread from the loaf Black had somehow procured for the larder. He wondered how Black had managed to get groceries, but he realized that someone as skilled in transfiguration as him would have found it easy to change his appearance a little. Anyway, he was grateful that there was a good supply of fresh food in the house, and he wondered if Black was that good of a cook. He obviously knew how to, since he had bought specific foods and things, but Severus was inclined to believe that Black did not understand the subtle science that was food preparation. Severus smirked, wondering if one day he could turn potions class into a cooking class and see how many eyes fell out of goggling students' heads. It wasn't a bad idea, he mused. It was only because he was often forced to cook for his family as a small boy that he found the confidence to experiment with ingredients and flavors, and that led over to an avid fascination with potion experimentation as well. Of course, it also helped that he was a natural at it. Cooking was easy for him, and potions were similar enough that the ease carried over. He had an instinctual understanding of what things went well together and what didn't. If he had been a muggle, Severus mused, he might have made an excellent chef, since he would never have had the money to become a chemist or a pharmacist. But silly daydreams aside, Severus put the pot back over the fire and looked around for Black. He was nowhere to be seen. Severus was not unduly worried. He still trusted that the Azkaban escapee wasn't interested in hurting either him or Harry right now. In fact, last night he had acted just like a jealous child who finds out that someone had been playing with their toy while they were away. That's what Black's hostility and immature baiting had been, Severus thought with a triumphant smirk. He was jealous. Of course he was. Harry trusted Snivellus more than his father's best friend. Wasn't that ironic? It would be more than enough to drive the impulsive Gryffindor mad with envy. Satisfied that he now knew Black's state of mind probably better than the Gryffindor did, Severus picked up the bowl, a spoon, and the bread, and moved toward Harry's room. It was terribly early in the morning, but he had not meant to fall asleep and Harry needed to eat something. His chest ached with regret as he thought of the ticking clock and his lovely, expensive potion, going to waste because some crazy Black couldn't give him 5 seconds to secure the cauldron. The bedroom was dark, and Severus wondered if he could risk calling for Black to give him a Lumos or something. He moved by memory, but carefully, in case Black was doing something stupid like sleeping on the floor. He was almost to the desk when his foot did indeed strike something soft, but firm. A strange snort and growl greeted his intrusion, and despite Severus trusting that it was just Black, not a werewolf or another dangerous monster, a cold sweat broke out on his neck and he instinctively stepped back, straining his eyes in the dark. He heard a grunt and a sigh, rustling, and then a soft lumos illuminated the room. Black was holding his wand and sitting on the floor by Harry's bed, and the child was lying on his stomach, his bandaged hand dangling off the bed and his face turned toward them. "It's what, for in the morning?" Black rasped, squinting up at him in annoyance. "Harry needs to eat," Severus retorted. "In the middle of the night?" The escaped convict growled. "Let him sleep, will you?" Severus sighed, suppressing the urge to snarl. "We were not supposed to fall asleep so quickly. He ought to have been fed hours ago. The nutrient potion I gave him works much better if it is taken with food." "Well, it's too late now," Black grunted, reaching up to rub his red eyes. "Put the stupid soup back and go back to sleep." "Professor," Harry murmured suddenly, opening his eyes and blinking sleepily in the light. "Are you hungry, Harry?" Severus asked, ignoring Black's indignant scowl. "Sort of, I guess," the child sighed, looking content and relaxed. He yawned and stretched, bending his back like a cat before he sat up, smiling. Severus put the stew down on the desk and briefly checked Harry's condition. The boy's fever was still down, the spark was back in his eyes, and he seemed energetic. "Well, that was quick," Severus mused. "Would you like to eat it by yourself?" Severus asked once he was satisfied that Harry really was recovering. The boy nodded eagerly, but before Snape could bring him the food, Harry crawled across the bed, hopped off, and sat down in the chair at the desk. He tucked into his food without further invitation and looked remarkably calm and content. Severus was somewhat baffled, but he had long since learned to accept children's quick mood swings, especially Harry's, and he didn't comment. He sat on the edge of Harry's bed and watched him eat, wondering why Black was throwing him so many dark looks. If he had been 11 instead of 27, he would have stuck his tongue out at the annoying Gryffindor. "Suck it up," he groused silently. "Harry always wakes up in a good mood." And it was true. As long as he'd known the boy, he rarely woke up grouchy. Harry was always happy in the morning, unless he was in pain, but then he was just weepy. "Are you going to take me back, Professor?" Harry suddenly asked, training nervous green eyes on him. Severus frowned and glanced at Black, who was now scowling murderously and his wand hand was twitching. "We shall see," the potion's master replied carefully, dragging his gaze back to Harry. "For now, focus on getting better, and then we shall speak further." Harry nodded and returned to his stew, still looking nervous. "Why don't you tell me a story, Black, instead of trying to drill holes in me with your eyes?" Severus snapped at the still scowling and twitching man seated on the floor. "For example, how did you manage to find Harry and convince him to come with you?" "I rescued him," Black growled. "He didn't need convincing." Severus glanced over at Harry, who had stopped eating and looked carefully blank. He wished he knew what was going on behind those expressive, gold-streaked eyes. "Harry?" Severus asked, forcing himself to sound calm. "Did he convince you to go with him?" Harry wrinkled his nose and looked up at the professor. "I'm not sure what that means," the boy replied candidly. "'Cause he was Snuffles first, but Uncle Vernon shot him. But that was after he chased the wolf away. And then I thought he was you." The boy's face suddenly flickered with fear. "But then, well, I asked him not to kill Uncle Vernon," he whispered the last part, and Severus threw Black a questioning look. "Bastard was going to beat him," Black snarled, his blue eyes suddenly looking crazed. "Like hell was I going to let that monster lay another finger on my godson." "Language, Black, there's a child present," Severus snapped. "Oh, it's okay," Harry chirped cheerfully as he licked his spoon. "Uncle Vernon says those things all the time." The boy seemed oblivious to the twin looks of disgust Severus and Black exchanged, before they realized that they were actually agreeing on something and glared at each other instead. "Well, anyway," Black grumbled, "I almost strangled that troll masquerading as his uncle, and then I couldn't just leave Harry there. So we packed up and left." Severus scowled, but Black just glared back, unfazed by the disbelief in Snape's frown. "You're going to be hunted down for kidnapping," Severus sneered. In addition to your other crimes. What other crimes? Black muttered, his eyes going unfocused and a weird fire seeming to glow behind them. I didn't do anything. It was the rat. I escaped to find Harry and protect him, and that's what I'm going to do. I'll protect him, and I don't care from who, Snevelis. You betrayed the Potters, Severus said coldly. Even I never did that. No, you just ran right to your precious Dark Lord with the prophecy and made him target them instead. We wouldn't have even needed the Fidelius if it wasn't for you. Potter trusted you. The same cannot be said for me. So whose crime then is worse? Lily trusted you. Black roared, lunging to his feet and pointing his wand at Severus' heart. To the very last, she always said you'd come round, and you would come back, but you never did. You stabbed her in the back. Snevelis. But I guess that's all you Slytherins are good for, isn't it? You're a coward and a bootlicker, and you've always been one. Don't call me a coward. Severus snarled, also getting to his feet. Well, don't call me a traitor. I most certainly will call you a traitor, because that's what you bloody well are. I wasn't the secret keeper. That shut the conversation up. For sheer surprise at the audacity of the claim, Severus simply stared at Black. Both men were breathing hard, almost nose to nose, and they had completely forgotten the presence of the frightened child in the room, watching their shouting match and wondering if it might be prudent to wait under the desk until the storm passed. Let Harry and I go, Severus suddenly demanded. Go your way before Dumbledore finds out what you've done to his precious savior and dig your grave even deeper, you deluded madman. He likely already knows, Black sneered. And if you think for 1 second I'll let you of all people take my godson who knows where, you have got another thing coming. Oh right, because you would never presume to believe that Snevelis could actually care about the physical and emotional well-being of a child. I forgot. Severus spat furiously. I'm not stupid, Snape, Black snarled, jabbing his wand into Severus' chest for the second time that night. You didn't make it a secret how much you hated James and the rest of us. You even hated Lily when all was said and done. So don't think for 1 minute that I believe your garbage about treating Harry like any other kid, 'cause we both know he isn't any other kid, and he never will be to either of us. I saved his life while you were rotting in Azkaban, Severus hissed. I put him back together after a werewolf ravaged him and left him for dead. What did you do? You handed him a silver bracelet the minute you got an opportunity. I don't know, Black. Which of us sounds more like they care for children? It was an accident. Black protested. I suppose letting the Potter's location slip was an accident too, wasn't it? I wasn't the damn secret keeper. You think I'm going to believe such a ridiculous story? It was the rat. It was Peter, not me. When I find him, he'll wish he'd died with the Muggles. He thinks he got away, but I'll find him, the traitor. Who, Pettigrew? Severus almost wanted to laugh. Who would trust Pettigrew with a Fidelius charm? Me, apparently, Black spat bitterly. I suggested we switch, and we decided not to tell Dumbledore. He shook his head angrily. Stupidest thing I ever did. I'll say, Severus snorted, amused at the madman's fantasies. It is rather convenient that he's dead, and we can't ask him for his version of the story. Weren't you listening to a word I said? Black demanded, looking more demented by the second. Pettigrew's not dead. He faked it. Framed me. Fooled us all. He pranked the whole wizarding world, the little bastard. Severus mused, arching an eyebrow at the man foaming at the mouth. Well, when you find him, let me know. So far as I know, necromancy is still punishable by Azkaban. Arg! The convict howled in frustration and suddenly swung his fist. Severus wasn't expecting Black to resort to Muggle brawling and caught the blow on his cheek. He stumbled, but years ago, he had been forced to learn how to take a punch and stay standing. Instinct reared up, and as Severus straightened, he swung his own fist and caught Black under the chin in a glorious right hook. The blow wasn't as strong as it might have been had Severus been at his full strength and angry, but his anger had faded as Black ranted like a madman. Now that Black had apparently forgotten his wand in favor of his fists, Severus felt like he had a chance. Sirius Black was raised as a pureblood, while Severus Snape had been raised as a muggle in a rough neighborhood. Brawling was an art form that the children of drunkards and layabouts were expected to learn quickly. Although Severus Snape had made an effort to distance himself from his despicable muggle roots, he had not left behind the art of fist fighting. Even tired as he was, Black stood no chance against Severus, and 2 more blows landed him crumpled in a corner. Severus picked up the wand off the floor and gritted his teeth against the unfriendly reaction. It was a wand that certainly wasn't compatible with him, but he had a strong enough will to force it to work for him. Somnium, he incanted, using one of the weaker sleeping curses to avoid straining his magical core. Black groaned before succumbing to slumber, and Severus snapped the wand over his knee, flinching at the burst of unhappy magic that burst forth. He tossed the wand in the corner and turned around before he suddenly remembered that the child in the room had witnessed the whole thing. But Harry was nowhere to be seen. Harry was terrified. It was bad enough when Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia shouted and yelled at each other, and another thing entirely when kids at school did it. But watching 2 grown men yelling at one another and then hitting each other was simply terrifying. When the professor and the Snuffles man started in on each other, the boy ran from the room. He snatched his duffel bag on the way out, glad that it was by the door, and simply ran. Harry threw open the cabin door and raced out into the woods. It was cool and dark, and the moon had set by now. Harry felt better without the moon lighting everything up, and he ducked his head to avoid a low branch as he ran. Dewdrops sprinkled his bare feet from the grass, and his back throbbed as it scraped the underside of the branch he ducked. He still felt achy and feverish, but he felt loads better than he had earlier tonight. The professor had come back to him, and it felt like a dream come true. He had been confused, though, because the man who said he was his godfather had been nice enough, and the professor had not seemed to like him. He didn't really understand what was going on there. Maybe the Snuffles man really was the Sirius Black guy that was supposed to be after him to kill him, and maybe the professor really was a slimy, greasy, backstabbing git. As he heard the Snuffle man muttering once Harry remembered Professor Snape's name, he just didn't know anything anymore, except that he was scared inside that house, and when grown-ups were angry around him, he always got the worst end of it. He decided it would just be safer if he ran. But the woods are a lonely place to be, especially at night, and once Harry paused to gasp for air, he realized that he had been running in his bare feet and they were throbbing. His bandaged hand was aching fiercely, and he felt dizzy and sick. His clothing was damp and cold, and now he had no idea where he was. He could see pretty well because of his freaky eyes, but nothing looked familiar. All the trees were the same. He was lost. Severus Snape cursed out loud when he felt the cool night air coming through the cabin door. He needed to stop and look for his wand, and he needed to go after Harry, but for a second he was torn. He calmed down and realized that once he had his wand, as long as Harry hadn't gone too far, a simple point-me spell would find the boy. Severus went back into the room and searched Black's pockets, but he didn't have another wand on him. He wandered back out into the main room, dug through the cabinets, and turned up empty. Frustrated and hoping Black hadn't just thrown his wand in the fireplace, Severus gave up and headed to the door. It was nearly dawn, and the air was a bit chilly and damp. He paused at the door and snatched Black's cloak off the coat rack. Throwing it over his shoulders, he stepped out into the woods and tried to figure out what direction Harry would have gone. It was too dark to see anything clearly, and Severus didn't recognize this place. Not that he would, anyway. It was a nondescript area, and they could be anywhere. "Harry," he shouted, hoping that maybe the boy was close by. But seeing as how he had run out in a fright after witnessing 2 grown men brawling like schoolboys, it wouldn't surprise him if Harry stayed missing until morning. As a boy, Severus had spent his fair share of nights huddled in cupboards or crouched in alleys. Anywhere he could escape his father's drunken fists and the dreaded belt. If Harry was smart, he would stay away what was left of the night. Severus sighed and walked the perimeter of the house, checking the woodshed, moderately stocked with well-aged firewood, a small stream behind the house, and the rest of the surrounding trees, spreading out in a widening circle as he walked the perimeter, calling for the boy every now and then. He stopped and sat on a mossy log, feeling miserable and angry for several reasons, none of them reasonable. He clawed uselessly at the stupid bracelet on his wrist, and then gripped his flower necklace instead and rubbed it, hoping that maybe Harry was still wearing his. But after he stopped and waited for a reply, his flower stayed dark and cold. He huffed and dropped it back on his breast, not bothering to stuff it back into his shirt. He waited on the log, fretting and fuming by turns until the flush of dawn gave him more light, and then he got up and wandered back toward the house. Harry had not returned. Black was still snoring in his corner, and the fire had nearly burned out. His stomach cramped hungrily when he spotted the pot of soup still hanging over the fire, but he didn't think he could stomach anything with Harry missing. He blamed himself, really. If he had stopped baiting Black, they wouldn't have gotten into a fight and scared Harry off. Unless the boy ran off when they first started shouting at each other. Then Severus didn't really know who to blame. Black started it by glaring at him, but Snape was the one who started talking. It didn't matter, he supposed. He and Black had been acting immature, and Harry made a run for it, and he probably would have done exactly the same thing in the boy's place. Harry would probably be fine, and might even find his way back. A werewolf's sense of smell was surely enough to guide him back here. But he was uneasy. Who knew what dangers this area held? If it was a magical wood, the chances of meeting a dangerous magical creature were somewhat substantial. Even if it were a completely normal forest, that would mean that a Muggle town was nearby. If a police officer picked Harry up, that would mean even more hassle. Severus grabbed his bag of potions from the bedroom, sneered at the snoring fugitive in the corner, and shut the door. He instinctively patted the cloak's pockets for the potions he always carried before he remembered that this wasn't his cloak. For one thing, it smelled like a wet dog. But there was something long and hard tucked into the right-hand pocket, and Severus smiled in relief as he drew out his familiar black wand. The ebony stick of smooth wood with its dragon tongue core almost seemed to hum happily as he returned it to its rightful place in his wrist sheath. Feeling more himself, Severus decisively closed the cabin door behind him and marched out into the forest. Harry stumbled out of the trees at last and gaped at what he saw. The sun was pretty high up by now, and he was tired and hungry. He was thirsty too, but that went without saying. He'd been thirsty since he ran from the house. The professor didn't give him water with his stew. It had been really good, but there wasn't nearly enough of it, and Harry hadn't even finished the bread. Meadows stretched out almost as far as he could see. Flowers danced in the morning breeze, and bees were already hard at work. There was a straight line of dead trees far on the left that seemed to go on until it disappeared behind a hill. Most of the trees were blackened from fire or bleached white from the sun, and they leaned at crazy angles like they had been caught in an explosion or something. But what caught his eye at once was the ruin rising high above the waving grass and the long lane of twisted trees. It was a big house, but the skeletal roof was almost all gone. The brick walls were blackened. The windows were wide, gaping mouths of darkness, and the twisted, charred skeletons of trees surrounded it. Harry shivered at the sight. It was a haunted house if he'd ever seen one. Slowly, Harry walked through the grass, wincing when his tender feet stumbled over a stone or twig that got poked by old, dead grass from years before. It seemed to take forever, but when he finally reached the burned house, he was amazed at how big it was. He wondered if it was a castle once, but he wasn't sure. It looked sort of like a fancy, old-fashioned house, but it had two towers built on either side, like a castle. Harry limped up to the front door, his bare feet slapping softly on a cobblestone lane that led through the dead, twisted trees. Weeds grew between the stones, but it was nicer to walk on the cool, flat rocks than in the meadow. His feet throbbed and ached, and he wished he had stopped to grab his shoes when he ran. Snuffles must have taken his shoes off while he was sleeping, because he didn't remember untying them and putting them anywhere. The house had once had a wide courtyard thing right in front, but weeds grew from the cracks in the stone pavement, and a broken fountain was full of growing things. The lower part of the house was almost completely covered in trailing vines, most of which had flowers, and the flower beds that had once surrounded the house had overgrown and were spilling everywhere. Harry noticed a lot of roses, but there was another flower with pointed, curling petals and long straight stems that was scattered among the roses and honeysuckles. Some were white, and some had pink streaks, and some were orange with black speckles. Harry bent down near a white one and breathed in its sweet scent. The shape of the flower reminded him of the necklace the professor had given him. His chest ached suddenly at the thought of his professor, and he wondered if he was going to be in big trouble for running away and getting lost. Harry wandered toward the front door, a big gaping hole in the side of the house. There was no door, and the glass in the nearby windows was completely gone. He wondered what had happened here. It looked like there had been a fire, but what had caused all the gaping holes in the brick walls? Hesitantly, the boy stepped inside, his eyes quickly adjusting to the gloom, and he carefully tiptoed further in. The floor was smooth stone of some sort, streaked through with designs like a seashell. Old glass, dirt, and cobwebs covered everything, especially the floor, and Harry was careful not to step on the broken glass. A shattered chandelier lay right in the middle of the big entrance hall, and more glass was scattered everywhere around it. The walls were scorched, and the house smelled like musty earth and old smoke. This house was simply so very sad and lonely that Harry felt tears burning his eyes. If he had been in a more cheerful mood, he might have gotten excited at the thought of exploring an old ruin. But he was tired and hungry and thirsty and lost, and he wished he had never run away from the cabin in the woods. But this place was as good shelter as anything for now, he thought. He needed somewhere to rest, and he was a little curious about this place. Who used to live here? Where were they now? What happened to destroy the house so badly? He tiptoed his way around the edge of the big hall, noticing the humongous fireplace against one wall. Some kind of explosion had shattered most of the stone mantelpiece, but he could tell it had been magnificent once upon a time. A carving on the wall above the mantelpiece had been blackened by fire, and Harry couldn't make it out. Was it some sort of animal? There was a gaping hole in the wall near the fireplace, and through it he could see another room. Its windows were covered in vines, so he couldn't see much besides lumpy shapes of rubble or maybe furniture. A corridor stretched away in another direction, and a shattered statue lay across it as if guarding the entrance. Everywhere, the walls were scorched, shattered, or otherwise damaged. Even the floor was cracked. A rug was torn and rotting under the broken chandelier, and some sort of tapestry was hanging in burnt tatters on the wall behind it. Harry reached the foot of a huge, curving staircase at the far end of the huge room. Half of the stairs were gone, simply blown to bits probably, judging from the rubble on the ground. The rest of the staircase hung from the next floor, dangling in space like a stairway from heaven. Gingerly, Harry swept the bottom 2 steps clean of dirt and bits of rubble, and he put his duffel bag down before he sat. For a long time, he just stayed there, looking around the once grand house, hugging his bag to his chest in the chilly gloom of the dark entrance hall, and wondering about it all. The windows were mostly covered with vines or rubble, so the light filtering in was greenish and weak. He heard the squeak and scuffle of rodents, the cooing of pigeons, and other noises from the animals that now called this old ruin home. Harry set his bag beside him, leaned over and lay down on his side, using the duffel as a pillow and being careful not to bump his aching, burned hand. It was still bandaged, but the bandages were dirty and shabby now, at least on the outside. He hoped it was still clean on the inside, or the professor might get mad at him. His body felt tired and achy, and his head was throbbing mercilessly. Harry lay still and tried to relax, listening to the birds singing outside, the breeze rustling the vines and overgrown plants in the garden, and the noises of the rodents and pigeons echoing in the peaceful ruin. His eyes slowly closed, and he fell asleep. Minerva McGonagall stepped from the flue into Albus Dumbledore's office and brushed the soot from her casual dark orange robes. She glanced around the office, noting that she was alone with the headmaster, and despite the kindly twinkle in his eyes, he looked worried and worn down. His message to her early this morning had been vague, but worrisome. The past month had been a whirlwind of change, from Harry's attack to Black's escape, and she had a bad feeling that more bad news awaited her. She nodded politely to the headmaster as he looked up from his desk and greeted her with a smile. "Minerva, thank you for coming on such short notice. I'm terribly sorry to be disturbing your holiday, but with things as they are." "Of course, Albus," the Scotswoman nodded briskly. "Now what is this about? You mentioned Severus and Harry, was it?" "Yes, I'm afraid we have a bit of a situation," the headmaster sighed, his former smile gone and replaced by a worried frown. Why don't you sit? Tea? Don't mind if I do. Professor McGonagall sat down in the offered chair and accepted the teacup Albus handed her. How is Harry, Albus? She asked. His first full moon was a couple of nights ago, was it not? Was Severus able to contact Remus? Yes, the headmaster mused, his face twisting into a mournful expression. Harry's first full moon was rough, I suppose. Lupin was not able to come, and Severus was occupied. But the reason I asked you here is that Severus has gone missing, and so has Harry. Minerva stayed quiet for several seconds, staring at her old friend and colleague. I trust you have checked in several places already, she commented at last. Severus disappeared sometime around midnight last night, and he left a rather expensive potion brewing. He still has not returned, and I was forced to put the cauldron under stasis once it became apparent he wasn't returning anytime soon. And Harry? He vanished from his home the night after the last full moon, Albus replied sadly. Severus got himself arrested by the DMLE and Harry had to be placed with his relatives for the time. Petunia thought Harry used accidental magic and ran away, but I reviewed her husband's most recent memory, and he was attacked by a kidnapper who then took Harry away. Wait. Minerva interrupted, scowling fiercely at the old man. You sent Harry back to his relatives? As in, the Dursleys? The ones who've mistreated and abused that child since the night we left him there? What were you thinking? Albus sighed wearily and leaned back in his chair. Minerva, he said tiredly. There was nowhere else for Harry to go once Severus was arrested. With Sirius Black on the loose, Harry had to return to his aunt for the blood wards. I had a talk with them, Minerva. Nothing untoward happened that I am aware of. The main issue is that Harry was kidnapped from his home. The lock of the back door was picked quite expertly, and there was no sign of any magic or a magical presence. I am simply at a loss. Severus didn't take Harry? Minerva asked curiously. This was certainly a puzzle. While she didn't think Severus the type to pick locks the Muggle way if he had magic, she didn't put any skill past him. He was a clever and secretive young man, and if he knew how to pick locks, he certainly wouldn't tell her about it. No, I don't believe so, Albus said slowly. Severus simply seemed to assume Harry was, and is, still with his relatives. I detected nothing in his manner or behavior that would indicate he had taken Harry back into his home. In fact, I had not yet told him that Harry had disappeared. I am at a loss. Severus' disappearance raises more questions than ever. I am wondering if you could use your Animagus form to find out if the local cats at Privet Drive saw anything in particular. Harry is our top priority. There's a clue here somewhere, Minerva muttered, but she agreed that interviewing the local cats would be a good idea. They might not actually remember anything from as far back as 2 nights ago, but with Mrs. Fig letting her breeding stock wander around, some of the cats might be part Kneazle and intelligent enough to hold a conversation. Cats had a simple language, and Minerva spoke it rather well. Simply being a cat did not mean that she automatically knew all of the mannerisms and language of a cat. Years of study, and plenty of cats of her own, enabled her to communicate with the feline world, and this skill allowed her to be able to speak to cat witnesses when Albus needed investigative work done. What about asking Remus to simply track Harry down? Minerva suggested, stirring her tea. I'm afraid he is indisposed at the moment, Albus said carefully. Minerva made a face and glared at the old man. There's plenty you aren't telling me, you old coot, she accused. Why not say it now and get it out, eh? Albus sighed and stroked his beard pensively. Well, let us just say Severus is a tad upset with me right now. I plan to have a talk with him, help him to understand. But with him missing, I am not certain what to think. He left a potion unattended, Minerva pointed out. That is rather unlike him. Do you suppose he went home to check on something and got held up? I checked Spinner's End, Dumbledore replied. That was the first place I went. Petunia hasn't seen Severus either. I must say, Mrs. Dursley is starting to become irritated with my presence. You needn't sound so hurt, Albus, Minerva chuckled, taking a sip of her tea. So, is Severus upset you put Harry back with those abominable muggles? Minerva, you know I had my reasons for leaving Harry with his maternal aunt, Albus said firmly. While I grieve that I did not keep as close an eye on him as I should have, but I will correct that oversight. Harry needs the protection of his aunt's blood, so long as Black is on the loose. Are you saying you won't let Severus take Harry back until Black gets caught? Minerva demanded, aghast. But Harry was so happy there. And Severus was doing so well, far beyond my expectations, you know? Severus will not be able to be a guardian for the boy, Minerva. The ministry would never allow it. Well, Augusta then, Minerva huffed. Or Molly would take the boy in a heartbeat. You can't send him back to those muggles, Albus. You're lucky nothing happened in just a few days. That boy isn't going back there. I won't allow it. We will discuss it later then, the headmaster replied with a hint of impatience. But we need to find Harry. It is imperative that Black does not find him first. Indeed, Minerva shuddered. She set down her cup. I will go now. Hopefully the sooner I catch those cats, the better. Thank you, Minerva. Albus beamed. He gestured to his fireplace. Arabella gave us permission to use her flue as much as we need in our investigation. Why, thank you, Minerva smiled ruefully. But I think I could use the exercise. I'll just leave via the grounds and disapparate there. But I may catch the flu back, especially if I find out anything important. Very well, the headmaster chuckled. Again, thank you, my dear old friend. I don't know what I would do without you. Flattering old fraud, Minerva scolded fondly. I'll be back in a few hours. Meantime, try to send an owl to Severus. At any rate, if you put a tracing charm on the bird, you'll have a general idea where he is, even if there are wards around him. A very good idea, Minerva, Albus nodded. I'll do that. Good luck. Minerva nodded and left the office. Her smile disappeared the minute the door was shut, and she scowled as she marched down the slowly spinning staircase. She was no master of mind magics, but she could have sworn that she felt the old man using subtle spells to soothe her ruffled fur and calm her down even before he brought up Harry being back with the Dursleys. She had even distinctly felt him prodding her mind for specific memories, without her permission. Albus had certainly never done such a thing before in her memory, and it almost frightened her. They had worked together for years with mutual trust. Something was very wrong here. She had sensed remarkable strain and tension in Albus, Dumbledore's false smiles and assurances, and it was extremely worrisome. She was not planning to go directly to Privet Drive. After all, a few more minutes would not change anything. No, she needed to find Remus Lupin and ask him if he knew anything. Dumbledore had been subtly encouraging her to forget Remus after she asked about him, and his being indisposed told her that he was likely in the hospital wing. The crisp white infirmary was seemingly empty, except for Madame Pomfrey bustling around, fluffing pillows, snapping blankets, and dusting. Minerva recognized it as busy work. The woman was either agitated or worried, and neither of those boded well. Poppy, Minerva called softly. The Mediwitch spun at her voice, and her round face crumpled in something like relief. Minnie, dear, Madame Pomfrey sighed. What can I do for you? Is Mr. Lupin currently in? Minerva asked casually, as she might have when the werewolf was a young Gryffindor. Yes, he is, but don't let him overexert himself, if you please, Poppy replied immediately. But that worried pinch never left her face. What is it, Poppy? Minerva asked carefully, hoping that the meddling old headmaster hadn't put monitoring charms on the infirmary. You're agitated about something, I can tell. Has it got anything to do with our prestigious headmaster? It has everything to do with that meddling old idiot, Poppy hissed, her voice going shrill at the end. Do you know, Dumbledore sent Harry back to those muggles a couple weeks ago. I didn't know that. Severus promised me he'd keep Harry safe, and then he goes and gets arrested, and nobody informed me about that. I'd have taken Harry home myself if I'd known. How bad was it, Poppy? Minerva demanded grimly. By Merlin, Morgana, and all the ancient sorcerers, she was going to kill that old man. Hard to tell, the Mediwitch said gravely. I saw Harry directly after the full moon, so I can't really say what damage was from the transformation or the muggles. I assumed Dumbledore was just taking Harry down to the dungeons, or even to Severus' house, but I suppose I should have asked, or offered to take him myself. This isn't your fault, Poppy, Minerva said sternly. Now, do you know if Remus knows any of this? Hard to say. Really, Madame Pomfrey sighed, glancing over at the one bed with curtains drawn around it. He and Severus got into a spat, and Remus got the worst of it. Still, I suppose there are no hard feelings. Severus brewed some extremely good ointment for the burns, and the recovery is coming along nicely. Burns? Minerva echoed. I've never seen the like. Madame Pomfrey shook her head in frustration. The best I can say is that Severus lost control of his magic and just lashed out, much like an Obscurus would. Mr. Lupin was covered in magical burns, but it wasn't any spell I've ever seen. It was simply wordless, elemental magic, and it almost killed both of them. Minerva gasped in horror. She couldn't formulate a reply to something like that, so she simply glanced worriedly at the curtained bed. You can go see him, Poppy assured her. Werewolves heal quickly, after all, especially from magical injuries. He woke this morning and ate a bit. Severus potions are helping a great deal as well. Minerva followed the Mediwitch to the bed and braced herself. But when the curtain was pushed aside, Remus didn't look as bad as she had been expecting. He was ghostly pale and weak-looking, but the burns that weren't covered by bandages were healing very well. The skin under the shiny ointment was pink and peeling. He was sound asleep and didn't appear to be in much pain, as his expression was peaceful and relaxed. When did this happen? Minerva asked quietly. Day before yesterday, Poppy replied just as softly. He was directly exposed to raw dark magic for approximately 3 minutes, give or take. They're both lucky I was in that day. Severus almost completely drained himself. Silly boy, Minerva sighed. What in the world could have been so dreadful that it would make Severus turn into a whirlwind of vengeful magic like that? For his loss of control to be compared to an Obscurus was a very serious thing indeed. Mentally unstable magicals occasionally lost control in extremely dangerous, violent ways. With a powerful individual, they could be completely consumed by their own magic and become an Obscurus. With the wizard essentially dead, the magical whirlwind would simply destroy until it ran out of power, but they were capable of draining power out of others, which made them so feared. Luckily, Poppy caught Severus before he could exhaust his life force. Remus stirred on the bed and his face creased with a frown. Poppy, he whispered before he opened his eyes. Minerva nodded kindly at him when he spotted her and did a double take. Professor McGonagall, the werewolf said with some surprise. His voice was weak and hoarse, but his eyes were bright and alert. Remus, I'm afraid that I must ask you some questions, Minerva informed him, a bit apologetically. Do you feel up to that? Of course, Remus nodded, looking more awake. Have you seen Harry Potter recently? A look of pain passed over the werewolf's face. Why yes, he whispered faintly. I visited him about 12 days ago. He paused, obviously steeling himself. I also saw him on the prior full moon. Well, my wolf saw him. Minerva stared at the man for several minutes before she trusted herself to speak. I see, she said in a brittle tone. How did Severus find out? I trust that is why he attempted to kill you with his magical core. Remus visibly swallowed, and his gold-flecked eyes filled with tears. I told Severus, he whispered. I figured. I guess I deserved what I got. You wanted him to kill you? Minerva scowled in disbelief. I suppose so, Remus said softly. He shut his eyes in shame, and tears trickled out from under the closed lids. Well, I don't know what to say to you, Remus, Minerva gritted out between clenched teeth. I'm quite certain you understand how very irresponsible you were and the magnitude of what you've done to an innocent child, so I see no use in lecturing you. After all, you were always one of those rare people skilled in self-flagellation. Remus opened his eyes, and the look on his face told Minerva that he was wondering whether her last comment was sarcasm or not. She decided to let him wonder. But do you have any true idea what you have done? The deputy headmistress demanded. Harry is a werewolf. He will be one for the rest of his life. Severus has risked much to take care of him, and now they are both missing. What? Remus demanded, his eyes going wide in alarm. Missing? Harry disappeared the night after the full moon. Where were you? At home. Remus answered hastily. I came to Hogwarts in the morning, and that's when, well, Severus and I. Well, you know. Albus didn't say anything to you? I didn't know Harry had gone missing, Remus replied, apparently honestly. Severus said he had to talk to Dumbledore, or maybe he didn't say, but we were headed to the headmaster's office. I'm not sure if he knew or not. Dumbledore doesn't have the impression that Severus knew, Minerva replied. But Severus disappeared last night, around midnight. He left a potion brewing and hasn't returned to care for it, which isn't like him at all. I haven't seen him since the fight, Remus rasped. I don't know what to call it, because I didn't fight back. I couldn't. He just exploded. Exploded is a good word, Poppy suddenly interjected. Now I think that's enough for my patient, Minerva. I trust that was all you needed to know? One more question, Minerva demanded. She bent lower, gazing directly into her former student's eyes, forcing him to meet her gaze directly. You know what you did. You know your mistake. Harry is hurt and sick because of your foolishness. So what are you going to do about it? I don't know, Remus whispered faintly, quailing under her intimidating gaze. Minerva murmured, arching an eyebrow at him. You'd best start thinking then, because I am under the impression that Dumbledore will keep you out of Azkaban, and I doubt Severus will attempt to imitate an Obscurus again. But it is time you pulled your head out of your arse and acted like a Gryffindor for once. She straightened up and gave him a severe nod. I fully expect you to have some idea of what you are going to do about Harry by the time we find him. I think I know where he is, Remus suddenly interrupted, attempting to sit up. Anne, I don't think he's in danger. Oh. Remus stopped trying to sit up when Madame Pomfrey clucked at him and pressed him back down. He huffed in annoyance at her and trained his gold-flecked eyes to Professor McGonagall. I know, Sirius escaped, he whispered hoarsely. But I don't think he was ever as guilty as we all assumed. I don't think he would ever hurt Harry. Sirius is Harry's godfather, you know. He never took those kinds of oaths lightly. Minerva raised her eyebrows as high as they would go. I mean, Remus appeared to be grasping for words. When I went to visit Harry a week ago, well, Sirius was there. He chased me off for hurting Harry, and he likely would have done some damage if I hadn't run. He suddenly kicked his blankets aside and revealed his right leg. There were a couple of deep gashes just above his ankle, in the latter stages of healing. Poppy threw him an odd look and Minerva frowned, wondering what he meant by that. She wasn't sure what to think if Black was able to get to Harry despite the blood wards, and was protecting the child from others as well. If Black had been able to reach Privet Drive and approach the child even with the protections in place, then Albus' argument for Harry staying with the Dursleys was moot. Remus, are you saying that you knew where Black was this whole time? Minerva demanded. What? No, Remus cringed. Well, I mean, I saw Sirius, but it was just a shock to see him there, taking care of Harry. Those muggles he lives with aren't nice. Indeed not, the Transfiguration professor sniffed. I told Albus they are the worst sort of people. I'm not sure why Dumbledore put him there, Remus admitted. Even Snape seemed worried. I never thought he'd care about a Potter, but Harry is Lily's son too. So? Severus grew rather attached to the boy after picking him up out of the street, Minerva mercilessly informed him. If he had not been in the area that night, Harry surely would have bled to death. Remus flinched and his eyes filled with tears, but Minerva felt no pity for him. She was beyond angry with him, but as she had said before, he would do well enough lecturing himself on his wrongdoing. His biggest problem would be doing something about it. He tended to mope and hide rather than doing anything productive. So what can you tell us? Minerva asked once the werewolf's silence became uncomfortable. You think Black took Harry? Rescued him, Remus corrected. I'm not sure where, but check any place Sirius ever called home. We'll do that, Minerva said grimly. Thank you for your help, Mr. Lupin. I'll leave you to rest now. She turned and left the infirmary, glad that she no longer had to interview cats. No, she had a trip to the ministry to make, to find out where the Black home was located. Dumbledore would find out eventually that she hadn't gone to Privet Drive, but she felt no reason to tell him anything right now. What Albus didn't know wouldn't hurt him. Another chapter up for you all. Did you know that this chapter is exactly 8,888 words long? I thought that was weird when I noticed that. Don't think it means anything, but I thought one or two of you might enjoy that odd bit of trivia. I am enjoying bringing in the characters to rally against Dumbledore. Even Minerva's getting in on the fun. Patience, patience. In the next chapter, Severus and Harry will stumble upon yet another plot thread, and I'm tweaking it so it's just right. As always, thank you all for your magnificent support of this FIC. I never imagined it would do so well. Oh, by the way, for those of you who didn't know, I've started another HP FIC, but this is a crossover with the Avengers, featuring our very own Half-Blood Prince. So whoever likes the idea of Severus Snape duking it out with Loki and Thanos, go check it out on my author page. It's called Avenge. Sorry, that's not a more creative title. Seeing Red. Rated T. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Chapter 25. Seeing Red. Severus stepped out of the woods at last and stared in surprise at the ruined manor 2 miles away. Of all things, he had not been expecting to see something like that. Not for the first time. He wondered where in the world he was. The burned lane of trees leading to the castle-like house and the overgrown plant life around the house told their own story, but Severus wasn't interested in solving mysteries right now. As he had suspected, the bracelet around his wrist, which he couldn't remove, prevented him from operating. So he was pretty much stuck on foot. Only the knowledge that Harry was still out here, lost and wandering, prevented him from returning to the cabin and demanding that Black remove it. "Point me, Harry Potter," Severus murmured, flicking his wand. Again, the wand swiveled and pointed him forward, and a silvery ball of light shot from the end, disappearing too quickly for him to follow. His chest and head throbbed with a sudden ache, and he could feel his magical core rebelling against the multiple point-me charms he had already used. He blinked black spots from his vision and kept walking. Apparently, Harry had gone straight to the old ruin. After some minutes of brisk walking, Severus reached the lane of twisted trees and stepped onto a cobblestone lane. The twisted remains of a fence lay in the grass around the front of the manor, and he could see bits and pieces of a stone wall of some sort around the sides and back. The frontal courtyard of the house made it appear more like a castle than a manor house, and Severus had seen the style before, eyeing the towers on either side of the building like rooks on either side of a chessboard. This house was likely built in the 18th century, and judging from the faint hum of magic in the area, had been protected with some very powerful wards, until they were destroyed. He guessed that this house was attacked and pillaged during the war, 8 or 9 years ago. Magic would have helped the plants to grow remarkably fast, and the magic in the manor's construction would have prevented it from being completely. He didn't think the house was all that stable. He could only hope Harry hadn't gone and done something stupid to get himself hurt or trapped. He didn't want to think of the existence of still lethal wards still being a possibility. Severus steeled himself for the discomfort sure to assault his already exhausted magical core and began to cast some shallow detection spells. Since there was nothing to bounce against and resist his work, the magic didn't drain him as much as he thought it would. He detected the remnants of frayed wards that were beyond useless, old traces of magic that were left after an intense battle, high concentration of battle magic, especially dark arts, and a steady concentration of light magic in the ground and surrounding area. Severus nodded in satisfaction and walked briskly across the courtyard. The property's magic was clearly light-affiliated, so a dark family can't possibly have lived here. There were a few possibilities of who this fine manor could have belonged to, but it didn't really matter. All he cared about was finding Harry and fleeing from Black before the insane Azkaban escapee could come after them again. No doubt the bracelet would trace him, so he needed to find someone who could break its hold, or at least shatter its power. He was too weak right now to attempt it. He carefully stepped into the manor, squinting into the shadows and struggling to make something out. It was a grand entrance hall, floored with cracked marble and decorated with the broken remnants tapestries, chandeliers, carvings, and in glass crunched underfoot, and Severus scowled, hoping that the boy hadn't cut himself. A magnificent fluing fireplace stood against one wall, and Severus approached it out of curiosity. Most wealthy pureblood families put their family crest above the main flue as a show of power and authority. Here was no different. marred by soot and chipped from spell fire. The Gryffindor lion roared down at him with an odd-looking triangle etched on its chest. Twined around the lion's feet was a snake, interestingly enough, and a stylized sun rose above the roaring beast. The carved banner around the crest had Latin letters engraved on it, but Severus didn't bother to read them. He had seen this crest before on a boys' school trunk. He had just waltzed into James Potter's boyhood home, Potter Manor. He felt both dizzy with disgust and smugly triumphant. He had heard somewhere during the war that the Potter home had been targeted by the Death Eaters, but at that point, he had been too busy worrying about Lily, getting a crash course in clemency from Dumbledore, and attempting to keep the Dark Lord from finding out his new loyalty. It was a little funny that after all these years, Severus Snape was simply walking into Potter Manor without so much as a "by your leave." Mentally thumbing his nose at his childhood bully, he wandered around a little more, wondering if Harry was even here. But more by luck than anything else, he stumbled over the boy, curled up and fast asleep on the grand marble staircase. He sighed with relief and sat beside the child, casting a weak lumos so he could get a look at the boy's bare feet. They were scratched and bruised from his run through the woods, but he could detect no glass and no freshly bleeding cuts. The boy must have been careful as he was coming in, or else he went around the edge of the hall where there was less glass. Satisfied with his quick examination, he reached out and shook Harry by the shoulder. "Harry, wake up," he said sternly. He wasn't going to let the boy off the hook for running off and leading him on such a mad goose chase, but it was best to get the scolding done quickly so they could leave without delay. The child mumbled. He slowly woke and sat up, looking groggy and tired. "What? Who?" he whispered, groggily blinking and struggling to focus on the professor's face. With a soft cry, Harry suddenly launched himself into Severus' arms and hugged him for all he was worth. "Oh, Professor, I'm so sorry," the boy gasped, almost in tears. "I know I was bad to run off, and I'm really sorry. Thank you for finding me, and I'm really, really sorry, Professor." All right, calm down, and do be careful of that hand," Severus scolded. How could he reprimand the brat properly if he was imitating a monkey by swinging off his neck? He gently pushed Harry back and held up his glowing wand to inspect the boy's face. He was a little dirty, and there was a scratch on his cheek, but he looked fine otherwise. His cheeks were a bit flushed, but that could be from just awakening, or it could be from the fever still running in his system. Unfortunately, Severus didn't have enough magic to spare in order to cast diagnostic charms. He lowered his wand and checked the boy's hand, which was still bandaged, though the white cloth was now brown with dirt and quite grimy. He grimaced in disgust at the sight and tapped his wand against it, muttering a weak, cleansing charm. To his relief, most of the dirt disappeared and the bandages were more or less clean. "I understand you were frightened," Severus finally said, "but running away into an unfamiliar forest is hardly the way to deal with your fear. What were you thinking?" "I'm sorry," Harry mumbled, blinking hard and rubbing his nose with his wrist. Severus caught him by the arm and grumbled as he wiped the child's face with a handkerchief from his pocket. "For Merlin's sake, boy, what have I told you about using your wrist as a handkerchief?" Sorry, sir," Harry whispered, a few tears rolling down his face. "I forgot." "Yes, well," Severus sighed. "To run away was expected, I'll grant you. After that regrettable display you witnessed. But why by all that is sacred didn't you at least put your shoes on when you decided to disappear?" Harry's face flushed bright red. "Forgot," he mumbled and hunched his shoulders. "Yes, I suppose you did," Severus snorted. "If you ever do run off again, pray remember your shoes next time." Harry blushed even harder and squirmed. "I won't do it again, sir. I promise." "There is a time for running, and there is a time to be clever," the professor said severely. "A smarter move would have been to hide until the worst was over and come out when it was safe. I called for you, and we could have made a good start getting away from here if I had not been forced to waste time searching for you." "Why do we need to get away from here?" Harry asked timidly. He didn't hurt me. Besides burning you with a silver bracelet?" Harry blushed again. "He didn't mean it," he mumbled. "I didn't know it'd hurt me either." Do stop making excuses for him, Severus snorted, rummaging in his pockets, and the cloak's pockets as well, for something to transfigure into shoes for the boy. Black has always been incredibly irresponsible and foolish. He was in Azkaban for the last 7 years, and that will not have done anything for his sanity or stability. He may not wish to harm you for some reason, but he will not be able to help himself as he has no knowledge or common sense when it comes to caring for a child. Harry frowned. Why was he in Azkaban? Is that like jail or something? Azkaban is a magical prison, Severus replied shortly. He was supposedly the secret keeper for your family when the Dark Lord killed your parents and attempted to kill you. He found a used handkerchief in the cloak that was probably Black's and a crumpled shopping list. They were paltry offerings, but they would have to do until they reached civilization. He told the bad wizard where I was? Harry gasped in horror. He did it. Of course, Black now claims that he didn't, Severus snorted, setting the hanky and the parchment down on the stairs and aiming his wand at them. Surprisingly, I am inclined to believe him. Black was always a dreadful liar. But then, if he was able to fool your parents and Dumbledore and everyone else 7 years ago, perhaps he is lying. But I don't understand why he seems to care so much about you, if he really wanted to kill you. It makes no sense. Severus closed his eyes, concentrating hard on the 2 flimsy things that he was attempting to transfigure and praying that his magic didn't backlash or send him into a coma for this. When he opened his eyes a few seconds later, breathing hard and trembling, but still conscious, a pair of simple sandals sat on the stairs, ready for Harry's use. He felt strangely exultant at his success and gestured for Harry to take the sandals with a bit of a flourish. Minerva would have been proud of such perfect spell work on 2 such appallingly inadequate objects. Add to that the fact that he was almost completely exhausted in the attempt. Wow, Harry breathed. How'd you do that? Magic, Severus couldn't resist snarking. All right, now put them on so we can get out of this horrible place. Harry obeyed at once, and Severus picked up the boy's bag, glad that he'd had the sense to grab his clothes and things on his way out. He forgot his shoes, but if the shoes had been in the bag, Harry wouldn't have left them behind. It was a moot point now anyway. Sir? Harry suddenly piped up, standing up in his new shoes. Do you know who lived here? I don't particularly care, Severus grumbled, not really wanting to indulge in childish chatter right now. He shut his eyes briefly and massaged the migraine banging away in his head. He was tired, exhausted. Actually, Black could wake up at any moment, and he would simply track Severus down, knowing that where Snivellus was, their Potter could be found as well. How foolish of him to think they could evade the man for long. Death Eater or not, Black was once an Auror, and he wouldn't have forgotten everything he had learned at the hands of Mad-Eye Moody. I like lions, Harry announced seriously, and I like snakes too. Severus looked up at the boy and found him gazing thoughtfully up at the carved crest above the fireplace. I like neither, Severus announced in disgust, standing and holding out his hand to the child. Shall we go? Where's Snuffles? Harry asked innocently, taking Severus' hand without protest. You didn't hurt him, did you? Who in the world is Snuffles? Snape demanded. I hurt no one by that name. If you are referring to Black, I left him asleep. He isn't hurt. Well, not permanently so, unfortunately. What's that mean? Harry asked softly, his face wrinkling in concern. It means that Black may come after us and attempt to take you back to that hovel he calls a house, Severus snapped, at the end of his patience. Who would you rather be with? Severus demanded testily. Me or him? He would not admit that he was holding his breath for the child's answer. It was a simple question. Nothing to hold his breath over. No reason at all. You, Harry replied at once, his face blushing crimson. Sorry, Professor, he murmured. All is forgiven, I suppose, the potion's master muttered. Now do you think we could leave this depressing ruin sometime today? Harry nodded, clearly chastised, and said nothing more as Severus led the boy back through the broken hall and out through the front doorway. Severus shook his head at the blatant vandalism, knowing that whatever had destroyed the manor had almost certainly been a Death Eater attack. The destruction was excessive and ridiculously so. He knew that most of his old comrades had reveled in destroying property like teenage muggle gangsters. Absently, he wondered how many dark wizards it had taken in order to storm this formidable house. He wondered if there had been any elves left alive. Had James' parents perished in the war or before it? Had they died in this very house? He couldn't remember. Severus led Harry out of the house, through the silent, overgrown courtyard, and along the lane of dead, twisted trees until he found moss growing on one of the trunks. But knowing which way was north wasn't going to do them much good. He still didn't know what part of the country they were in. At least he now knew that they were still in England, but he had never heard where Potter Manor was actually located. Which way? Severus murmured, turning in a circle and wondering whether the surrounding countryside looked more like Kent or Yorkshire. Do you know where we are, Professor? Harry asked quietly. No, I do not. Black kidnapped me and brought me here via Portkey, same as you, I suppose. Harry winced at the reminder and wiggled his bandaged hand at his side. Why'd he kidnap you? He wondered. To play doctor for you, of course, Severus retorted. Let us follow this lane and hope it leads to a town. Most manors are built near communities, or rather, the wealthy purebloods often had serfs and retainers who formed their own villages on their liege lord's land. Sounds like stuff from a fairy tale, Harry replied thoughtfully. Most fairy tales are based in truth, Severus agreed. Do you feel well enough for a long walk? Can't we just jump back home? Harry asked with a pathetic moan. My feet hurt, and I'm tired. Severus shook his head. Jump? You mean apparate? No, we cannot. Why not? Harry whined, dragging his feet and giving him a rather pitiful expression. Severus sighed in frustration and pulled firmly on the boy's hand. He did not have the energy to deal with a moaning brat. Stop whining, he ordered sternly. He held up his free hand and shook his arm, so the sleeve revealed the silver links clasped tight around his wrist. Black put this on me, and it is preventing me from apparating. Plus, my magic is very low right now. If I attempted to apparate in my condition, I would certainly pass out, and I might splinch you or myself, rendering either of us maimed or dead. It is safest to walk. Okay, Harry sighed and said no more. Severus heaved a silent sigh of relief, and he supposed he could be grateful for one thing the abominable Dursleys had taught the boy. Tantrums were not to be tolerated. Whether or not the nearest town has any magical individuals living there doesn't matter, of course, but if we do find someone, they may have a flu we can use, Severus pointed out, wondering if he was attempting to convince himself or the child. It should not take long to reach civilization, at any rate. The child nodded silently and plodded along beside Severus without any more whining or complaining, and the potion's master had to admit that the child made a very good effort. He was obviously exhausted and still should be resting from his silver poisoning, but he was marching along, obedient and quiet. The lane stretched on forever, but Severus felt it the moment they stepped out of the immediate manor wards. Something like a tattered curtain passed over his skin, and he knew Harry felt it as well. The boy shivered and looked curiously over his shoulders. The lane was gone, leaving only meadow, hills, and scattered trees. The isolation wards are still in place, Severus explained. I imagine the goblins renew them every year to keep vandals or curious idiots away. You can't bother what you can't see, am I right? Yeah, Harry murmured, still gaping at the empty meadow behind them. That's pretty awesome. We are likely still on we are still on land that belongs to the manor, Severus pointed out, flustered by his near-slip to call this area Potterland. This road should lead us to the local village soon enough. Would you like to stop for a quick rest? Harry groaned and shook his head. If I sit down, I won't be able to get up, the boy said honestly. But I'm terribly thirsty. I am as well, Severus said after a few seconds. But the Aguamini spell requires a great deal of focus and a good burst of power behind it. If I attempted it now, I would likely fall into a coma, and you would be left alone to find the town and bring help. Harry looked alarmed. Are you sick, sir? Not sick, just magically exhausted, Severus assured the worried child. Now, the sooner we reach the village, the sooner we can find water and rest. Shall we? Harry nodded firmly and stepped up his pace. Severus hoped that it was a second wind and not that the boy was pushing himself for his sake, but he wouldn't comment about it. The earlier slow pace he had set because of Harry's obvious weariness had irked him more than he would care to admit. He was almost too tired to be as snappish and rude as he would usually, plus, he had gotten into a habit of being more or less gentle with the boy. They followed the cobbled lane until it turned into a rutted cart road, and they both stumbled in the ruts and over the clumps of weeds overgrowing the lane. The lane skirted some low hills and curved around a neat group of trees and low hills. Severus wondered if he should risk casting a water detection spell. It wouldn't take much power, though it would likely bring him to his knees for a few minutes. Harry's lips were cracked, and he looked rather gray from exhaustion. Severus was certain that he didn't look much better. They needed water, and they needed it now. The day was getting too warm, and the sun was well past midday by now. Black still hadn't come after them, but Severus wasn't sure what to make of that. His immediate concern was Boy's steps were starting to drag from sheer weariness, and Severus knew he ought to pick the exhausted child up, but he was tired himself. "Just a bit further," he said silently. "Surely the town isn't far now." "Professor," Harry suddenly spoke up in a faint voice. His little sweaty hand was trembling in Severus' grip, and he looked ghostly white except for 2 spots of color on his cheeks. "Harry?" Severus asked cautiously, reaching out to feel the boy's dry, hot face. "Are you feeling ill?" "I dunno," the boy whispered. "I feel." Harry's eyes suddenly rolled up in his head and his knees gave out. Severus gasped and caught the child in his arms, his heart pounding in terror. After a few horrified seconds, he found the presence of mind to check for a pulse, and was relieved to find that the boy had just fainted. His skin was dry and feverishly hot. His cheeks were no longer white but flushed with fever. All symptoms pointed to heat stroke. Severus reached up and wiped sweat from his forehead, wincing at the dark spots that danced in his vision. With the black cloak he was wearing, he would certainly be next, he mused. Never mind the non-existent village, he decided. They needed shade and they needed water. He could not afford to cast for a direction, since he needed his strength to carry the boy until they found a stream or a home of compassionate. He couldn't afford to wander until he collapsed either. Cradling Harry with one arm, Severus drew his wand and shrunk the duffel bag he had been carrying. He tucked it in his pocket, alongside his potion bag, and swayed for a minute, forcing himself to stay focused. His migraine worsened, almost bringing tears to his eyes. But he had survived a dark war under the most tyrannical of Dark Lords. He had gone through rounds of torture and walked away. He could cast a few measly spells while he was tired. It was easy. He gritted his teeth and carefully cast for the nearest water source. The effort nearly drained him. He vaguely heard his own voice cry out in agony as his magic was torn from that bruised, tender spot that he kept prodding and worsening with his little spells. When the white faded from view, the bluish runes hovering in front of his face informed him that water was to be found a few miles directly to his right. Severus had to rest for several minutes before he found the strength to stand with the boy in his arms. He kept Harry upright, letting the boy's head rest on his shoulder, and he let the child's skinny legs wrap around his waist so he could better support the limp form in his arms. In that more or less secure position, he supposed he could carry the boy for a while. Taking a deep breath, Severus turned and stepped into the trees, making a curve around the high hill in his way, and hoped he could last long enough on his own legs. The Weasley children were playing Quidditch. Nothing new about that. With Bill visiting for a couple days and Charlie and Percy home from school, the twins managed to get Mum to let them all come out to the special valley where they played their Quidditch games out of sight of potential Muggle eyes. Even Ron, who was only 9, was up in the air on a broom and ignoring his big brother's admonitions to stay out of the fracas and play referee. They left Ginny at home, of course, since she was only 8 and a girl at that. No matter how she howled, even Mum agreed that their little sister ought to stay at home while her brothers ran off their energy. Or flew it off, so to speak. 13-year-old Percy was sitting at the edge of the wooded clearing, reading a book. Only Bill and Charlie were older than him, so that made him one of the oldest Weasleys. Sometimes, he felt like he was the only one in the family with any sense, and that alone made him feel like the oldest child. He hated sports and always resented it when his brothers dragged him along on their mad excursions. Why couldn't they just leave him at home where it was quiet? Well, aside from Ginny's whining, that is, he didn't ask to come out here, but he jolly well was going to enjoy it his own way. Technically, Ron was using Percy's broom, but since he hated Quidditch, he didn't begrudge his little brother the use of it. They were playing with one keeper and one chaser on each team, with Fred and Bill versus George and Charlie, and Percy supposed he could have offered to referee. Ron was zipping back and forth, sometimes on one team, sometimes on the other. Several times, Fred or George hollered down at Percy to get his head out of the book and help them. Without another broom, though, Percy couldn't do much besides threaten to tell Mom. He sighed and shoved his glasses up his sweaty nose and wondered how his brothers were enjoying such a hot afternoon. They were likely sweating buckets up there, and they would just taunt and tease Percy if he told them to get down and drink some water before they died of heat stroke. It wasn't his fault he tried to be responsible, he mused angrily. Somebody had to make sure they didn't kill themselves, and Percy knew that his mom would turn on him first anyway if something happened. So with an angry grumble, Percy put a bookmark in his spot and stood up. He was skinny and frail compared to his stocky brothers. His red hair was slightly curled, unlike most other members of his family who had straight hair. His eyes were weak and his parents couldn't afford a St. Mungo specialist, so he wore glasses. All 5 of his brothers, and even his little sister Ginny, loved Quidditch with a passion that was absolutely ridiculous. Percy preferred to read and think and play chess and do quiet things with his spare time. He didn't understand why anyone would adore a sport that more often than not left you with injuries and pain. "Oi, you lot get down here and get water, or I'll go right this minute and tell Mom," Percy hollered up at his brothers. It was better to get the "tell Mom" thread out there as soon as possible. It saved time, and Percy loved being efficient. Grumbling and sighing, the 5 other Weasley boys drifted down out of the sky and congregated around Percy, who was handing out wooden mugs of water filled from the no-spill pitcher that Mum always sent with them when they came out this far. Naturally, his brothers made Percy carry of his different interests. Percy Weasley was a bit of an odd duck among his siblings. He got teased, pranked, picked on, and delegated for unpleasant chores more often than not. And he held his own by having Mum's ear and becoming known among his brothers as a tattletale. He told himself that it didn't matter, that he didn't care. All he cared about was doing well in school, making his parents proud, and maybe getting a good job in the ministry after graduation. For a 13-year-old, he was a bit ambitious, but to Percy's mind, there was nothing wrong with thinking ahead. His brothers were the ones who couldn't understand that. Even Bill, the most responsible one besides him, hadn't given much of a thought to his future until the summer before his 7th year. He was home now after his first year of training with the goblins as a curse breaker. He was only 18 and still Quidditch crazy, and Percy had been disappointed that Bill hadn't seemed interested in talking to his bookwormish 13-year-old brother about anything of importance. They'd had one chess game together all summer, though it only started 3 weeks ago, and Bill had been playing with all of his other siblings more often, or chatting with Mom and Dad about adult things like girlfriends and money and stuff. Percy learned a long time ago that nobody listened to him unless he invoked higher authority, so he had gotten rather good at bossing people in the name of other bosses. His head of house at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall, told him that he would likely be made a prefect once he hit 5th year. The thought of being recognized for a talent of his had helped him to work harder. September would start his 3rd year, and he was determined to do his absolute best, determined to prove once and for all that he wasn't the misfit, weird, awkward little shrimp of the Weasley family. He had gifts too, and one day everybody would see it. Nobody thanked Percy for the water, but he didn't really care much. They never thanked him for anything except in an angry, sarcastic way if he got them in trouble. "Perce, it's your turn," Charlie suddenly said, nudging his little brother good-naturedly. "Ronnie tries, but I don't think he knows what team he's on." "I do so," the youngest Weasley boy protested shrilly, his freckles standing out on his indignant face. "I'm on your team, Charlie." "Funny," 18-year-old Bill drawled as he messed up Ron's hair. "I thought you were putting the quaffle through Charlie's goal a few minutes ago." "Points to me and Fred." Ron grumbled and protested and slapped his oldest brother's hand away from his hair, but his brothers just laughed. "Well, All of his brothers except for Percy. "Hey, let's play me and Forge. Against you and Charlie," the twins demanded. Nobody could ever tell which was which when they pulled their odd twinspeak act. The fact that they called each other weird amalgamations of both their names just made things more confusing. "Only if you're ready to be trounced," Bill grinned. "Of all of us, who's actually played matches and won?" "Yeah, we know," one of the twins sighed. "You and Charlie only brag about your Quidditch exploits every time you come home, and you've got the better brooms, so I suppose we'll just have to beat you to prove that you two aren't the only ones who can handle Quidditch. Besides, we'll have Percy to even things out." Ignoring Ron's howl of protest, Percy rolled his eyes. "I am not jumping on that death trap of a broomstick," he declared. "I don't care whose team I'm on." "Ah, come on, perfect Percy," one of the twins wheedled. "If you play, we promise we won't play another prank on you. At least until tomorrow." Percy scowled and folded his arms. "Considering that I'm smart enough to know that tomorrow begins at 12:01 tonight, that isn't much of a bribe." "I'll play," Ron shrieked. His brothers ignored him. "It'll be fun, Percy," Charlie the peacemaker attempted. "Mum did say she wanted you to get some exercise." "Yeah, poor ickle Percykins is looking so viewy pale," Bill teased, to the hooting laughter of the twins, and slung an arm around his little brother's shoulders. "Shove off," Percy growled angrily, pushing Bill away. "I hate Quidditch, and you know I do. You'll break my glasses again, and what'll Mom and Dad say if I break my arm or something?" "Oh, come off it, Perce. You always go to the worst-case scenario," Bill snorted and rolled his eyes. "One game, and I'll get you a new book before you go back to school. Deal?" Percy briefly wavered. Books were his weakness, and trust his big brother to know there was something fishy about all of his brothers, except Ron, of course, attempting to bully and or bribe him into a game. They usually left him alone. Unless they had ulterior motives, of course. Getting suspicious, Percy turned up his nose and walked away, shouting over his shoulder, "I'm not getting on that clean sweep, not even if you bought me the entire Hogwarts library. So there." Play with Ron. Leaving his brothers behind, Percy went back to the tree he had been sitting under, intent on finishing his book. For once, it wasn't something for school. It was actually an adventure novel a friend of his had got him for Christmas, and he hadn't got a chance to read it until now. Penny was a Ravenclaw, kind of cute, and actually serious about schoolwork, unlike his annoying brothers. He had gotten her a book about flowers since she loved gardening, and he had been rather shocked when he opened his gift to find Colin Rosenstone in the Cursed Locket, an adventure story about a young wizard whose parents mysteriously disappear, leaving behind nothing but a locket and a set of clues for him to use in an attempt to find them. Was just at the part when the young wizard confronted his father's old employer and found out that the man was actually a dark wizard in hiding. Settling back down with his book, he watched his brothers bicker out of the corner of his eye and relaxed when it looked like they were indeed letting Ron play on the twins' team. He didn't mind when his brothers did their own things and let him do his. It wasn't as if he would force any of them to grab a book and sit with him all afternoon if they didn't want to. So why had they been so adamant in trying to get him on a broom with them? Percy shook his head and tried to get back into his book, but a sudden noise almost right beside him caused him to drop his book in fright. Standing not 3 feet away was a very tall, very familiar man, though his familiar face was extremely pale and lined with exhaustion. "Just my luck," the man's silky voice sneered, as scornful as ever. Weasley's. Severus Snape was at the end of his strength. He was not sure if he could make it much farther, and he had only been walking through the woods for a half-hour at the most. Harry was light and bony, but the boy seemed to get heavier and hotter with every step. He was frantic with worry, both for the boy and for himself. If he collapsed, who could tell how long it would be until he woke again? Harry might die of dehydration by then. He was coming close to a clearing of some sort when he heard voices. The high chatter and laughter of children rang clearly from up ahead, and Severus wondered if he was hallucinating or if he was going to stumble on a family picnic. He couldn't be anywhere near the water source he had detected yet, and muggles or not, people would be suspicious of a half-dead man carrying an unconscious little boy in the middle of nowhere. He hesitated only a minute before he resolutely marched on. They needed water and shelter. Maybe these people could help for now, until he could return to a magical community. But realizing that he really was all alone in this was a sobering thing. Normally, his first instinct would be to call Dumbledore. But that was not such a good idea now, was it? Albus would insist on putting the child back with those muggles, and Severus Snape would be in the same pickle he was in before. The only thing he really could do was tell the Ore Department that he and Harry had seen Black on the old Potter lands, and leave it at that. He wasn't letting the boy out of his sight again. It seemed every time he did, Harry managed to attract some trouble or danger. Frankly, it was irritating. Severus came upon the clearing much quicker than he anticipated. Sitting under a tree at the very edge, literally right in front of him, was a red-haired boy with glasses who was contentedly reading a book. He was dreadfully skinny, dressed in a t-shirt and worn jeans that looked to have come from a Muggle thrift store. But ahead in the clearing, 5 more red-headed boys were zipping around on flying brooms, whooping and tossing a red ball back and forth between them. There was no doubt in his mind that he had indeed found a magical family, but the knowledge of which family he'd found soured his elation. He'd been drilling potions into the heads of the 3 oldest boys for years now. A stick snapped under his boot, and the reading boy jerked in alarm, turning wide eyes behind round glasses on him and his burden. He knew the instant Percival Weasley recognized him from the sheer alarm and confusion that rippled across his thin face. "Just my luck," Severus sneered. "Weasleys? Professor?" Percival squeaked, stumbling to his feet and clutching his book with shaking hands. How did you? I mean, what are you? Cease your senseless babble and bring some water." Severus barked at him. When the boy frowned in confusion, he changed to his "move right now before I give you detention" hiss. "Now, Mr. Weasley." "Why, yes, sir." Percival gasped. He fled across the clearing while Severus gingerly sat in the mossy space the young Weasley had vacated. It was soft and cool here, and he gently lay Harry down, frowning worriedly at the child's slack, flushed face and his labored breathing. "Oi, Percy," one of the flying redheads hollered. "What's the rush?" "What's got you in a snit, Perce?" another boy yelled. Severus looked over his shoulder, noticing Percival Weasley returning with a pitcher in one hand and a cup in the other. The red heads on their brooms seemed to notice something was up, and soon there were 6 Weasley boys on the grass, 5 of whom were gaping at him in amazement. He treated all of them, especially William, his former student, and Charlie, a current troublemaker, with his best scowl. "Professor Snape, sir?" William spoke up, only sounding somewhat timid, despite the fact that he was 18 years old now and hadn't been in his potions class for over 3 years now. "May I ask?" "You may, but will I answer?" Severus interrupted smoothly. "That, I believe, is the question. Are you passing through, Professor?" Charlie piped up. "Should we get Mom?" William added, sounding exasperated. Severus took the cup of water from Percival's trembling hand and took a handkerchief from his pocket. After wetting it, he sponged Harry's face with it, trying not to chew his lip agitatedly as he considered his options. Much as he disliked the disruptive Weasleys, from what he remembered about them, they lived near a Muggle town, and their closest magical neighbors were the Lovegoods. Xenophilius would be a dreadful host, if he was even home. He really didn't have a choice, did he? "Alert your mother that she is guests," he snapped, not looking round at the boys. He hated imposing on others and being forced to accept aid in any shape or form, but he needed somewhere to recover his magical strength. Harry needed somewhere cool and dim to heal from his heat stroke, and Black was likely still after them. He would need to visit the nearest magical families anyway to advise them to strengthen their wards. There was a loud crack from behind that told him the oldest Weasley boy had likely operated to go warn his mother of guests, as he had requested. "Where is your father?" he demanded suddenly, looking over his shoulder and scowling at the silent children. "At work, sir," Percival answered promptly. Now that his shock had worn off, the 3rd Weasley boy was just as he was in school, always precise and respectful, unlike his mutinous older brothers. Judging from the looks he was getting from the other 3 Weasley boys he had never met, Severus could see that he still had a very long 10 years or so of teaching red-haired dunderheads to look forward to. Oh joy! When do you expect him back? Severus demanded. By supper time, sir, Percival answered again. Severus muttered, pouring a bit of water between Harry's cracked lips. Excuse me, sir, Percival spoke up timidly. But who's that? He looks a little small to be a Slytherin, if you don't mind my saying, sir. Do keep your thoughts confined to your skull where they are more useful, Mr. Weasley, Professor Snape sneered in his 20 points, from Gryffindor voice. I expect you will discover the identity of my young charge quickly enough, if you've the sense God gave a dung beetle. Seeing that he couldn't do much more for Harry, he stood up and scooped the boy back into his arms. He shut his eyes and staggered against the tree when the world spun dizzily around him. He supposed that it had been a bad idea to attempt standing suddenly with the boy when he was still so exhausted. His eyes snapped open when he realized that the second oldest Weasley boy had stepped up very close to him. I can carry him, sir, Charlie said quietly. He was a stocky boy, not as tall as his older brother, but broader. Severus could easily imagine him toting his brothers around with those arms of his, which were, while not impressive, were considerably more substantial than the twigs his brothers dared call arms. Severus glared down at the 16-year-old boy, but Charlie's blue eyes stared back at him, unwavering and calm. I won't drop him, Professor, the boy said confidently. And if you'll excuse my saying so, you look like a corpse about to fall over. I'll carry the kid, and no problem, sir. Severus glared mutinously, his glittering black eyes promising retribution later for such a cheeky comment, but he couldn't deny the obvious without looking like a fool. He silently handed the limp child over to the Weasley boy, who cradled him tenderly, with clear experience behind the way he maneuvered Harry's limp arms and legs and smiled up at the professor as if thanking him. Charlie set off, across the clearing at a good clip, shouting for his brothers to pack it up. Ah, Charlie! The youngest boy burst out whining. Can't me and the twins keep playing? Percy's here. You will obey your brother, Severus hissed menacingly, fixing the whining brat with a vicious glare. The boy and I were kidnapped by Sirius Black, and I doubt your mother would appreciate you being left alone here with an Azkaban escapee so near. The youngest boy only looked mutinous and confused, but Percival and the twins paled before they dashed around the clearing, collecting their Quidditch gear, a lunch basket, and the youngest boy's sweater. Severus jerked his head at them when they finished and stood there staring at him, as if he was going to lead them to safety now. Well, he snapped, I don't know where your house is, do I? Lead on, and hurry up. Percival hurriedly set off in the footsteps of his older brother and Severus brought up the rear. As they left the clearing and took a little path up the side of the valley, he clearly heard one of the twins whisper loudly to their older brother, So that's Professor Snape? Percival didn't even turn. That's Professor Snape, he whispered back in a defeated tone. And we're gonna have him at our house? One or the other of the identical boys pressed in disbelief. Looks like it, Percival muttered back. Wicked, the twins breathed at the same time, exchanging looks that would have done the marauders proud. Severus scowled hatefully at the grinning clowns, imagining all the foolish ideas swirling in their idiotic heads, and picked up his pace, crowding them a bit with his menacing presence. He never could get a break from idiotic Gryffindors, it seemed, but every single time, he had to grit his teeth and bear it, because he had no choice. Why oh why did he have such rotten luck? Those Weasley twins would just have to hope they didn't anger him, or they would find the next 7 years of their lives to be hell on earth. He could assure them of that. With such a cheerful thought, he allowed his tense and aching shoulders to relax, anxiously watching Charlie up ahead to be sure that he didn't drop or bump Harry. If that red-haired brat dared hurt his child, he would tear the boy apart. I hope you have all enjoyed this twist. I have been anticipating bringing in the Weasleys for a while now. Our Harry will be safe enough with them for a little while, and the poor kid can finally take a break. Let me know what you think. Molly Coddling, rated T. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Chapter 26. Molly Coddling. Bill Weasley had seen a lot of strange things in his life, but the sight of Professor Snape, of all people, walking into their Quidditch pitch carrying an unconscious child was just about the oddest thing ever. Only the professor's nasty quips and snarls had convinced him it wasn't a heat mirage, but still. What was Professor Snape doing in their area with a kid anyway? He ran to the house after operating on the professor's orders and burst in the front door. "Mom," he hollered. "You in here?" "In the kitchen, love," Mrs. Weasley shouted back. "And close the door. You're letting in the flies." Bill slammed the door behind him and marched into the kitchen. "We have a problem," he said briskly. "What happened?" his mother demanded, spinning around from the stove, waving a dripping spoon at him. "If you boys put Percy on a broom again and broke his dash—" "No, Mum, nothing like that," Bill interrupted impatiently. "We've got guests." "Guests?" Mrs. Weasley echoed, frowning. "Did you invite someone over and forget they were coming?" "No, Mum," Bill groaned in exasperation. "It's Professor Snape. And some kid." "Professor Snape," his mother repeated as if he was joking. "Your old potions professor from Hogwarts?" "Yep," Bill said cheerfully. "So where should we put them? I can sleep on the couch, and Charlie can squeeze in with Percy if we give them our room." "Merciful heavens!" Molly Weasley exclaimed, tossing her spoon onto the counter and wiping her hands on her apron. "Why in the world did he come here, then? Bringing a child too. This just won't do. It won't do at all. The house is a mess, and we're only having shepherd's pie for supper." "I'm sure he won't care, Mom," Bill said in exasperation. "He looked half dead, and that's the truth. The boy he was carrying looked sick. He wasn't moving, and his face was all flushed. I don't think I've ever seen Professor Snape worried before, but—" Mrs. Weasley looked thoughtful for a bit before she nodded briskly. "Right," she said firmly. "Bill, you get your wand and tidy up your bedroom. See if you can change the sheets too. I'll set the living room to rights and fetch the medicine chest." "Are they walking up?" "I guess so," Bill shrugged. "I've never exactly seen Professor Snape on a broom, and he'd probably fall over if you tried to ride one now, the way he looks." "Dear, dear," Molly fretted. She flapped her hands at her eldest son. "Well, go on then. Get your room ready and change those sheets." Severus stopped in horror at the sight of the house before him. It was a monstrosity of unplanned recklessness. A crooked house made of 3 different materials that more closely resembled a child's imaginative drawing than a proper home. For some absurd reason, Lily's laughing voice almost seemed to chant in the recesses of his memory. There once was a crooked old man who lived in a crooked old house with a crooked old cat. The crooked old cat caught a crooked old rat for the crooked old man, and they all lived together in the crooked old house. He had no idea where Lily had learned such an absurd bit of poetry, unless she made it up. But this crooked cottage, 3 stories high and teetering on the edge of collapse, would have made her laugh. He was certain about that. He glanced quickly at Charlie, still holding Harry and still striding along as if the boy weighed nothing in his arms. The twins had their heads together, but judging from their furtive glances and muffled giggles, Severus Snape might have to show them early why he was the most feared teacher in Hogwarts. The youngest boy looked scared of him, and rightly so. And since his whining earlier in the clearing, he hadn't said a word. His freckles looked rather dark on his pale face. "Welcome to the burrow," Charlie called cheerfully over his shoulder. "Percy, get the door, would you?" But even as the bespectacled Weasley moved to obey his brother, the front door banged open and Mrs. Weasley bustled out. Severus thought the years had surely been better to her than they had to him. The last time he'd seen the woman, she had been slightly thinner and more serious. Now, she was beaming at them all, the very picture of ideal motherhood. She was slightly plump, red-faced from exertion, wearing a neat house dress and apron, and her red hair was tied back in a neat bun, from which curls escaped and framed her round, smiling face in a rather becoming manner. Severus wondered why he felt a pang of irritation when he looked at her, and then he remembered that he felt that way around nearly all the mother-hen types. She would mollycoddle him until he screamed for mercy, and he would remember everything his own mother had not done for him, and he would get even more irritable with his own irritation. Severus sighed silently, reminding himself that he didn't have a choice, and it was for Harry anyway. The boy could use some mollycoddling right now. "Professor Snape," Mrs. Weasley cheered. "What a surprise. Come right in." "Mercy, but you look dead on your feet." "The boy needs a dim room and water," Severus replied in a politely dry tone. He is dehydrated and suffering from heat stroke." Of course, Mrs. Weasley said, looking suitably worried. "Just take him up to your room, Charlie, there's a good lad. I think Bill fixed your bed for him. The professor can take the other." Severus balked at the door. "I beg your pardon," he coughed. "I am not staying the night. I have matters to take care of." "Oh no, you don't," Mrs. Weasley said firmly, shooing him inside and herding him toward the stairs. "Our home is yours for as long as you insist on competing with a corpse for looks. You go on up those stairs right now and get washed up. The bathroom's the first door on your right once you reach the landing. Go on." Severus' protests fell on deaf ears. The capable woman herded him up the stairs and shoved him into the bathroom, where to his mortification, shampoo, soap, and even a set of clothing had been left out. He curled his lips in disgust and petulantly folded his arms, his skin crawling with apprehension. "I am not one of your children that you can simply bully me into obeying you, Mrs. Weasley," Severus said in his coldest sneer. "I do not require the services of your bathroom, and I do not require lodgings. I merely ask that you care for the boy and allow me the use of your flue, and I shall make it worth your time and resources." "Nonsense," Mrs. Weasley said shrilly, giving him a very strong push into the bathroom, smiling triumphantly when he, in his weakened state, stumbled back and had to grab the sink to keep from falling over. "I'm not one of your students that you can intimidate me that easily." Severus Snape, the Weasley matriarch, informed him firmly. "Now you wash up and refresh yourself, and then you can have a lie down until supper. After you've rested and eaten, we'll see about you using the flue." She grabbed the door to shut it on his astonished face and gave him a kindly wink. "And call me Molly, dear." And with that, she closed the door, locking him in the bathroom. Severus just glared at the door for several minutes before he realized that he really was tired and sore. A bath sounded excellent right about now, but not in a stranger's bathtub, surrounded by current and future students of his. It had to be inappropriate somehow. Grumbling and arguing with himself, Severus turned on the shower instead of the main faucet and was glad that hot water came out right away. He was rather filthy from his recent trials, and it wouldn't do to give the wrong impression to his hosts. After all, if they thought he was deranged or something, they might go to Dumbledore, and that could definitely wait until he was strong enough to fight back against the cunning old man. He moved to unbutton his shirt when he had the uncanny sense that he was being watched. Jerking his head up, he yanked out his wand, eyes darting around the bathroom. It was a small room, old-fashioned and rather shabby, and there were no peeping holes or hiding places that he could see. Even so, he scrutinized the room one last time, and his eyes fell on the culprit. It was a plump brown rat on top of the bathroom cabinet. Grimacing in disgust, he left it alone and put his wand on the sink. He hated rats, but he couldn't spare the magic to kill it or banish it right now. Rodents were simply vile and disgusting, and he wished he knew where to find a good cat right now. Giving the creature a glare that sent it scuttling away, Severus got into the shower, attempting to convince himself that he was only doing it because Mrs. Weasley looked like the most stubborn witch on the planet, and not because getting clean seemed like such a good idea right now. After all, he had to maintain a civil relationship with the Weasley matriarch if he wanted Harry to stay safe here. Even Albus Dumbledore would have a hard time taking the boy from that woman if this was any indication. Harry woke up to a dry mouth and a raging headache. His ears were ringing, but as he focused on trying to wake up, he heard a lady's voice gently calling him. "Come on now, love. Wake up," she called. Her voice was not familiar, and neither were the smells that surrounded him. There were strange things he had never smelled before, and the lady near him smelled like baked bread and spices. It wasn't like the antiseptic smell of the nurse lady at Hogwarts, or the pine needle smell of the lady professor friend of Professor Snape's. With effort, he cracked open his eyes, and had to slam them shut again because it was too bright. "There's a good lad," the lady crooned softly. "Come on now, open those eyes." A shadow fell across his face, and he was able to squint. The lady standing over him was plump, in a comfortable kind of way that would horrify Aunt Petunia. Her hair was a nice shade of golden, red, and looked curly. Her blue eyes were sparkling with kindness and concern, and she was smiling at him as she blocked the sunlight from the window. He was in a narrow bedroom he had never seen before, and he felt a jolt of panic as he wondered where he was. "Wah?" he managed to say. Not very intelligent, and his throat scratched like sandpaper. He felt nauseous and dizzy and his head was banging. "I'm sure you're thirsty," the lady said cheerfully, beaming down at him with that nice smile of hers. "Why don't you try to take a few drinks of this, all right?" The lady turned aside and helped him sit up a bit, guiding a glass of water to his dry mouth. The water tasted vaguely sour, like lemon juice had been added to it. To his surprise, it felt terribly nice to his parched tongue and throat. He eagerly drank until half the glass was gone, and to his relief, his pounding headache was a bit less. "Thank you, lady," Harry rasped. He turned aside and coughed, and the lady helped him sit up all the way. She rubbed his back until his coughing fit ended and helped him drink some more water. Now that he was sitting up and awake, Harry looked around the room. His gaze fell at one on another bed across from his own and the man lying on it. "Professor?" Harry whispered, his heart spiking with panic. "He's fine," the lady soothed him. "He washed up and now he's taking a rest. You've rested, and now it's time for you to have a wash, all right?" Harry nodded obediently. He was feeling too dizzy and disoriented to argue. The lady helped him off the bed and guided him up a narrow hallway to a bathroom. She sat him on a stool near the sink and ran the bathwater. Harry rubbed his aching head and yawned so hard he almost cracked his jaw. When he blinked the moisture out of his eyes, he noticed a fat rat hiding between the toilet and the sink counter, blinking at him. He shuddered in revulsion and kicked out at it. "Shoo!" he hissed at it. He hated rodents, thought mostly because he had to handle the mousetraps at his relative's house. "Something the matter, dear?" the lady asked in concern. No, ma'am," Harry blushed. He tried to kick the rat again, and it scuttled away behind the toilet, so it was now under the claw-footed bathtub. "It's just, you've got rats," he said flatly, and tried not to shudder again. "We do?" the lady asked, sounding surprised. But then she noticed the rodent cowering under the tub and laughed. "Oh, that's Scabbers." She snatched the rat off the floor, and the creature didn't even squeak or struggle. Harry watched with an open mouth as she opened the bathroom door and dropped the rat out into the hallway. "Percy," she shouted, "your rat was in the bathroom again. You keep an eye on him, or out he goes. Do you hear me?" She slammed the door with a satisfied expression on her face and returned to the tub. She dumped some bottles into the water, the way the professor had when Harry took his baths at his house. "You don't like rats, dear?" the lady asked in concern. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. "Not really," he said quietly. Why? You don't really have rats?" "No, just the one," the lady chuckled. Percy was pining for a pet and came in with the rat. It's remarkably tame and gentle for a rat, but it's got a fascination with the bathroom. "All right, love, the bath's all ready. Want to get in now?" Harry gingerly stood up and had to brace himself against the sink while the world spun around him. The lady was suddenly at his side, crooning comforting words in his ear and trying to get him to take his gritty t-shirt off. He hadn't taken it off in days, but he sure didn't want to take it off now. The lady would see his ugly scars and she might get mad or something. She stopped when she sensed him squirming in an effort to get away from her, and she gently turned him around, peering into his face worriedly. "Listen, dear," she said gently, smoothing his hair back from his face. Her gaze stopped on his forehead, and her eyes widened just a bit. Harry wondered if she was going to say something about his weird jagged scar, and was grateful when she just kept talking like nothing had happened. "I've got 7 children of my own, and I've bathed every one of them. You're in no fit shape to wash yourself, but you'll feel much better if you get all clean. Will you let me help you?" Something about her gentle, understanding voice and in her soft, caring gaze melted Harry's resistance. He wondered if this was what having a mum felt like. He nodded silently and stepped back so he could take his own shirt off. When he yanked it off, she gave a little gasp, but quickly smothered her shock behind an encouraging smile. Harry felt his face getting hot, but since she was busying herself with arranging the shampoo and the soap, he was grateful. A hot bath really did sound like the best idea in the world right now. Severus Snape decided that this was the reason all professors ate at a separate table in Hogwarts' Great Hall. The Weasleys were all Gryffindors, every blasted one of them, besides the children not yet in school, of course, and they ate like ravenous monsters while simultaneously talking at the tops of their lungs and laughing louder. Severus was sure he was going to be ill, just from sitting at the same table as 7 hollering children and their oblivious parents. Mrs. Weasley, he absolutely refused to cave into her affectionate bullying and call her Molly, bustled about, seemingly never still. She brought things from the kitchen, whisked dirty dishes away almost before her brood was finished with them, and hurried up and down the stairs, reporting that Harry was asleep and seemed fine. Apparently, while Severus Snape slept in the land of the dead after his shower, Harry had woken up, but seeing his professor in the other bed, he had allowed Molly to feed, bathe, and medicate him. He was now lost to the world, sleeping blissfully despite the natural disaster that was the Weasleys shaking the house up to the rafters. After spotting their formidable professor sound asleep in their older brother's bedroom, apparently the Weasley children had completely accepted him as one of their own. Hence, their complete and utter abandon of all sense of propriety and decency at the dinner table. It was almost a parody of the Gryffindor table at Hogwarts. Noise, noise, and more noise pounded on Severus' head until he was sure he was going to lose his mind, and what little food he had managed to swallow as well. He fought the urge to scream at them all and take 50 million points from Gryffindor while assigning the school children to 10 years of servitude under Filch. He thought he had been doing quite well until Mr. Weasley, a thin, cheerful man with a balding head of red hair and eyes that twinkled worse than Albus Dumbledore's, nudged his arm and asked him to pass the peas. Severus actually flinched at the man's voice so close to his ear and directed at him instead of over him. Slowly, the potions professor turned to face Arthur Weasley, as any sharper movement would make his head explode. "Do tell your brats to shut up," he hissed barely above a whisper. "Before I do something drastic." Mr. Weasley's eyes popped wide open in surprise at his tone and demand, but he obeyed. Severus was almost amused that simply tapping his water glass with his spoon caught the attention of all his jabbering children. "Why don't we settle down, all right?" Arthur said in a kindly but firm tone that rather relieved Severus. He had been hoping that the man would be a bit better about putting his foot down than Albus usually was. "Professor Snape has had a long day, and I think we're all giving him a headache," Arthur went on, earning Severus Snape's iciest glare. But the children quieted down, seeming to finally remember who exactly it was that was sitting at their table. They cowered once again and avoided looking at him, which was just how Severus liked it. Mrs. Weasley came out of the kitchen with the pudding and seemed shocked to find everyone so quiet. "Did I miss something?" she asked curiously, setting the 2 dishes of treacle pudding down where everyone could get them. "The pudding looks fantastic, dear," Arthur said enthusiastically, scooping out a good helping and plopping it on his little daughter's plate. She was the only girl in a family of 6 brothers, and out of all of them, she had actually been rather quiet during their meal. He had missed her full name, but everyone called her Ginny. "Arthur?" Molly Weasley prompted, slapping one of her son's hands away from getting a 3rd scoop of pudding. "Only that the children were about to give Professor Snape here a stroke," Mr. Weasley chuckled. He turned to the potions professor with an apologetic shrug. "It's a bit much to get used to, I'm afraid. 7 children all at once can get a bit noisy, but I suppose you know that from teaching a few hundred of them every year, eh? Professors do not sit at the house tables, and now I am quite certain that I never shall," Professor Snape said between clenched teeth, fighting his temper and the pain of his headache. It was too much, even with the children quiet now. The very stillness beat against his eardrums with a deafening agony. "Excuse me," Severus gritted out as he stiffly got up from his chair, leaving his plate half full on the table. Nobody said a word as he left the dining table and went to the stairs. It wasn't at all hard to navigate in the narrow house. He climbed the staircase and found the bedroom he and Harry were staying in. Once he closed the door and sat on the bed, he could massage his throbbing temples in peace. The room was dimming as the twilight faded and Severus groped for the lamp. At feeling the warmth of his hand, the lamp's crystal began to glow, filling the room with soft light like a candle's. Severus got up and shut the curtains, suddenly, wondering if Black would follow them here. He was almost too tired to care, though. He paused over Harry and gazed down at the sleeping boy. He was looking better, but he still had a fever, and Severus didn't like the idea of moving him anywhere soon. Hopefully they would be safe here for a while. Severus absently rubbed the silver bracelet on his wrist in agitation. He hadn't even been able to slide it off under hot water with plenty of soap. He was quite certain that Albus Dumbledore could take it off, but he still didn't want to go to the old man yet. He would have to see if the Weasleys could get it to come off. He pulled the chair from the desk and set it next to the bed Harry was sleeping in. Severus sat down and rubbed his aching head. He waited by the child's bed for over an hour, listening to the noise level downstairs gradually increasing again until it was quite as loud as it had been before, but the closed door helped. When some children went pounding by on their way upstairs and the rest apparently settled down elsewhere, Severus was finally afforded some peace. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley joined him in the room soon after the house quieted down. "I'm sorry the noise bothered you so much, Severus," Mrs. Weasley apologized as soon as she bustled in with some food and potions for Harry on a tray. "It does take some getting used to, but once you do, you barely notice it." "You mean you barely notice it?" Severus grumbled, barely looking up. "I teach dunderheads 10 months out of every year, and I most certainly do notice their babble." "They're just children," Mr. Weasley commented as he shut the door behind them and put up locking and silencing charms. In answer to Severus' suspicious glare, he shrugged. "It's just to keep our little eavesdroppers and well-wishers away." "Fred and George especially," Mrs. Weasley snorted. "Here you are, dear. A headache draft." Severus glared at the bottle of silvery potion in her hand and shook his head in disgust. "I don't need it," he said coolly. He never took potions except ones he brewed, unless he had no choice. Besides, he needed a migraine potion, and those tended to put him to sleep when they were brewed imperfectly. He had too much to do tonight to afford that. "Now, Severus," Mrs. Weasley huffed, her lips pinching in disapproval. "I said no, thank you, Mrs. Weasley," Severus gritted out. "I need a migraine potion, not a headache draft, and I refuse to take any potions that I did not brew myself." "Humph, well," the Weasley matriarch muttered to herself as she put the bottle back in her pocket and ran diagnostic charms over Harry. The glowing runes that hovered over his body were different from the typical conjured parchment that appeared for the more common charms that medi-wizards and healers used, and Severus watched with interest. With a wave, Mrs. Weasley banished the glowing lines and tapped Harry on the shoulder, looking satisfied. Harry blinked, wondering what had woken him up, until he felt the gentle hand tapping his shoulder again. Yawning, he stretched and rolled over, blinking up at the nice lady who gave him a bath and made him drink medicine and broth earlier today, and at his professor. "Hello, lady," Harry mumbled sleepily. "How do you feel?" the professor asked before the lady could say anything. Harry yawned again and blinked up at the man's worried face. He looked awful, with the dark circles under his eyes and how pale his face looked. "I'm okay," Harry answered with a sleepy grin. "Is it time to wake up?" "It's time to eat some supper and take some medicine," the lady answered quickly, before the professor could reply. "I don't believe I introduced myself earlier, dear, but I'm Molly Weasley. You can call me Molly, all right?" Okay," Harry answered uneasily, a little bewildered. He never usually called adults by their first names. It just wasn't proper. He glanced at the professor and wasn't surprised to see his face pinched in that annoyed way of his. While Mrs. Weasley helped him sit up, he watched the professor and the other strange man in the room. "Professor?" Harry asked timidly. "Where are we?" "We are at the Weasleys' home," the professor replied in a clipped voice. "Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were kind enough to welcome us in. You are quite safe here." "What about you?" Harry asked, wondering why the professor said, "You are safe," not "We are safe." "I will be going back to Hogwarts soon," the professor answered, standing up and moving back so Mrs. Weasley could put a tray of food on his lap. Harry stared at the plate of food and bowl of pudding. He wasn't even that hungry. He felt fine, just tired. He glanced suspiciously at the glass of thick orange drink and wondered if it was juice or more medicine. "Why were you leaving?" Harry asked as he accepted his fork and stared in bewilderment at the 3 bottles in a row above his bowl. I have errands to complete, the professor said impatiently. I would not leave you here unless I was certain you would be safe and well treated here. Okay, Harry mumbled. He wasn't sure why he felt confused. The professor had already done so much for him, and he had his own work to take care of. I only waited until you woke, and I was certain you were all right, the professor said more gently. Heatstroke must not be taken lightly. Is that why I got so dizzy and fell? Harry asked, looking up and wrinkling his forehead as he tried to remember. Where's Snuffles? I don't know and I don't care, the professor grumbled. Now if you'll just eat your supper and take your medicine, I will be back soon. I have something to discuss with Mr. Weasley. With that, the professor turned on his heel and left the bedroom, herding the other man out with him. Mr. Weasley looked nice, not at all like Uncle Vernon or other men he'd met. He had a nice smile and he moved gently, like he was used to kids and liked them. Harry, dear, you ought to drink your potions first, Mrs. Weasley said gently. Harry turned his attention back to his medicine and made a face. He remembered all too well what the professor's potions tasted like. They taste yucky, he groaned. I know they do, dear, the lady answered sympathetically. Drink them quickly, and then you can wash them down with pumpkin juice. Harry glanced at the cup again and wondered if pumpkin juice tasted better than it sounded. Grimacing, he dumped the 3 potions down his throat and grabbed the glass, not really caring what it tasted like now so long as it could get the taste of old socks out of his mouth. It was pleasantly delicious and cool, and he drank more of the fruity juice than he meant to. Mrs. Weasley chuckled at his expression and reached out to tuck a napkin into his pajama shirt. Don't worry about it, love. I can fetch you more juice if you like. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Harry answered shyly. He picked his fork back up and poked at the shepherd's pie in his plate. Is the professor sick? He asked softly, glancing up at the lady's nice round face. I don't think so, Mrs. Weasley sighed, but I wish he would rest. I don't believe he has slept properly for days. Is he gonna be okay? He should be, dear. Try not to worry and eat your supper. You're looking even sicker than your professor. Harry grimaced at the comparison, but he obeyed and ate as much as he could. The lady bustled around, humming as she straightened the room. Harry wondered whose room he was in, since it didn't look like a guest room. There were odd rectangular stains on the walls, where posters might have hung. The bookshelf was filled with books and some dragon figurines, and the desk was covered in what looked like school books that had been hastily stacked and shoved to the side to make it look neater. He remembered what Mrs. Weasley had said about having a son who had the pet rat and giving 7 kids baths. Maybe the other kids would play with him. Mrs. Weasley? Harry spoke up timidly. Yes, dear. The lady smiled as she looked over at him from where she was dusting the chest of drawers on the other side of the room. And I told you to call me Molly, remember? Harry squirmed and looked down at his tray. I see can't, he confessed hesitantly. And my Aunt Petunia says it's not polite to call adults by a first name. Well, why don't you call me Aunt Molly then? Mrs. Weasley suggested, coming back to his bed and gently cupping his chin in her soft, gentle hand. She tilted Harry's face so he had to look up at her. Aunt Molly is easier to say than Mrs. Weasley, wouldn't you agree? Harry smiled shyly. Yes, ma'am, he whispered. Aunt Molly, I mean. There's a good lad, Mrs. Weasley, well? Aunt Molly said happily. Now, you need to finish that plate if you want your pudding, understand? Harry nodded obediently, but he put his fork down. He was too full to even think about pudding, though looking at it made his mouth water with longing. I'm not hungry anymore, Aunt Molly. Are you sure? Aunt Molly fussed. She felt his forehead, clicked her tongue, and ordered him to at least finish his pumpkin juice. Once he did, she gathered up the tray and fluffed his pillows behind him. Are you tired, Harry? She asked briskly as she straightened his covers over his legs. And no, ma'am, Harry stammered. Do I have to stay in bed? He asked in alarm. Your professor was quite correct when he said heatstroke is nothing to joke about, Aunt Molly said sternly. You will stay in this bed until tomorrow, and you will most certainly rest until that fever of yours goes away, understood? Harry nodded meekly and glanced longingly at the shelf of books. If he was going to be stuck here until tomorrow, he may as well have something to do. In his cupboard, he had cried from boredom more than once, especially when they took his light bulb away and he couldn't read or do his homework. "I've a better idea," Aunt Molly chuckled in response to his longing. "Look, I've got 7 children in this house eager to get to know you. Have you ever played Exploding Snap?" "No," Harry answered curiously. "What's that?" "You'll see," Aunt Molly chuckled, tucking the covers neatly around him and taking the tray. "I'll send some of them in, all right?" Harry nodded eagerly as she left the room, and this time, she left the door open. He had caught a glimpse of red hair earlier today when Aunt Molly took him to the bath. It had been a little embarrassing when the lady insisted on washing him like a toddler, but it felt nice to relax and not worry about anything. The professor was safe and sound asleep. Snuffles was gone, but he was sure his dogfather would find him eventually. For now, Harry knew he was safe here with this unusual family. Harry glanced up and felt an unpleasant jolt in his stomach as he wondered if he was seeing double. 2 grinning boys, a few years older than himself, were peeking into his room, and they looked exactly the same, from their twinkling blue eyes to their messy red hair right down to the color of their t-shirts. "Hello," they both announced cheerfully, their voices blending perfectly in a weird echo of one another. "Mum says you want to play Exploding Snap," the boy on the right announced. "And that you've never played it before," the other boy added, holding up what looked like a worn pack of cards. Harry nodded silently. "Are you twins?" he blurted out, feeling stupid that he hadn't figured it out before. The boys burst out laughing and Harry felt his face flush in embarrassment. But he soon realized that the twins weren't laughing to be mean. They launched themselves into the room and climbed on his bed, still grinning and chuckling. Another boy stuck his red head into the bedroom and sauntered in. He was a good deal older than Harry, and he was stockier than the skinny twins. "How'd you like my bed?" the teenager asked cheekily, sitting in the chair that the professor had used. Harry just gaped at him. He had taken this boy's bed? He didn't know, and he was sorry, but he wasn't sure what to do about it. "This is your room?" Harry squeaked. "Yep, you're in Charlie and Bill's room," one of the twins informed him. "You're in Charlie's bed?" the other one babbled. "And Professor Snape's using Bill's bed? And you two need to knock it off," the older boy announced, cutting off the twins' rapid sentence construction. "You're gonna give the poor kid a broken neck the way you go back and forth?" Harry looked at him incredulously, wondering if all Aunt Molly's kids were this odd. "I'm Charlie," the stocky boy announced with a grin. "I carried you from the Quidditch clearing." "Oh," Harry announced stupidly. "I'm Harry." "Nice to meet you, Harry," Charlie chuckled. "Those 2 monkeys are Fred and George. Don't even bother trying to tell them apart because not even Mum can. And they're always switching to take the mickey out of us." "Oi, it isn't our fault that you can't tell us apart." Harry burst out laughing. The twin looks of indignation on the matching faces and the identical tone of voice they used to finish each other's sentences almost made his head swim. Fred and George grinned happily, and one of the boys tossed his pack of cards at Charlie with a cheerful order to deal him. Harry realized that he wouldn't mind being left here for a little while. After all, once the professor finished what he needed to do, Harry would go with him. But for now, he would learn how to play Exploding Snap and try to find some trick to tell Fred and George apart. "The boy must stay here for tonight at least, but there are precautions that must be taken, Mr. Weasley," Severus announced as soon as he and Arthur Weasley were ensconced in the outdoor shed. It was full of Muggle junk and about the only place they could have any privacy. The boys had been called up to amuse Harry in his sick room by Mrs. Weasley as Severus was attempting to glare everyone out of the downstairs area. Bill was on the sofa reading some magazine, and Fred and George had been in the middle of constructing a tower of magical building blocks right in front of the fireplace. Severus hoped they behaved themselves around Harry, or they would most certainly answer to his wrath. "Sirius Black is in the area," Severus continued. "It is likely that he will be upset at our escape and may come this way soon." "The boys told me you mentioned Black," Mr. Weasley replied calmly. "I've already reinforced the house wards and set them on high alert. I'll know if so much as a stray dog crosses them." Severus nodded once, approvingly, and folded his arms. "I should expect that you and your wife know who the boy is by now?" Arthur chuckled and nodded. Only one boy it could be with that scar. When the kids find out, they'll be all kinds of awed and excited. How did you end up with him in the first place? I thought the prophet said Dumbledore was keeping him safe. The headmaster has many responsibilities, Severus muttered through a clenched jaw. He has overlooked Mr. Potter's well-being in the past, and Black kidnapped the boy from the place where he was supposed to have been safe. I cannot return Mr. Potter either to Dumbledore or his Muggle relatives for obvious reasons. Not to worry, Professor, Arthur said firmly. Harry will be fine here. We'll protect him. Never fear. It was not doubt in you that I was expressing, Severus snapped. You have 7 children of your own to protect, and I would expect you to think of them first before the son of strangers. Black is a desperate man. Even now, I expect he knows where the boy and I have fled. He held up his arm and showed Mr. Weasley the ornate bracelet still firmly wrapped around his bony wrist. This was the portkey that allowed Black to kidnap me, the professor explained. But it also acts as a magical suppressant of a sort. It will not allow me to apparate, and I would not be surprised if it also disallows me to use another portkey. It likely also acts as a tracing charm, leading Black to my location in the case of my escape. If the boy were not so ill, I would take him with me at once. But I must leave him with you for tonight, while I take care of some matters. Of course, Mr. Weasley replied, his voice low and grave. If the wards are breached by anyone, I'll evacuate the family. If you come and find the house empty, we'll be at my Aunt Muriel's place. She has the Weasley manor, such as it is, and it's quite a bit more defensible. Call Bluebell Estate into the Floo, and it should take you straight there. A prudent plan, Severus conceded. He let his arms fall to his sides. I should not be long. There are potions I need from my lab at Hogwarts, and someone I need to speak with, should he be awake. Hopefully I shall return by morning. Right? Mr. Weasley nodded briskly and turned to leave the shed with the professor right behind him. Any advice on Black? He is insane, so treat him as such. He is easily agitated and a terrible brawler. If you can catch him in a physical confrontation rather than a magical one, you would have more of a chance of subduing him. Did he hurt you? Or Harry? Surprisingly, no, Severus scowled. I'm not certain what is going through his head, but he believes that the boy is his to protect, and he kidnapped me in particular to act as a healer. I was only with him for approximately 10 hours, though. Mr. Potter would be able to tell you more, but I don't believe the child was harmed by him. Arthur Weasley swallowed hard, looking uneasy. Molly said Harry's got scars on his torso and back. Nasty ones, he murmured. And he looked like he'd been beaten in the last few days with some sort of belt. You sure Black didn't? The scars are from an unfortunate attack last month, Severus replied impatiently. The beating likely was from his Muggle relatives, which is why I am never returning the boy to those people, and I will be very upset with anyone who attempts to take the boy back or allows another to do so. Monsters, Mr. Weasley muttered in disgust. Don't worry. We won't let anyone take Harry without your say-so, Professor. Say, are you going to see Dumbledore? Not if I can help it, Severus Snape hissed. That man insists on keeping Mr. Potter with those detestable muggles for some unfathomable reason known only to himself. The headmaster never struck me as the type to turn a blind eye to that sort of thing, Arthur replied in astonishment. Maybe he doesn't know or understand how bad it is. Albus Dumbledore is not stupid. He knows, but for some reason, he does not care. Arthur Weasley was silent for a long minute. This whole affair is making me very uneasy, Professor Snape, he finally murmured. Severus let out a bitter laugh. Welcome to my world, Mr. Weasley. They returned to the house in silence and found William still reading his magazine, which turned out to be a publication featuring moving photographs of nature and magical creatures. Absently, Severus mused that Hagrid would love something like that. Subscriptions to magical magazines were rather cheap. Something to think about for Christmas if he happened to draw the half-giant's name during the staff gift swap. Severus glanced up the stairs at the sound of a small explosion and a riot of children laughing. He heard what sounded like Harry's voice, and he wondered if he had ever heard that child laugh so hard before. Actually, he wondered if he had ever heard Harry laugh. A load rose off his chest, and he agreed with his own decree that Harry would be safe and happy here for tonight at least. He needed to inspect the damage done to his overcooked potion. If it hadn't boiled to nothing and filled his lab with toxic smoke, that is, tell the boy I'll be back in the morning, Severus announced brusquely. His head pounded as they stopped in front of the flickering fire, and the light stabbed his aching eyes. Why don't you tell him yourself? Arthur asked curiously. I'm in a hurry, Severus snapped. Suddenly, Mrs. Weasley entered the sitting room, and her face lit up when she saw him. There you are, she said, pulling 2 shrunk bags from her pocket which Severus recognized at once. These were in your cloak pocket. Would you like them back? Severus hesitated and then shook his head. Unshrink them, he ordered her. You may keep the potions as payment for your hospitality, and the bag of clothing belongs to Mr. Potter. Without a further word, he grabbed a pinch of flue powder from the urn on the mantelpiece and threw it into the flames. Coming to his office from an unapproved flue, he would need to say a password as well as his destination. Professor Snape's office, Hogwarts, Asphodel, he announced, and dove into the flue. As it whisked him away, he heard young William yelp, Bloody hell! When were you going to tell us we had Harry Potter under our roof? Hope that this chapter was everything you hoped it would be. It's mostly filler while I struggle with the next chapter, which is turning out to be surprisingly difficult to write. I hope to get some time to focus on it this weekend. As always, T. Thank you for all your kind reviews and encouragement. The Old Meddler, rated T. This chapter contains some potentially disturbing bits. You know how Pettigrew the Death Eater lived with the Weasleys for years? He was a trusted pet who belonged to Percy and then Ron. And in POA, Ron is more freaked out by the fact that he had a wizard in his bed than that there was an animagus hiding at Hogwarts. That is just too creepy and disturbing to be innocent. Just saying, this chapter has a couple pages worth of Scabbers' point of view, and though it isn't graphic, it's obvious he's a pedophile. So don't read the final bit if this disturbs you. It starts with, Scabbers was a good rat. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Chapter 27. The Old Meddler. Severus stumbled out of his office fireplace, surprised that he lost his footing. It must be his exhaustion, he reasoned. Even that brief nap at the Weasleys hadn't done much for it. The green flames disappeared when he was free, and the fireplace shrank a bit as he left it. He did not usually use his office fireplace. It would ruin the creepy dungeon aura of his office to have a warm fire burning in the grate. After all, Severus dusted himself off distractedly and marched toward his lab, dreading what he would find. He hated it when he botched potions, especially if they were made with expensive or rare ingredients. Perhaps the frugal values of his childhood were still with him, since he hated waste of any kind. That was one reason all of his robes were black. They were usually cheapest. When he reached the door to the lab, he was surprised that it was closed. Hadn't it been open when Black kidnapped him? He frowned as he stepped in, wary and watchful. But nothing seemed out of place, except that the finished potions he had left on the work table were gone and the cauldron of his precious magical core replenisher was under a stasis bubble. Severus stared at it for several seconds before he slowly approached and wondered if he should risk a canceling spell without collapsing in magical shock. He could finish his potion if it had been put under a stasis charm before the 10 hours were up. Otherwise, he would have to start over, and he may as well just go home and sleep for a week to replenish his magical core that way instead. Who here at Hogwarts would have had the presence of mind to do something so thoughtful? There was really only one suspect, since Minerva wasn't here at Hogwarts, and even she likely wouldn't have thought to freeze his potion until he could get back to it. He wasn't sure how he felt about Dumbledore nosing around his office and private quarters while he was MIA. A month ago, he wouldn't have cared much, beyond being irritated. But he was always irritated. Now, he felt like snakes were crawling in his stomach. He had declared Dumbledore his enemy. Had he really done something so Gryffindorishly stupid? Albus was no Slytherin, but it was very likely that he had warded his office. The headmaster was probably on his way down right now. Should he go right home and ward his flu against the old man so he could rest? Or should he stay here and wait for the inevitable confrontation and get it over with? He was still staring at his cauldron, wondering what to do, when he heard the soft sound of the office door clicking open. He spun around and fought the urge to draw his wand. Albus Dumbledore might be a manipulative, blind old man, but he was also the closest thing he had to a mentor and a father. He wouldn't draw his wand on the headmaster unless he had no choice. Right now, there was no reason to fear that Albus meant him any harm. "My dear boy," the headmaster cried happily, glittering in his midnight blue robes, sprinkled with glowing shooting stars and leaping cows and crescent moons. "You've returned, and none the worse for wear, I see. You put my cauldron in stasis?" Severus demanded, watching the happy old man warily. "I did, Severus, and you're welcome. I do hope I caught it in time. I believe it was about 5 hours after you disappeared. May I ask what pulled you away from your lab so suddenly?" "Black? Who else?" Severus retorted. "How did he get into Hogwarts?" The headmaster eyed him critically for several seconds before he spoke, his voice low and measured. "Black kidnapped you?" Severus sighed and went to the potions cupboard for a migraine draft. He hated repeating himself, but with Albus Dumbledore, he usually resigned himself to repeating things more than once. "Yes, Black kidnapped me, and he had Mr. Potter as well." He threw the old man a reproachful glare. "Or I suppose you knew that already, didn't you? I can't see why you didn't tell me, but that seems to be your modus operandi now, does it not? Is Harry safe?" Dumbledore asked gently, ignoring the dig about his secrecy. "I can see you've returned alone." Severus didn't deign to answer. This was about Harry, not him. Of course it was about the boy. When was anything not about Harry Bloody Potter? No inquiries as to his health, no asking what potion he just took, no concern that Black might very well have tortured him or found out that he really wasn't loyal to the Dark Lord after all. He swept past the headmaster and returned to his chambers, his mind churning with resentment. Dumbledore really didn't care, did he? Severus wasn't sure that Black was the traitor they all thought he was, but right now, Dumbledore probably wouldn't care. As he'd expected, the old man followed him into his private sitting room. The elves must have realized he was back, because there was a fresh fire burning in the grate. "Severus, I must know if Harry is all right," Dumbledore repeated in a grave tone. "You were both kidnapped by an escaped criminal who betrayed the boy's parents." "He is fine," Severus interrupted, not turning to face the headmaster. He curled his hands into fists. "But I don't hear you asking me if I'm fine," he blurted out, wondering why he felt so bewildered and hurt. Maybe he was used to the old man's concern and missed it. He plowed on mercilessly, aware of how bitter his tone was. "Black hated me all through school, tried to murder me in 5th year, and you don't care that he just kidnapped me out of your wards and held me hostage for 10 hours. "Of course I care, Severus," the headmaster said gently. "But you seem well, and Harry is my immediate concern. Can you tell me what happened?" "Black came and used a portkey to take me to a cabin on the old Potter lands," Severus snapped. He held up his wrist and showed the silver bracelet. "I cannot remove it." Dumbledore took his hand and gently examined the silver links. Severus sighed and reached up to rub his aching forehead. The potion helped, but all one could really do during a migraine like this was rest, or take some magical core replenisher. "I appreciate you saving the potion, by the way," he muttered uncomfortably. Albus smiled at him and pulled out his wand to cast something on the bracelet. "It wasn't a problem, my dear boy," he replied. "I'm glad I was able to catch it before it was ruined." "The other potions?" Severus cleared his throat. "The ones for the Lupin. I mean, Poppy has them," the headmaster said cheerfully. "She sent her thanks for them, and I know Remus appreciated them as well. There we are." The silver bracelet fell off Severus' wrist and into Dumbledore's wrinkled hand. He held it up and admired the workmanship. "Very pretty," he mused. "It does not look like a Black heirloom to me. Perhaps it was something belonging to the Potter family, since the cabin he took you to was on their land. How were you able to escape?" "Black needed me to play doctor for Harry," Severus grumbled, rubbing his freed wrist gratefully. "He used the same portkey for the boy." Dumbledore held up the silver links and arched a sardonic eyebrow. "Oh dear," he murmured. "Idiot," Severus sneered. "Anyway, I doctored the boy, and then Black and I got into a fight. Harry fled. I left Black unconscious, and I followed Harry. He found the old Potter Manor, or what was left of it." "Wonderful," The headmaster smiled, tucking the bracelet into his robes. Where is Harry now? Safe, Severus gritted out, challenging the old man with a glare that clearly said, safe from you. Dumbledore sighed sadly and shook his head. Severus, I suppose. The potion's master interrupted, struggling to control his temper. You'll be wanting to return him to the Dursleys? Dumbledore did not reply, and Severus turned on his heel to face the fireplace, folding his arms and staring down into the flames in order to bolster his acclimacy shields around his bitter disappointment. For a few minutes, it had been just the way things had always been between them. He was reporting to Dumbledore while the old man smiled and helped him. Why wasn't Albus answering? He wasn't truly thinking of sending Harry back to those muggles, was he? Severus turned and glared at the old man. Well, he demanded, if Black was able to circumvent the wards on Privet Drive, it would mean that the child may no longer be safe there, Dumbledore said slowly, stroking his beard. But it will require some investigation. He paused. I may have misjudged the situation there. Severus blinked, too surprised to speak. Albus Dumbledore? Actually admitting he was wrong about something? Harry's not going back, Severus clarified, just in case that message had not sunk in. Indeed, certainly not yet, Dumbledore said cautiously. His blue eyes turned shrewd and piercing. Tell me, Severus, just what is it that forces you to go to such lengths for this child? I had anticipated, long ago, that I would be forced to handle you like a blast-ended screw when Harry came to Hogwarts for the first time. I have had barely 3 conversations with the child, and I still do not understand. Do you not hate the name of Potter? Do you not resent the boy who lived? Severus shook his head impatiently, ignoring the uncomfortable squirm in his gut that agreed with everything Dumbledore said. He was wondering many of those things himself. What does it matter who he is or what his name is? Severus snapped, choosing to go the easier route and not directly answer the questions. He is a child who does not deserve to be treated like an animal. Or worse, not very many people would starve a puppy in their care, nor beat it for innocent mistakes. The Dursleys do not deserve their nephew, and it wouldn't matter if he were a Potter or not. No human being should be subjected to torture like that simply for existing. They are crude and rather vile people, Dumbledore agreed, looking both sad and angry. I was forced to interview them a bit more enthusiastically after Harry disappeared. For a moment, I feared they may have done something to the boy and were hiding him until he could recover enough to heal from. Well, whatever it was that happened, I was grateful that they hadn't severely harmed him, but what I saw in their minds from years past was disturbing enough. They are beasts, Severus muttered in disgust. Their own boy has a slim chance of not becoming a criminal, but his parents deserve to be in prison for what they've done. So they do, Dumbledore murmured gravely. But Severus, blood protection is extremely powerful, and the closer the relation they are linked to, the better. Harry needs the protection from his aunt because she is of his mother's blood. If we need to take measures to remove her husband from the picture, we may, as he seems to have perpetuated most of the abuse. Albus, Severus sneered. Say it. Why is it so difficult? But his aunt also abuses him. He can't go back there under any circumstances. Why is that so difficult for you to understand? Severus, Dumbledore sighed. I do understand, but I did not leave Harry there in order for him to be hurt. How can you think that of me? I wish I could explain my reasoning to you. Try me, Albus. I'm not an idiot. I can understand you even when others cannot, occasionally. Harry needs normalcy. I agree that he cannot stay with people who routinely torture him, but you are not fit to raise Harry yourself, with all of your other responsibilities. I was surprised when you offered to keep him for a time, you know? I am still willing, the potions master insisted. I am also willing to allow the Weasleys, or the Longbottoms, to take care of him. They at least will not abuse him. But they might spoil him, which is just as bad, Dumbledore pointed out, his voice soft. Severus, I placed Harry with Muggles as a way of helping him to grow up normally without his fame. The fact that he has been ill-treated is regrettable, but it has not affected him the way you think. I admit that I misjudged myself with Tom, but he was the one perpetuating abuse among his fellow orphans as a way of asserting control. You were always unhappy at home because your parents were unhappy with one another. They took out their frustrations on you, and your own personality ensured that you became jaded, bitter, and callous. Harry is different. I know that, Severus snapped. He stopped Black from killing his uncle for some unfathomable reason. But just because he is forgiving and not naturally callous means nothing. Adversity changes the best of us. Are you willing to leave a child in a situation that may very well break him? That was a risk I undertook, the headmaster said slowly. My options were to allow a wizarding family like the Longbottoms to take Harry in and risk his arrogance and pride growing uncontrollably because of an event he does not remember and is lauded for, or to leave him to believe he is a muggle with magic, hating muggles, and allow him to struggle, to grow, and to blossom into the fine young boy he already is becoming. Adversity makes many stronger. Severus suddenly growled. Harry isn't one of your order soldiers. He's a child. He does not need this sort of training, or whatever you call it. Regardless of what you may think, Severus, Harry is a soldier. The old man gazed upon his potions master with grave sadness. Regardless of his age, Harry has a unique destiny. The prophecy does not declare how old the child will be when he defeats Voldemort, only that he will be marked as equal, and he was marked at 15 months of age. How can we predict how old the boy will be when Voldemort inevitably returns? What makes you so certain the Dark Lord will come back at all? Severus demanded, putting a slight emphasis onto the Dark Lord to remind Albus that although his mark may have faded, the consequences of saying or hearing the Dark Lord's chosen name were still in full effect. His arm twinged, though not as painfully as it had when the Dark Lord had still been around. I have my ways, the old man replied cryptically. Severus nodded. So they were back to running in circles. Why was the headmaster here anyway? A tingle, like a warning of danger, crept down his spine. I'm supposed to blindly trust you then? Severus demanded. I trusted you before, and you allowed an innocent child to be hurt. How can I trust anything you say now? You say Harry needs normalcy, but he is a wizard. He needs what is normal for a wizard child. His fame is a problem, I grant you. But there are ways to protect him from that, and you know it. If you need someone to routinely chip the child's ego down, I volunteer. Heaven knows that humiliation and insults are some of my most potent skills. Severus, I simply did not want him even knowing about the magical world before all this happened, Dumbledore said gently. It wasn't his time yet. It wasn't your time either. Again, a tingle raced up Severus' spine, and he backed away cautiously, every instinct honed by war and danger screaming at him to draw his wand and defend himself. So, what is that supposed to mean? He demanded slowly. You declared me your enemy, Severus, over a boy you swore to hate, the headmaster said in a soft, sad voice. You do not see clearly now, nor will you ever, unless I help you. Dumbledore fixed him with a piercing gaze over the tops of his spectacles and did not reply. Severus met the old man's eyes unflinchingly, feeling confused and trapped. He was completely unprepared for the tendrils of legilimency that slithered gently into his mind. Severus slammed up his occlumency shields in alarm, but it was too late. The Trojan horse was past the gates, and the enemy was loose in the city of his mind. He cried out and fell to his knees, fighting Albus' intrusion with what strength he had. It was not overly painful the way the Dark Lord's intrusions had been, but in his weakened state, it was extremely uncomfortable. He was out of practice, he realized grimly as the old man pushed past his distractions with ease and ruthlessly dragged out his memories of Black, Harry, the fist fight, and the Weasleys' hospitality. But Albus was digging further, dragging out memories faster than Severus could stop them. You will have me as an enemy. I will fight you on this, Albus. You have betrayed me. I refuse to listen to you any longer. Severus gasped as the old man carefully pulled out, taking care not to hurt him more than he had to. Albus Dumbledore gently took his hands and pulled him to sit on his sofa. Severus' brain was reeling and he was panting for air. His magic throbbed and his head swam. He was going to pass out. What are you doing to me? He whispered faintly. Severus, my son, Albus whispered above him, sounding infinitely sad and regretful. Severus was too confused and disoriented to make sense of what just happened, and he simply sat. The old man reached out and gently cupped his chin in a soft, wrinkled hand, and Severus shivered and tried to pull away. There was something he needed to remember, something to do. His mind felt oddly empty. Severus, Albus spoke again. Years ago you came to me for help. I helped you, but I was forced to remove memories from your mind in order to save your sanity. Tonight, you need my help again. You are confused, my dear boy. You must trust me to do what is best, not only for you, but for the boy as well. I cannot afford to have you as an enemy, Severus. I need you. I had not anticipated you becoming so troubled over this, and I am dreadfully sorry, but I am going to have to take him from you. It is for the best. And no. Severus twitched and tried to pull away again. No, no, he gasped internally. Shake off the spell. Fight back. But his body would not obey. The lethargy coming over him was causing his eyes to drift shut and his mind to wander, frantically searching for a way to escape. Don't take him from me, a distant voice was begging. Like a radio struggling to find a signal, static consumed the rest. But was that his own voice he heard? He is mine, Albus. You can't do this to me. To Lily. After all we've suffered, why are you going to orphan him again? I'll fight you on this. Mark my words. You will regret making me your enemy. Severus, Severus, calm yourself. It is what Lily wanted. She never told you, and she meant it to remain that way. She did tell me, Albus. She told me after she'd already married that Potter. Again, the memory faded out, but Severus grasped at it and clung to the strands of broken memory like a drowning man. Where had these thoughts, these words, come from? Where was this wrecked sitting room, hung with soft white drapes and filled with comfy, earth-toned furniture? Why was it in his head, but unfamiliar? You demanded her as a reward for your faithfulness to him, Severus. Do you expect me to believe that? Albus' voice faded in. Severus struggled to focus, even as he felt the old man himself in the real world entering his mind and beginning to separate the memories he needed to suppress. Severus knew that just an obliviate was too simple, leaving him with too large of a gap and causing brain problems. But mixing obliviate with other memory charms would leave his mind mostly intact, while allowing his mind to function without conscious recalling of the details removed. It was enforced amnesia, and Severus had to admit that he wasn't sophisticated enough to replicate it or escape it. He pulled what he could salvage around himself and struggled to find more of the odd memory that had invaded his mental space. I did, but only to protect her, he heard himself say. But what of her child? The old man replied gravely. My child, Albus, and a product of the foulest sin known to man. But if I could have saved both, I would have tried. Severus, I am dreadfully sorry, but I am afraid you need my help again. No, Albus, let me go. Give me back my son. An explosion of pain seemed to go off behind Severus' eyes, and he felt himself fall, tumbling into the dark with no clear notion of which way was up or down. He did not recall those memories, or the homey room in which the shouting match took place, but it was important. He knew it was. He grasped hold of a tendril, give me back my son, and held it to himself as he fell. High above him, he could feel magic, as sharp and precise as a surgeon's scalpel, carefully carving away at his memories, skillfully trimming the color before the substance. He was helpless to stop it, so instead, he clutched the mysterious memory thread to his chest and curled in on himself, wrapping a clemency shields around the small bundle of himself like blankets and cloaking them with shadows. With that, he allowed his consciousness to drift and he succumbed to rest. He could not fight, and he would not remember. But perhaps when he awoke, he would find some other way to fight his master. He hated how similar it felt to plotting against the Dark Lord. He had survived such a thing before, he assured himself. Now, he just had to apply that strength of mind to keeping himself sane and upright under Dumbledore's memory surgery. Padfoot growled as he eyed the crooked house. His pup was here. He knew it. The house was familiar, but he couldn't recall when he had been here before. He could feel the crackle of strong wards a few inches in front of his nose and wondered if it would be stupid to transform into human and try to pull them down with sheer magical force. Oh, he knew it would be stupid. But should he do it now? Snivelus took his godson, and they were taking refuge with a magical family. He could smell children everywhere, mostly boys. The scents of wood smoke and home cooking hung in the air, filling the dog with a sense of home and safety. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait for a day or two before raiding the home. Wards of this strength required constant fueling. No one could maintain such powerful repelling and detection wards for long unless they used runestones, which were both expensive and specialized. Judging from the crooked house, sprawling vegetable garden, and the scents of multiple children, he counted at least 5 separate scents. He didn't think this family had money of that kind. Whining unhappily, Padfoot turned and slunk away. His cabin was calling. His anger had worn off ages ago, and now he was only baffled. Snivelus had let him live and hadn't even called the Aurors on him. Snivelus took Harry to a nice family with a lot of kids and fierce protections. He didn't even know what to think, except that Dumbledore must have a tight hold on the sneaky bastard's leash. At least, in a big family like that, Harry was dreadfully unlikely to be hurt or bullied by the likes of Snively. It did not seem like he had been plodding through the forest for very long, but he was suddenly there. Padfoot raised his head and suspiciously eyed the man waiting for him in the cabin's clearing. It was Moony. "I'd appreciate talking to a man, Padfoot," he said quietly. He was always quiet. His wolf, on the other hand, wasn't. The big black dog growled low and wondered whether he ought to attack this monster who'd hurt his godson. He was still angry with him, and might always be. He glared and growled, but he couldn't make up his mind. "Pads," Moony pleaded. "I need to talk to you. Please." Padfoot glared for another long while at the man's gold-flecked eyes glittering in the gloom. Finally, the dog silently shifted into the tall man dressed in a gray sweater and jeans. He knew he looked awful, with his messy, ratty hair, chopped crooked at his shoulders, scraggly beard that wasn't shaved properly, and rail-thin limbs stuffed into clothes made for a more robust body. He folded his arms self-consciously and glared at Moony, who looked positively awful himself. The werewolf had aged too quickly in just 7 years. His brown hair was going gray at the temples, his face was sunken with exhaustion and ghostly pale in the moonlight, and he could probably give serious competition in the thinness department. He looked ill, but it had only been a few days since the full moon. "Well?" Sirius rasped. "What do you want?" "I'm sorry," Remus replied at once, his voice soft and hesitant. "Why, you know that it's my greatest nightmare, right? Infecting someone? For that someone to be our little Harry." "Stop whining," Sirius growled dangerously. "All your talking isn't changing anything for Harry. You hurt him, even though you swore to Prongs you never would. Just for that, I'll never forgive you, traitor." Remus flinched violently and started to tremble. Sirius could see their conversation running around in circles all day long, but Remus was smarter than that. "Did you kidnap Snape?" he asked instead. "So what if I did?" Sirius sneered, allowing the subject change. He was getting angry again just thinking of that stinking Slytherin punching him in the face and then breaking his wand and throwing it away like garbage. And the greasy bastard took his cloak, too. "Where are they, Sirius?" Remus demanded, suddenly sounding stronger. Sirius had no doubt that the werewolf was gripping his wand tightly now, and probably had been holding it since the beginning of this little chat. Though, to be fair, if Sirius had been a dangerous Death Eater, he probably would have escaped or attacked by now. "Wouldn't you like to know?" Sirius' laugh was filled with bitterness and anger. It had taken him all day and half the night to track Snivelus down. Whatever those idiots said about dogs being able to track scents was stuff and nonsense. It had been a little easier to track Harry because he had been running barefoot through the forest for some reason. Running from Snape, no doubt, but it still took forever. "Yes, I would like to know," Remus huffed, clearly annoyed. "That's why I asked." "Well, they're gone," Sirius shouted. "And what do you care, anyway? You infected Harry, and what has Snape ever meant to you, huh?" "I didn't mean to bite him," Remus yelled, his unflappable calm snapping at last. "You more than anyone know that. I wasn't in my right mind and Harry was supposed to have been safe. I didn't know where he was living, I didn't know my wolf was going to break out of that cabin, And I didn't know it was possible to want to die so badly and know that it's impossible unless somebody helps me do it. Sirius stared for a long few seconds before he started chuckling bitterly. I see. You want Snape to kill you. Assisted suicide? Eh? Merlin knows the greasy bastard'll enjoy it immensely. You know, what? Maybe I'll put our long-standing feud aside and help him do it. Where are they? Remus roared, his wand definitely out and pointed right at Sirius now. Tell me this instant what you did with them. They ran off, all right? Sirius yelled back, not bothering to draw the spare wand from his pocket. Remus wouldn't curse him. The poor coward didn't have it in him. Snivelus knocked me out and took Harry. Took him somewhere and reinforced the wards so not even Padfoot can get through without alerting them all. Are you happy now? Snivelus and your little wolf cub are safe from the big bad escaped convict, and I'm going inside to get some sleep. He stomped past Moony and marched to the cabin. He wasn't surprised when Remus followed him. He puttered around the dark kitchen and lit the lamps, his temper subsiding into bone-deep weariness. He turned to look at his old friend. Moony looked like a ghost with the shadows flickering over his hollow face, and Sirius was sure he didn't look much better. Tell me where they are, the werewolf demanded quietly. I know you know. Sirius trembled slightly before he deflated. He slumped down in the chair he had transfigured for himself last night and rubbed his face. He was so tired and his mind wouldn't stop running in circles. He couldn't figure out the puzzle of Snape. He couldn't think straight. Why? Ran on repeat in his brain. There's a house, Sirius muttered into his hands. It's about, I don't know, 15 miles that way as the crow flies, 20 miles if you take the road. He looked up at his old friend and searched his unreadable face. Moony, Sirius whispered desperately. I swear I wasn't the secret keeper. Not at the end. I convinced J. James to switch. To Peter. Remus remained still and silent, his face expressionless. I went to Godric's Hollow that night, because I could feel something. Something was wrong, Sirius plowed on, his voice hitching with emotion. Harry was crying. Dumbledore and Snape were there fighting about something. They didn't really notice me. I gave Harry to Hagrid and went to go find Wormtail. I thought he'd been captured, tortured. Was he? Remus demanded in a hoarse voice. His place was fine. No sign of struggle. Nothing. Sirius sighed and rubbed his aching temples. Found the rat in London, cornered him, and demanded to know what the hell was going on. He screamed at me that I betrayed James and Lily, then the street exploded. I barely put up a shield just in time, and I saw him transform. The rat slipped into the sewers and, well, I guess you know the rest, eh? Remus slowly shook his head. He murmured. That's hard to believe. I know, right? Sirius sneered sarcastically. Easier to believe that I betrayed my best friend, his wife, and my godson to an evil wizard, than that we never really knew old Pete, isn't it? Remus didn't seem to have anything to say to that. He slowly moved to the chair Snively had used last night and gingerly sat down. The way he moved, the soft intakes of breath. Sirius knew when Remus was in pain. Rough full moon? He asked gruffly, feeling annoyed at the concern that was natural to him. Remus shook his head, looking exhausted, as if sitting down had drained the last of his fortitude. No worse than normal, he said quietly. Then what gives, Moony? You're moving like you got torn apart last night. I just got into a bit of a confrontation a couple of days ago, Remus said carefully. I'm recovering. Huh? You never struck me as a brawler, Remy, Sirius teased, feeling a smirk crawling onto his face. Did you get on the wrong side of Snively's right hook? For somebody so skinny, he sure can pack a punch. He punched you. Sirius snickered. Never pictured Snape fighting like a muggle brawler, did you? Remus shrugged uncomfortably. Not really. I didn't get into a fight with him. Exactly. I just almost got consumed by his magic. I told him about what I did, the wolf and Harry, you know, and his magic. It went crazy. If Poppy hadn't been there, Sirius was silent for several long minutes. You know, he finally said, his voice low and pensive. Snape was acting odd. Harry trusts him, for some bizarre reason. and he was all getting in my face because he thought I was going to hurt him. I don't blame him for thinking I'd hurt Harry with everybody thinking I betrayed him and his family, but still, why should Snivellis care? Severus has been caring for Harry since he was infected. Remus managed to choke out, his knuckles going white where he gripped his chair. He wrote me 2 letters, asking for my help. He didn't even guess you were the one that bit him? Remus flinched and shook his head. His whole body was trembling slightly now. Huh, how about that? Sirius snorted, his mind racing with confusion. But still, why does he care so much? Is it some sort of deal he has going with Dumbledore? Or what? I don't know, Remus muttered, his hands twitching. Severus was arrested by the DMLE for Muggle terrorism. He attacked Harry's relatives. So did I, Sirius growled, baring his teeth viciously. Monsters. I nearly killed that fat oaf what calls himself Harry's uncle. The kid stopped me. Good, Remus snorted. If you'd murdered that man, there would be no hope of clearing your name. For now, I don't think Dumbledore has publicized Harry's second disappearance, but I don't think he meant the first one to get out in the first place. Sirius was silent, thinking of the newspaper and the crossword puzzle he had never finished. He reached into his jeans pocket and pulled out the crumpled picture of Harry. The magic had worn off the photo and it no longer moved, but Harry was still staring out at him, his expression solemn and bleak. By the way, I still think you're a bastard and I haven't forgiven you, Sirius muttered without looking up. Good, Remus replied without hesitation. Because I am a bastard, and I don't deserve to be forgiven. Goody for you, Sirius huffed. So go turn yourself in at the ministry. Maybe they'll let me attend your execution. Remus took a deep breath. But if I don't, I can help Harry, he said quietly. It won't make up for what I did. But I know that when I was turned, I wouldn't have cared if it was Greyback or what. I just didn't want to be alone, month after month. He paused for a long time, collecting his thoughts or reminiscing on the past. Sirius mused that Harry wouldn't be alone next full moon. He would go to his godson as Padfoot if it was the last thing he did. No way was he leaving Harry alone again. I don't know what to do, Padfoot, Remus whispered. I am sorry, so sorry. It's tearing me apart. I want to die, but that's not right. I can't leave Harry like this. I won't abandon him. I need to tell him how sorry I am, and see what he wants. If he wants me dead, I'll go turn myself in. Unless you and Snape want to have a go at me. That's fine too. But if he wants me to help him, I shouldn't I? Sirius sighed and wondered why he was doing this. Night's still young, he grunted. Want to take a stroll? Minerva McGonagall was frustrated, to say the least. The ministry would not allow her access to any of the black addresses, and the goblin bankers merely quoted policy at her until she was ready to transfigure every one of the annoying little beasts into throw pillows. There was nothing else to do now, except go back to Hogwarts, chivvy Remus Lupin out of bed, and demand he accompany her to any of Black's favorite haunts. Every minute that ticked past could spell doom for Harry, if Lupin was wrong about Black wanting to protect the boy. Then there was the puzzle of Severus missing. She called a house elf as soon as she returned and asked if Professor Snape had returned yet. To her surprise, Binky informed her that Severus had returned less than an hour ago and was sleeping in his quarters. She wondered if he had simply returned and gone to sleep without reporting to Dumbledore. If so, that was rather odd. Her head ached. It was too much to worry about right now. Hogwarts was a welcome sight after such a long day, and she was certainly not in the mood to talk to Albus again. She climbed the dark stairs to her quarters, shut herself in, and sent him a brief note. Cats on Privet Drive are useless. Intelligence suggests Black might not be out to kill Potter after all. But every minute lost is another minute the boy is in his hands. I will rest before I enlist Lupin in a new search. P.S. Did you know what Lupin did last full moon? And I asked the house elves if Severus was back. Is he well? She sent it off with a flourish and took a bath. When she finished and had ordered some supper and tea from the house elves, there was a reply waiting on her desk. Sighing, Minerva picked it up. Thank you for your diligence, dear Minerva. Yes, I was aware that Lupin was the only one in the area on the night Harry was attacked. Severus is unhurt, but his ordeal has worn him out and I left him sleeping. Harry has been found and is with the Weasleys. Rest well, Minerva. Minerva huffed and threw the note into the fireplace. It was a relief to her that Harry was safe, but she had an uncanny feeling that something was wrong. But she wasn't about to argue with Albus. It was never any use. She ate the supper that the house elves brought and watched the clouds drift across the moon outside her window before transforming into a cat and curling up in front of the fire. As she grew older and stiffer, it became easier and simpler to remain a beast while she rested her aching bones. She dozed on her kitty cushion, a tongue-in-cheek gift from Flitwick many years ago. She often refreshed the stuffing with pine needles and catnip, her favorite scents, and surrounded by the smell of the Highland Mountains where she grew up, she fell into a deep but troubled sleep. Tomorrow, she decided, her and Severus would corner Lupin and form a plan of attack. Just because Harry was found did not mean that he was safe, especially if Albus saw fit to snoop in her mind without her permission and take the child from those who wished to protect him. Albus Dumbledore sighed as he sat down in his office chair, watching his whirring contraptions and listening to the ticking of his clock. Even Fawkes was sleeping at this late hour, but he could not. His pensieve rested on the desk before him, filled with silvery blue vapor. Severus memories. All of the memories Albus had taken from Severus over the years filled the basin like water, some darker and some lighter. Most of the memories he had most recently taken glowed with the light of peace and contentment, something he had never seen before in Severus Snape's mind. He wondered if it had been a good idea to take them. After all, he had underestimated the power that the child had exerted over Severus. He had noticed his professor becoming less cynical, less cruel and cutting and nasty. In fact, he could say that Severus had completely changed. He still had the capacity to be a royal git, but it had become tempered with fierce protectiveness and stubbornness on behalf of another, on behalf of a helpless child. If he weren't so worried about Severus' sanity and loyalties, he might have wept tears of joy. Albus sighed and began to siphon the memories off into a large preserving bottle with his wand. There was no telling when he might need to review them himself, or perhaps give them back to Severus one day. "I did what had to be done," the old man whispered to the dim office. The phoenix in the corner stirred, but did not wake. Albus sighed and removed his spectacles before tiredly rubbing his eyes. If only Remus had not bitten Harry, he lamented. If only his plans had been completely derailed by that unexpected twist of fate. He could never have foreseen the consequences of such an event. Had it even sunk in yet? Harry Potter was a werewolf, the boy destined to destroy Tom Riddle once and for all. For the first time, Albus Dumbledore began to doubt that he knew what he was doing at all. Had it been the right choice to take Severus' memories? For the sake of the young man's sanity, and for the sake of the greater good, he had done so. But had it been truly the right thing? Gazing at the glowing bottle of memories sitting before him, he admired the flashes of soft light shooting through the darker threads. Harry had become a bright spot in the potions master's mind. Albus had been rather stunned to find that the man had become so deeply connected to the boy in so short a time. Severus himself would have been shocked to see how deep the child's influence ran in his mind. But Albus realized that he shouldn't be surprised. He had even suspected that something like this may happen. Blood was thicker than water, especially when that blood was as fraught with magic and destiny as Severus and Harry's. No one knew. The only ones who had known were either dead or had been forced to forget, like Poppy and Severus. Albus was now the only one in possession of the secret. Severus had his own role to fulfill, and so did Harry. Heaven help the poor child. He could not allow the knowledge to become known. Not even Severus could ever learn the truth. If that meant to allow Severus to wallow in misery and loneliness to protect both him and Harry, he would be forced to do it, however painful. "I did what had to be done," Albus insisted again, as if that would make it better. "I am sorry, but I had no choice. To protect you both," he whispered faintly, seeing in his mind's eye a young man in black seated under a tree and a small, messy-haired boy sitting beside him. The old headmaster bowed his head and shed a silent tear for his transgressions against both Severus and Harry. It seemed no matter what he did to try and lighten the burden on Severus Snape's shoulders, life insisted on giving him another cross to bear. He sighed and wiped his damp eyes before replacing his spectacles. He had plans to make, regardless of his regrets. Unfortunately for him, the war had never ended, and Severus and Harry were smack in the middle of it all. In the morning, he would pay a visit to the Weasleys and have a long overdue chat with young Mr. Potter. After, he would visit Severus and see how deep the damage from the memory charms lay. He might be forced to tweak his work a bit, as he had in the past. After he finished all of that, he would have to review his current plans and wonder what was to be done next. For true to what Severus, Poppy, and even Minerva had told him, he really couldn't leave the child with the Dursleys any longer. Every new interference of his appeared to be making things worse for the child, not better, and even their young son, Harry's cousin, had implored him to never let Harry come back. The Dursley boy had seemed truly afraid for his cousin, and Albus could not disregard such naked terror without good reason. His search must begin for another guardian for the child. And despite his unease about such a thing, Severus had noted a valid point. Albus Dumbledore was Harry's magical guardian. He was responsible for the boy. If this should come out to the public, his ability to help Harry would be greatly compromised. But how would he manage to balance the child's need for a normal life with his lycanthropy? That was a puzzle to be sorted out later. "Merlin, help us all," Albus whispered to the dark. He carefully removed a small necklace charm from his pocket and set it on the desk. From another pocket, he removed another bronze charm on a chain, taken from Severus while he slept off the memory tampering. A lily and a chrysanthemum. Fitting necklaces, he thought, for a lily, flower, and a boy around whom the miasma of death hovered like a cloud. The many petals of the chrysanthemum, symmetrical like a wheel, contrasted with the swooping beauty of the lily. Chrysanthemums were traditional flowers for graves, symbolizing grief and death. It was sadly appropriate for a boy who had known so much sorrow and pain, and had lost so much to the specter of death. Had Severus and Lily even known the significance? Likely they did not. They had only been children. But their ingenuity at that age certainly surprised him, as it always had. They had successfully charmed communication objects and coded them to their own blood, all while still in school, and certainly before their falling out in 5th year. It was complicated magic, though crude. Harry had dropped the lily pendant in the shrieking shack, and Albus had not returned it to the child, intrigued as he was by the soft glow of magic around it. He was rather glad he had not. When the small bronze lily had begun vibrating in his pocket the night before, he had known that Severus was all right and alive, for he would not be attempting to contact Harry if he were not. It was not a cry for help, but perhaps Severus was attempting to locate Harry at the time. Thanks to the blood protection on the two charms, Albus could not analyze them as thoroughly as he would have liked. It spoke to Severus' state of mind that he would have entrusted something so precious as the memory of Lily Evans to her son. Again, the old man sighed with grief. How he longed to make Severus happy. How he would have loved to see Harry grow up as a normal, carefree boy. But that was not their destiny. In the end, they would see that he had helped them as much as he was able, making grief and pain easier to bear, cutting the chains that would hold them back. Much as he regretted it, he knew it was necessary to the greater good. Perhaps summoned by the power of the old man's emotions, the phoenix finally awoke and silently flew to the headmaster's shoulder before beginning to warble a soft, comforting song. The old man stroked his dear feathered friend and allowed the tears of regret and sorrow to spill over, rolling into his snowy beard. Scabbers was a good rat. He had been a good pet for years. He always tried to be very good and stay out of everyone's way. It was hard, in such a big family, but he managed it somehow. It was a very good life, the life of a rat. There was nothing to do but eat, sleep, and explore if he got bored of eating and sleeping. Percy was a good master. He was considerate and thoughtful, and he never forgot about his beloved pet, Scabbers. The rat knew he was very lucky. He had not foreseen such a good life when he made the decision to lose his finger and go to ground to avoid the furious dog. He had thought he would live a cursed existence in the sewers of a Muggle city, surrounded by filthy rats that were ignorant of the world of wizards and concerned only with their next meal. But no, Merlin had smiled on him and his resourcefulness, granting him a home and a kind little master as a reward for his clever thinking. The little boy had picked him up, noticing that he was hurt, and took him home. How lucky he was that he happened to fall directly in the path of the kind child. He was wary at first, but when it became clear that he was welcome here and would be well cared for, he settled down. His little master gave him a name, a bed and a box of warm rags, and fed him from his hand scraps from every meal. The boy's mother was an excellent cook, but he had lived in terror those first few years, not even daring to shift in the dead of night for fear that wards would give him away. Would the child's parents notice that their boy's pet rat was unusual in any way? Would they attempt to cast magic on the rodent to determine if he was a threat to their children? When nothing happened, the rat could hardly believe his luck. He had fallen into an excellent home. It was also a perfect place to hide and to listen for the latest news, since his little master's father worked in the ministry. The rat sat curled up contentedly by the fire as the worried parents spoke of Death Eaters and Azkaban and the aftermath of the war. Long after their children were abed, the rat crept unseen through the house while visitors chatted with the master or mistress of the house about happenings in the world, usually petty things, but important enough for a rat to mull over. A rat was not picky about the scraps they found. Scabbers hoarded knowledge like he hoarded bits of Molly Weasley's cheese. When he heard news that upset him or was terribly important, he would shift into a man to think more clearly. Late at night when the burrow slept, he would transform into his true form, if only for a few minutes. The world seemed bland and strange without the overwhelming sense of smell that a rat possessed, but the colors. Oh, Merlin! The first time he transformed in over 3 years, he wept tears of joy at seeing colors once again. He reached out to the moonbeams in delight and ran his trembling fingers through the vibrant red hair of his little master before he forced himself to pull away. Little Percy really was a good master to a poor, defenseless rat. Scabbers shifted back into a rat, landing on the comforter and crawling next to the boy. The rat curled up in the crook of Percy's arm, absorbing his body heat and scent, and listening to his soft and steady heartbeat. Was it love he felt for this quiet, misfit Weasley, who whispered secrets to him in the dead of night and cared for him with such devotion? How could a rat not love such a kind little boy? Curled against his little master night after night, the rat thought and planned and plotted, though usually his plots were nothing more than ideas on how to avoid the twins the next time he saw them, or to convince his little master to save him an extra bit of bacon the next morning. He grew a little worried when Percy Weasley turned 11 and Hogwarts loomed on the horizon. Had he grown attached to his little master? He knew that staying with the other red-headed children wouldn't be quite the same. But thank Merlin, it was a stroke of luck when the boy brought him to Hogwarts as his familiar and wasn't bothered by anyone about it. Scabbers knew the rules of a cat, a toad, or an owl as the only accepted pets, but he was clever enough to avoid being eaten by the idiot cats in Gryffindor Tower, because of course his kind, but stupid, hosts would be Gryffindors. Surrounded by children, back in the place of his happiest memories, Scabbers continued to be a good rat, a very good pet. He avoided the cats, snuck around to his heart's content, and ate the best food Hogwarts had to offer. He rode in his little master's pocket, slept through the classes his friends had practically dragged him through, and blessed his good luck time and again. The dog was gone. Nobody knew who he was, and he was safe. Even the werewolf never showed up. Life was good. Scabbers was safe. He amused himself in the castle as a rat. He'd always loved discovering secrets, sneaking into private places he had never dared go before. He learned rather odd and shocking things about the Hogwarts professors. For example, Phileas Flitwick sang Celestina Warbeck ballads in the shower, Aura Sinistra had a mad crush on Gilderoy Lockhart and had practically built a shrine to his honor, and Snivellis hummed Muggle songs while he was making potions. Minerva liked to take naps as a cat, a fact that almost gave Scabbers a heart attack when he ventured too close to her office late one rainy afternoon. He didn't go near her again if he could help it, preferring to stay in the dorms when his little master had transfiguration. But sometimes, Scabbers grew anxious and restless. He was a twisted little rat, and he was clever enough to control himself most of the time. But sometimes, temptation grew too great. He was surrounded by ignorant, Innocent children who would be disgusted and horrified to find out what the rat sniffing around in their bathroom really was. But Scabbers was careful. He didn't want to endanger himself, and he didn't want to hurt anyone, even though he was beginning to feel desperate. A man needed an outlet. It couldn't possibly be healthy, he reasoned to himself, going for so long without the basic comforts of humanity. He contented himself with small things, but they always left him hungry for more. He thought of the Dark Lord, his most beloved master, who had seen his twisted appetites and had rewarded him accordingly for his information. Muggle children are magical. It had made no difference to him. His Lord was gone now, but the twisted desires awoken and encouraged during that time remained, no matter how he fought against them for his own safety. He was careful. Percy never suspected his beloved little Scabbers. How could he, anyway? Scabbers was just a rat. The hands in the night belonged to something invisible and almost silent. Some bogey of the night that didn't exist during the day. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had never seen any significance in the boy's night terrors, and his brothers here at Hogwarts were too dense to notice anything now. Scabbers' nerves relaxed, and he was so very gentle and careful with his dear little master that not a mark was left. There was no evidence for Percy to turn to, and the bewildered child assumed that he was having nightmares, or that it was his imagination. He kept quiet. Scabbers stayed safe and content, and 2 more years passed uneventfully, until the bad news started coming. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley worriedly discussed the Daily Prophet articles late into the night, and Scabbers listened with growing interest, then alarm. First, the boy who killed the Dark Lord vanished, and then turned up again with no real explanation. Then the dog escaped from Azkaban, and if that weren't the worst of it, Snivellis turned up at the burrow with the boy himself. Scabbers was terrified when that Slytherin's dark, piercing gaze fell on him in the bathroom. He was just sniffing around, as he always did, and hadn't expected Molly to drag a visitor in here. Those eyes had always unnerved him in school, and now that Snape was a grown man, he was even more frightening. Scabbers stared back, too terrified to move. Had he been found out? He had never been spotted in his spying before. Rumors around Hogwarts said that Snape could read minds. But to his immense relief, Snively seemed to think he was just an ordinary rat and ignored him. He could hardly believe his luck, and he sighed with relief. But when Snively's black cloak was discarded, the rat snuck over to check the pockets for snacks, as he always did. It smelled like a wet dog, a familiar dog. Terrified, the rat darted away and hid behind the toilet, where he trembled, wondering why in the world old Snape would smell like Padfoot. Was Snivellis in league with the dog? There he hid, waiting until Snivellis finally left, but he was too frightened to leave yet. As if his day wasn't going badly enough, the boy saw him. The look of disgust on Pronkslet's face cut into his soul like a dreadful knife, and when the boy tried to shoo him away and kick at him, Scabbers wondered why he cared so much. He had barely wanted to hold the boy when he was a baby, and he had bitterly hated the brat for living when his lord had died. But there he sat, Lily's eyes peering out of an unfamiliar face, messy dark hair so similar to James, and the guilt slammed into his chest like a physical blow. He was glad when Molly threw him out. He wouldn't have been able to bear it. The guilt and fear that he didn't think would ever affect him had overwhelmed him like a flood. The boy who lived was here, within his grasp. A fanatical Death Eater like Bellatrix would waste no time in avenging their Dark Lord upon the child at the earliest opportunity. How difficult would it be for him to steal his little master's wand and take the brat far away from help? With the dog on the loose, it was almost inevitable that he would be found sooner or later, especially with the boy staying here with him. But Scabbers had always been lazy and cautious. He would not move to hurt Pronkslet unless he had no choice. He owed that much to the marauder's oath, he supposed. Besides, it wouldn't do to break his cover and leave this comfortable house. The spirit was willing, as they said, but his flesh was weak. He chose comfort over fanaticism. After all, he had never been one of the Dark Lord's most loyal followers. He had simply chosen to side with the biggest bully on the block, as he always had. If he was forced to, he would prove his loyalty, but with the Dark Lord gone, his most faithful followers in Azkaban, and his cowardly servants in hiding, It would be most prudent to stay out of sight and out of mind until Snevelis and the brat were gone. As long as Percy didn't get it into his head to show off his good little pet, Scabbers would be safe. He didn't want to risk Snape getting a peek in his head and seeing that he was really too intelligent, not to mention too old, for a common garden rat. Scabbers had played the game of hide and seek for years, and he wasn't about to be undone by a couple of visitors. He was clever and resourceful. He would stay safe, as he always had. Okay, after that disturbing little foray into the darker minds of some characters, let's take a break. I agonized over this chapter, and finally decided to hit Snape with another awful occurrence, namely, taking his happy memories. I'm just so mean to the poor guy, I know, but things will work out. I have chapter 28 finished already, but I'm still perfecting it, and I have a pretty good idea where I want this story to go. You'll be happy and sad to learn that I anticipate the ending of this story arriving soon, though not for another month at least, judging by my posting schedule. Wormtail was always just creepy to me, and I couldn't resist pointing that out here. I made sure not to do more than hint at the inappropriate things I imagine fill that filthy rat's head, so hopefully it doesn't warrant an M rating now. Thank you all for your amazing reviews, of which I've gotten over 200 now, and for your encouragement. We are what we remember. Rated T. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Chapter 28. We are what we remember. Dawn rose over the English countryside, sparkling with the night's dew. The clouds, tinted rose-pink by the rising sun, drifted across a pale sky like tattered shreds of silk. Molly Weasley was up with the sun, as always. After starting breakfast, she noticed that her kitchen clock was alerting her that it was time to feed the chickens. Grabbing a pan of meal, she marched outside to the chicken yard and scattered the grain for the hens. Standing there while her flock squabbled and scratched around her, she noted that 2 of the roosters were ready for butchering. They would have a proper meal tonight, she decided, and they would get Professor Snape to stay for the whole thing this time. Speaking of, where was he? Hadn't he promised to be back by morning? Well, it was barely dawn now. He might arrive in time for breakfast. Suddenly, the house's door banged and she glanced up, surprised to see Arthur up and out so early. He really wasn't a morning person, and he looked like he'd just tumbled out of bed with his wand. But his eyes were quite alert. "What's the matter with you?" Molly called playfully. "Lose your way to the coffee pot?" "The wards just got triggered," her husband hissed, gesturing for her to get back into the house. "There's someone coming and an animal, too." Molly drew her own wand and stepped up next to her husband, who was attempting to smooth his wild hair and tuck his shirt into his trousers. "Go back inside, Molly," Arthur ordered her sternly. "Not until you go back in too, you stubborn man," Molly huffed. "If that Sirius Black is here, he might kill you before you can get a good look at his face." Arthur opened his mouth to reply, but froze. Molly turned and saw a man and a black dog standing at the far end of the lane that led to their house. He must have come up the hill since they were only just now seeing him. His robes were a nondescript grayish-brown, and his hair was brown as well. Sirius Black had black hair, but it could be a disguise, or polyjuice, or something. "That's far enough," Arthur shouted, loud enough for his voice to carry. "Who are you, and what do you want?" "I'm Remus Lupin," the shabby man replied in a mild voice. "We worked together briefly during the war, Arthur." I need to talk to you about something important. How did we first meet?" Arthur challenged. "We were at headquarters for a meeting and Molly introduced us," Lupin replied without hesitation. "I'd worked with the Pruitts on occasion, and that's how I met their sister." Arthur glanced at his wife, and Molly nodded. She remembered Lupin now. He had been a friend of James and Lily and Sirius Black. It was rather suspicious that he showed up now. She recalled the rumors in the order that Lupin had been the spy. When it turned out to be Black, she had felt a bit guilty for thinking that the charming, polite young man had been working for Voldemort. But she never would have suspected the mischievous, rowdy Black to have been a spy either. Her instincts screamed against her letting that man in the house with Harry sleeping just upstairs. What if Lupin and Black had always been working together? "Should we let him in?" Arthur asked softly. Molly frowned and glared suspiciously. "He was friends with Black, remember?" she replied in a low voice. "My gut says it's a bad idea, What with Harry being with us? Right? If he truly wants something, we can meet at the ministry, Arthur murmured back. Hang on and let me handle this. Arthur walked down the lane and Molly stayed by the front door. She watched anxiously as her husband exchanged a few words with Lupin and the big dog started sniffing around. It was a bony creature, looking half-starved. Normally, she would have felt some compassion for the animal, but right now, she felt only suspicion. Not only did the dog look like a Grim, but she had never seen Lupin with a dog before, and it seemed a bit fishy to her. She sighed with relief when Lupin turned to go and called the dog to his side with a sharp whistle. They left the property, and Arthur came back, looking pensive. Love? Molly prompted. He said he's looking for Snape. Seems he disappeared right from Hogwarts night before last, and nobody's seen him since. Molly shook her head. Severus said Black kidnapped him. Didn't he? She pointed out. But could he have really got past the wards of Hogwarts? Apparently he did, Arthur sighed. I told him Snape did pass through and went back to Hogwarts. He seemed relieved. My guess is Dumbledore pulled him in to look for the professor, and probably Harry too. Well, Molly murmured, looking down at her pan of corn. I suppose I ought to finish breakfast. The porridge will be boiling by now. Any chance I can have a cup of coffee while you're at it? If you brush your hair, perhaps. Harry woke feeling strangely happy before he remembered that he was staying with the Weasleys, and his happiness morphed into excitement. He yawned and stretched, marveling over how wonderful he felt this morning. He was warm and safe, snuggled under a quilt that smelled of fresh air and cut grass. He guessed Mrs. Weasley, Aunt Molly, dried the laundry outside. Harry wished that everybody dried their clothes like that. It smelled so good. But people like Aunt Petunia would have died of shame before they ever put a clothesline in their backyard. The sun was shining through the bedroom curtains, and he could hear feet pounding up and down the stairs and boyish voices chattering and laughing outside the bedroom door. Harry rolled out of bed, glad to be feeling totally normal once again. It felt like forever since he had felt energized and ache-free. He no longer felt tired and sick, and even his hand didn't hurt anymore, though his palm was a little tender. He stopped to examine it, glad that it didn't need to be bandaged anymore, and stroked the soft, new skin covering the healed burns. Satisfied, Harry rummaged through his duffel bag for something to wear, grateful that the professor had remembered to leave it here with him. When he was dressed, he tiptoed out into the hall. The bathroom door was closed and he hesitated to knock, since it sounded like a circus was being held inside. But he didn't need to knock after all. Fred and George yanked open the bathroom door as if they could sense him on the other side and grinned their identical grins down at him. Judging from their dripping heads, Harry guessed they had been attempting to brush their hair or perhaps had just finished a shower. Morning, the twins cheered as one. Sleep well? Nice dreams? Ready for the day? Harry smiled back, still feeling a little shy around the exuberant red heads. Yes, he answered, to all three questions. He dodged the two hands trying to mess up his hair even more and ducked into the bathroom. Thankfully, there was no weird rat in here today, and he did his business in record time. He washed his hands and face, and he used his hands to try and smooth down his wild hair. It wasn't much good, but as he shrugged at himself in the mirror, he supposed it didn't matter. Washed and energized, Harry hurried downstairs into chaos. Fred and George were teasing the youngest Weasley boy who Harry had met briefly last night. He couldn't remember his name, Don or Bob or something like that. Charlie was laughing over something with a taller redhead who could only be his older brother, whom Harry had not officially met yet. The shy girl who had barely poked her head into his room to say goodnight last night was nowhere to be seen. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley seemed busy, and they were also talking about something serious by the looks on their faces. Harry wondered whether it would be most polite to offer to help, or just to sit down quietly somewhere and try not to get stepped on. All the noise was making him nervous, so he decided to duck into the kitchen and see if Aunt Molly needed any help. He couldn't see the professor anywhere, but he might be busy doing something. He had said he needed to do something at Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley nearly tripped over him, and Harry got hot coffee splashed on his shoulder. Without meaning to, he yelped as the scalding liquid burned him, and he stumbled back before Mr. Weasley caught him. "Oh, heavens!" he cried, setting his coffee down and pulling a stick like the professor's out of his pocket. "I'm so sorry, Harry. You're so little I didn't even see you there." He waved the wand and said something, and the coffee on his shoulder dried up instantly. Harry blinked in surprise. "Thanks," he stammered. "Sorry for getting in your way." "Nonsense, son. It wasn't your fault," Mr. Weasley said kindly. "Did it burn you?" "Who got burned?" Mrs. Weasley interrupted, attempting to get past them with a platter of sausages. "Oh, good morning, dearie. Just in time for breakfast, I see." "I spilled coffee on Harry," Mr. Weasley explained sheepishly. "Arthur," his wife scolded. She shoved the platter into his hands and pulled out her own wand. "You silly man. Take that to the table, will you? Come here, Harry." She pulled him out of the chaos and into the empty kitchen. "Did you get burned, Harry?" she asked in concern, checking him over. Harry blushed in embarrassment at her fussing. His shoulder didn't hurt at all, and now that he was dry, there wasn't anything to worry about. "I'm fine, Aunt Molly," Harry insisted. Mr. Weasley cleaned it up quick. Mrs. Weasley murmured, giving him a skeptical look. "Well, why don't you go sit at the table? Breakfast will be ready in a few minutes. Do you need any help?" Harry offered eagerly. "Heavens, no," Mrs. Weasley chuckled. "I'm getting the table set now, but you're a good boy to offer. Do you feel better today?" She reached out and touched his forehead and cheek, then cupped his chin in her hand to tilt his face up so she could see his eyes. "Yes, ma'am," Harry replied meekly. "Thanks for, taking care of me and stuff." "Why, don't mention it, dear," Mrs. Weasley beamed. She gave his cheek a gentle pat before she straightened up to fetch the eggs. "It is our pleasure to have you here, Charlie says you're a natural at exploding snap." Harry felt his face warming up again. These people were all so nice. Even her kids were nice. "I like being here too," Harry said quietly. He missed Mrs. Weasley wiping a tear from her eye because he was too busy watching the spatula stirring the pan of scrambled eggs all by itself, and there was toast buttering itself on the other counter. "Wow," Harry whispered. "Is that magic?" "It certainly is, sweetheart," Mrs. Weasley chuckled. She snatched the plate of toast away from the butter knife before it could drench the bread in too much butter. "Want to take that to the table for me, love?" she asked, handing it off to Harry, who was surprised, but glad to help. He eagerly took the plate and carried it to the table in the noisy dining room. Mr. Weasley had his twins by their ears, and the oldest Weasley boy was holding the youngest one in his arms. Harry winced and wondered what Fred and George had done to their little brother to make him so upset. He was still crying into his brother's shoulder. Harry stood there awkwardly, trying not to get in the way and trying not to look like he was too curious about what was going on. Mr. Weasley marched Fred and George out of the dining room, and the oldest son sat down at the table with his little brother. Harry came and nervously sat down in the chair next to him, so he could see the youngest boy, who was about his age and obsessed with wizard's chess, if he remembered correctly. "Are you okay?" Harry asked quietly. It was quieter now, without the twins turning everything upside down. In the chaos, the little girl must have snuck down, because there she was helping her mum carry in the utensils and napkins. The youngest red-headed boy scrubbed his face with his sleeve, looking embarrassed. "Was just a stupid spider," he mumbled. "Ron's been scared of spiders ever since those two fiends transfigured his teddy bear into a tarantula a couple years ago," the oldest boy explained, gently rubbing his little brother's back. "Ron, yes, that was his name." Harry made a mental note of that. "I hate spiders too," he told Ron. "And I'm scared of the dark too." Ron's mouth quirked into a little smile. "I don't like the dark," he admitted. "I sleep under the attic, and the ghouls always banging on the pipes in the middle of the night." Harry shivered. Yes, a ghoul banging on pipes in the dark sounded awful. Did the house really have a ghoul? Or was it just something Ron said? "Hey, I don't think we've really met yet," the oldest boy pointed out with a crooked grin. "I'm Bill. He works for goblins now," Ron pointed out carelessly. Harry's eyes widened. Goblins and ghouls were real? Next he'd be hearing that dragons and ghosts were real. "I'm training to be a curse breaker for Gringotts," Bill explained, even though that made absolutely no sense to Harry. "I'm here for a few days on leave. Once I leave, I'll be going to Romania for more training, and I might not be back for a year or two." Here, Ron, why don't you sit here instead? Bill got up and put his brother down in his chair while he moved around to sit on the bench across from them. Tell him about the tombs, Bill. Ron cried excitedly. He turned to Harry, his formerly damp eyes now sparkling happily. Being a curse breaker sounds like so much fun. Wait till you hear all about the stuff he gets to do. It can be dangerous, Bill pointed out. But I guess I like it all right. Harry started to nod, but he jumped in surprise as his sharp ears caught the sounds of a smack, a yelp, another smack, and another yelp, somewhere else in the house, or possibly just outside. Harry's face paled and his whole body stiffened with apprehension. He didn't hear anything Bill was saying, or Ron's interruptions or Mrs. Weasley demanding to know where the other half of her family had gone. Once the noises stopped, Harry heard a door bang and suddenly the twins rocketed into the room, red-faced, but dry-eyed. "We're sorry for the spider, Ronnie," one of them rattled out. "Really sorry and won't do it again," the other added almost before his twin had paused for air. Then the two boys plunked down on the bench on the other side of the table, strangely subdued. Mr. Weasley followed, looking stern. "What did those two do now?" Mrs. Weasley asked, eyeing her silent boys suspiciously. "They found a spider and thought it would be funny to drop it down Ron's shirt," her husband replied. "I took care of it already. This spread looks too delicious to leave waiting any longer." The last Weasley child chose that moment to wander in with a familiar rat perched on his arm. He was thinner than the other children, and he wore glasses. His eyes were not blue, but rather were green. Not brilliant green like Harry's, but a soft blue-green like water in the ocean. "There you are, Percy," Mrs. Weasley smiled. "Sleep well, dear." Percy nodded silently and shoved his glasses up his nose. Harry gave him a little smile, but since as he was still nervous from overhearing the twins' punishment, he didn't say anything. Percy gave him a jerky nod in greeting, and seeing that the only two spots open were either next to the twins or next to Harry, he sat next to Harry and let his rat sit on his lap. The girl sat next to the twins, and Mrs. Weasley started serving. She waved her wand and things just moved around by themselves. The magic moved the platters, served the food, and poured juice into their glasses. Harry gawked at it all, not really minding that Ron was probably laughing at his amazement and that Charlie was teasing him. He had pulled up an extra chair and sat between his brother Bill and Mr. Weasley. Percy apologized for elbowing him, and Bill asked if he wanted jam on his toast. The girl knocked over her glass, but thankfully it was before it had pumpkin juice in it. The twins got over their contrite attitude and were soon talking up a storm, one after the other like some two-headed creature. Harry felt comfortably overlooked and sandwiched in, and he found that he loved it. Was this what being in a family felt like? Harry thanked Mrs. Weasley for serving him and ate his breakfast, which was incredibly delicious, but he felt like there was a rock in his chest. He really didn't want to leave the Weasleys when the professor came back, and he felt ungrateful. Was this what the professor meant a few weeks ago when he was saying that Harry would be happier in a proper family? It was odd, Harry thought. He had been quite happy with the professor, but it was a different sort of happy. He was happy here with the Weasleys too, but the happiness was overlapped with a kind of nervousness amidst the chaos and craziness of 9 people all living in a crowded little house. It was a little overwhelming, and Harry had the feeling that the professor probably didn't like all the disorganized insanity of a big family. Maybe that was why he wasn't here yet. He would probably try to come after breakfast when things might be calmer. All too soon, Mr. Weasley got up, kissed his wife and daughter, admonished his boys to be good, gave Harry a gentle squeeze on his shoulder, and left for work. Charlie started telling Harry about their dad's work in the Department of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. Harry was distracted from his worries about the professor and leaving the Weasleys by the stories of singing teapots, vomiting toilets, and dancing spoons that Charlie, Bill, and the twins regaled him with. Harry saw Mrs. Weasley getting up to collect the plates and jumped up to help her. He had cleaned his plate and all the ones close to him without even realizing it. Had he really been that hungry? It seemed like his appetite was just getting stronger. "You don't have to bother, dear," Mrs. Weasley said when she saw him carrying plates to the kitchen with her. "I use magic to clean it all up anyway. Why don't you spend the rest of your time with the children? Professor Snape should be here any minute, you know?" Okay, Harry sighed. He didn't know how to explain that he felt like he ought to do something to pay the Weasleys back for being so wonderful and kind. So he did as he was told and retreated back to the noisy dining room. Ron was finishing his plate, Percy was feeding scraps of buttered toast to his rat, and Bill was getting more coffee. The girl, was her name Jenny? Or Ginny? Was picking at her plate, and the twins were stacking all the leftovers in the same platter. "Want to come see my room, Harry?" Ron suddenly shouted, almost right in his ear. How had he come over so quickly? After Harry winced, he nodded. He may as well, while he was here. But they didn't get far. They were passing through the sitting room when the fireplace flared green and Harry flinched reflexively, barely resisting the urge to hide behind Ron, who, despite being the same age as him, was a bit bigger. "Molly Weasley?" A deep, kindly voice echoed from the fireplace. Harry knew that voice. In a panic, he darted away from Ron, fled up the stairs and into the first room he spotted, diving under the four-poster bed and curling up in a trembling mess. The nice white counterpane completely hid him from view, and he hoped nobody would find him here. He was not going with the headmaster anywhere ever again. He would hide here forever if he had to. The professor would find him, because he already knew how Harry liked to hide under the beds. He wasn't sure how long he was there. He lay there long enough for his breathing to calm down and his heart to slow. Someone came into the room and shut the door. Soft footsteps crossed the room. Paper rustled and a book thumped. "There you go, Scabbers," a boy's voice said. Harry thought it sounded like the boy with glasses who'd sat next to him. Cautiously, Harry poked his head out from under the bed and stared around the narrow little room. A skinny, red-haired boy was sitting at the desk under the window, and it looked like he was getting schoolbooks out. Harry watched him for several minutes before the boy turned to get something out of the desk drawer and saw him. Both boys stared at each other for several seconds without moving. "Well," the red-headed boy said at last, adjusting his glasses on his nose, "there's where you went. Professor Dumbledore was here to see you." "I don't want him to take me," Harry whispered fretfully. "He'll take me away and I don't want to go." "But," Percy said slowly. "Why not? Have you ever met him?" Harry just nodded. He didn't think he could explain properly with the frightened lump in his throat. "Is that why Professor Snape had you?" Percy asked carefully. "Sort of," Harry mumbled. He promised I never had to go back, and the headmaster took me anyway. The professor's been trying to help me, I think." "Oh," Percy replied, looking as if he had no idea what to say. "Well, why don't you get out from under there? We've got spiders here the size of your eyes." "I'm not scared of spiders," Harry answered boldly, crawling out from under the bed anyway. "There were always tons in my cupboard. It got so I couldn't be scared of them, otherwise I'd never sleep. They don't hurt you unless you bother him." "That's true," Percy frowned. He fiddled nervously with his glasses and Harry stood awkwardly in the middle of the little bedroom. It was quite nice, and it looked like Percy had it all to himself. In an apple crate by the bed was a nest of rags, and perched in the nest was the boy's fat brown rat, fast asleep. For lack of anything else to do, Harry crouched down beside the crate and stared at the snoozing rodent. "His name's Scabbers," Percy said suddenly. "He's my familiar." Harry blinked and looked up at the bespectacled Weasley. "Huh. That's what wizards call their special pets. Didn't you know?" Harry shook his head. He didn't know much about anything, really, but he wasn't going to say so right now. He didn't like rats, and he didn't want to say that either because it sounded rude. So he said the next best thing. "I saw it him, in the bathroom yesterday." "Scabbers likes it in there," Percy said stiffly. "I think it's because the vent in there is directly above the kitchen. Mum's always cooking, so the smell probably draws him in." Harry nodded. That made sense. "He's about the most boring pet in existence," Percy suddenly blurted out. "He eats, he sleeps, and does precious little else. Fred and George are always trying to kidnap him for their bizarre experiments. If they could charm him to be more interesting, I might forgive them." He rolled his eyes and Harry giggled into his hand. "I like it here," Harry said wistfully. Your family is so nice." Percy looked uncomfortable and fiddled with his fingers. Thanks for thinking that. I mean, I guess that's just the way we are." Harry nodded again and sat on the floor. He picked at a loose thread on his gray t-shirt and wished he could explain how he really felt about all of this. He had never had a mom or a dad, so he had no idea what it was like. He imagined it was like this, at least a little. Percy didn't know how lucky he was. "You're 9?" Percy asked suddenly. "Or 8. I'm sorry, I forgot. Your birthday's next month, isn't it?" Harry glanced up nervously. "How'd you know?" he asked in a small voice. Oh well. Percy stammered and his face turned several different shades of red. "I guess. I heard it somewhere. Probably." "Okay, that was weird." But Harry shrugged it off. "Are you doing homework?" he asked instead. "Summer homework." Percy nodded briskly, seeming to be glad of the change in subject. "Professor Snape's essay is the absolute hardest," he added with a grimace. Seeing him again, I decided I'd better revise it just in case when he comes he wants to see it, or something. Harry bounced up excitedly and hopped over to the desk, scattered with books and weird paper. "Professor Snape gave you homework?" "Ooh, can I see?" "It's second and third year material," Percy warned him. "I don't think you'd understand it, or be interested in it." "Professor Snape said he'd let me help him make potions," Harry argued. "He let me read all kinds of potion books, too." "Well, all right," Percy sighed. He rummaged through his schoolwork and pulled out a scroll and a smaller piece of paper. "I'm supposed to be writing 2 different essays. One is a review, sort of explaining the purpose of accelerants and potions. I finished that one last week. The other one is harder, and I have to write out how to prepare horned toads and 10 different potions that use their parts." "Ew," Harry grimaced. "Potions are just yucky. Who wants to drink something that's got lizard eyeballs in it?" "Or toad livers," Percy agreed solemnly. A knock suddenly sounded on the door before it clicked open and Charlie poked his head in. "Perce, you seen?" He blinked at Harry and then grinned. "Oh, there you are. Been looking all over for you. Ron said he turned his back for 1 second and you were gone. Mind coming downstairs? There's somebody here to see you." Harry gulped and glanced uneasily at Percy. The boy fiddled with his glasses and stood up, looking stiff and uncomfortable. "You'd best go then," he muttered. "Don't want to," Harry whispered in a wobbly voice. "I don't like the headmaster." "He's fine, Harry," Percy said coaxingly. "He loves kids. You'll be fine." "I don't like him, and he doesn't like me," Harry whispered fiercely, clenching his trembling fists. "How can you say that?" Charlie butted in, looking mystified. "He seems pretty worried about you. What with you getting kidnapped by Black and all." Black the guy. He was fine." Harry burst out, waving his hands helplessly. "He took me away from them. The headmaster just wants to take me back in. The professor's gonna be so mad." Again. Charlie shook his head slowly. "I'm not sure what you're talking about, Harry," he said patiently. "But I'm thinking you should come down before Mum decides to come up and get you herself." Harry nodded miserably. He knew there was nothing he could do or say to keep from going down, barring climbing out the window and running away. How far could he get when the headmaster could jump wherever he wanted anyway? He wished he had his necklace from the professor. He really needed some way to call for help right about now. Taking deep breaths to keep from shaking too badly, Harry followed Charlie down the stairs. He heard the headmaster's deep voice talking and Mrs. Weasley's voice replying, and Harry clenched his fists at his sides. He didn't know what to do, but he could be brave. He was good at acting like everything was fine. "Charlie, did you find Harry up there?" Mrs. Weasley called. "Bill said he's not outside." "Found him, Mum. Him and Percy were chatting," Charlie hollered back. The headmaster was sitting at the dining table. Tea things and ginger biscuits were set out in front of him, and Harry was amazed at how neat everything was, when just 15 minutes ago the whole family was in here eating breakfast. Magic really was amazing. The old man turned and fixed Harry with his brilliant blue eyes that seemed to shoot right through his skull with a clarity that almost took his breath away. He smiled kindly at Harry from behind his snowy white beard, and Harry felt his muscles tensing even more. Something was not right here. Was the headmaster trying to do something magical to him? He could feel it tingling along his skin and making his heartbeat slow down. "Hello, Harry," Headmaster Dumbledore said quietly. Harry did not answer beyond a single blink of his eyes to show he had heard the old man. He stiffly sat down in the chair Mrs. Weasley held out for him and stared at the old man with what he hoped was a respectful, but not trusting, expression. He put on what he thought of as his Dursley mask, the blank look of a stupid boy, content with his lot and slightly miserable because he was just a silly freak who didn't deserve any better. He didn't like or trust the old man, even though he could almost smell something in the air that made him want to. He shied away from the weird sensation as he would from rat poison. It smelled interesting, but he knew it was dangerous. "How are you?" the old man asked with what felt like forced cheer. "Have you been enjoying the Weasleys?" Harry didn't answer. He wanted to shrug, but he couldn't seem to get his shoulders to work, so he settled for simply staring blankly at the headmaster, gazing back at him expectantly over the tops of his spectacles. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore sighed, reaching out to Harry. The boy eyed his hand the way he had the first time he met the headmaster in Professor Snape's house. He did not reach out, and he looked blankly back up at the old man's earnest blue eyes. "I know I have not always done right by you, my boy," the old man murmured apologetically, "and I am very sorry for what you have suffered already in your young life." Harry still made no attempt to answer. He didn't know what to say. This was worse than when Dudley was trying to apologize to him. "Allow me to attempt to make things right, my child," the headmaster said softly. Harry wondered if the old man was on the verge of tears as he blinked up at him, but he didn't speak. "I don't believe you," he thought rebelliously. "I don't like you. The professor doesn't really like you either. You took me back. You left me alone. Why? What did I do wrong? I didn't mean to be bad. Where's Professor Snape, sir?" Harry finally asked. He feared that he wouldn't get a truthful answer, and he wasn't disappointed. "Harry, the professor has had some trouble recently," the headmaster spoke quietly, lacing his hands in front of himself on the table. "I have asked him to get some rest. I am here in his stead to bring you somewhere safe." "I don't want to go back," Harry whispered faintly. He shut his eyes because he was going to cry. He hated himself for being so weak. Please don't send me back there, sir." "Albus," Mrs. Weasley spoke up in a tone like ice. Harry had quite forgotten that she was still there. "If you think for 1 minute, I'll let you take this boy back to those muggles. You're crazier than my husband's Aunt Muriel. Molly, Severus told us the basics. I saw the rest and treated the bruises on his back. Harry isn't going back to anyone that would beat a boy so." "I understand," the old man murmured, "and I must confess, I did not realize that Harry was being hurt so badly there. Please allow me to make restitution now for being so blind." "How could you turn a blind eye to something like this?" Mrs. Weasley demanded. "It was right in front of you." Dumbledore was quiet for a few seconds. When he spoke again, he was fixing the Weasley matriarch with his solemn blue eyes, and Harry could feel a surge of something magic in the air tickling his skin. It made him want to believe the headmaster, but he shook his off with a feeling of disgust. He hoped Mrs. Weasley wouldn't fall for it either. "I did not know," Dumbledore said softly. "Sadly, I am not all-knowing, nor am I all-powerful. I have made an error, and I desire to make amends. Harry must be kept safe, especially from those in the magical world who would harm or exploit him. There are not many places for him to stay that meet those criteria, I'm afraid. But for now, I will be taking Harry to my home. He will be safe there for the time being." There was silence for a long minute. Harry chanced to peek up at Mrs. Weasley and was gratified to see that she didn't look impressed. Her arms were folded stubbornly, and she was simply glaring at the headmaster, who looked sad and solemn and wise, and Harry wondered vaguely why they were arguing anyway. Didn't Dumbledore know what was best? Harry shook his head, blinking hard in an attempt to clear it. What was wrong with him? He didn't trust the old man one bit, so why was he thinking these weird things? "I am Harry's magical guardian, Molly," Dumbledore said firmly, but still in that quiet, understanding voice he'd been using. "Do you think I would leave him in an abusive situation if I were aware of it? It isn't all that hard to find out the truth, especially if you've got magic on your side," Mrs. Weasley retorted. "Just look at him. He's almost smaller than my Ginny, and she's over a year younger than he is. How can you not see that something was wrong with the place he was living?" "I am a busy man, easily distracted," the headmaster countered. "But I see my error now. and I will repair it." "You'd best do that," Mrs. Weasley snorted. "And if I find you've not done right by the boy, I'll find you and you'll remember why my wand was so feared back in my school days." Dumbledore chuckled as Harry's heart sank with dread. "I do remember, Molly. Rest assured, I more than anyone only want what is best for Harry." Minerva was already stressed, and it wasn't even 9 in the morning yet. After waking and finding that Dumbledore had suddenly taken off and left her with a pile of paperwork to file before noon, she also found out that Remus had taken off early last night, likely soon after she came back for a nap. She fretted and fumed over the ministry paperwork, and when they got sent off at last, she briskly marched down to the dungeons. Severus at least would be a reliable conversationalist, and she would eat her best hat if he didn't know where Harry was. Poor lad. Both of them. She knocked on the door to his quarters down in the dungeons. To her consternation, she had to knock twice before it opened. Severus was glaring at her, and judging from the fumes hanging around him, he'd been brewing this morning. "Minerva, I am supervising a time-sensitive potion here. Would you mind terribly not interrupting me?" he snarled testily. Nonplussed, Minerva simply smiled at him. "When would you be done?" "I'd like for us to have tea. There are some things we must discuss." "I'll be done when I'm done," Severus growled and slammed the door. Minerva smiled triumphantly and chuckled under her breath. He hadn't said no, had he? So she wandered back up to her office and wondered how she was going to reach Lupin in the meantime. She was still thinking it over when she reached the warped corridor where Remus and Severus had clashed. To her surprise, a wizard in shabby grayish robes was there, admiring the new shape of the walls. "Back so soon?" she demanded icily, glaring at the werewolf. Remus turned and smiled sheepishly at her. "Hello again, Professor. I know I took off without any warning," he said apologetically, "but I couldn't stop thinking, about what you said. I had to find Harry." "Did you?" "No, but I tracked him to the Weasleys' home. Arthur told me that Snape had come through, but he came here. He must have brought Harry with him." "And how do you know that?" "Harry could still be with Black, for all we know." Remus hesitated just a bit. "I have reason to believe Harry was with Severus Snape." Minerva eyed him shrewdly. "Did you run off to find Black?" Remus stiffened just a bit before he nodded jerkily. "You found him?" Again, that stiff, reluctant nod. "I see." Minerva took a firm hold of her temper, which was threatening to boil over. "I suppose you did not alert the authorities?" "I don't think he betrayed them, Professor," Remus said quietly. "He said the same thing in Azkaban when I was there. He didn't get a trial. No one's given him Veritaserum. Dumbledore just left him there." "Dumbledore left Harry with abusive relatives, too. Sirius rescued him and nearly killed Harry's uncle for trying to hurt him." "I know about the Dursleys," Minerva huffed. "But Harry's placement with them must be handled properly. Even the way Severus dealt with it was all wrong. We need to go through legal channels, or we will simply end up hurting the boy more, instead of helping him." "How traumatic do you think it would be for Harry to be kidnapped by the man who betrayed his parents?" "Sirius said he wasn't the secret keeper, and I believed him," Remus said stubbornly. "Be that as it may, how do you think the entire world will see his actions? Kidnapping is a crime, no matter what reason it's done for. Rescuing a boy from an abusive home isn't the same as kidnapping. It is, especially when the person doing the rescuing is an escaped convict. He was never convicted of anything, so how could he be a convict in the first place?" Minerva sighed. Remus was as stubborn as anyone she had ever met. Severus was probably one of the few who could beat him in the stubbornness department. Him and Albus. Remus would calmly quibble all day long about this if she let him, so she decided to head him off before he really got angry. Minerva turned and walked briskly up the passage, pleased that Remus hesitantly moved to follow her. She smiled at him by way of peacemaking. "I was about to have some mid-morning tea. Join me?" Remus looked relieved that she was changing the subject. He smiled gratefully and lengthened his strides to catch up with her. "I'd love that, thank you." Minerva almost smirked as she said casually, "By the way, Poppy has been looking for you." Remus moaned. "I can only take so much of her fussing. She's wonderful. She really is. But there's nothing more she can do for me." The best thing to do for a werewolf is to let them alone. I'll finish healing on my own. So is that what you were planning to do with Harry? Let him alone, she asked quietly. Remus was silent for a long minute. When she glanced over at him, she regretted her question. He was looking gray as death, and the anguish on his face was enough to break her heart. You know the punishment for a werewolf who infects someone is death, Remus said softly, his voice hoarse with emotion. I know I deserve it. I deserve to die for my carelessness and arrogance. But Harry is all alone right now. Oh, I know he has Snape and Dumbledore and you and Poppy, but essentially, he is alone. I want to be there for him. I want to comfort him after the pain of the transformation. I want to run with him under a full moon in the wilderness. I don't want him to be alone, the way I was until Hogwarts. Harry is famous enough, Minerva pointed out. What do you think this will be like for him if an inkling of this leaks out? It will be beyond horrible, considering that he's the boy who lived as well as a werewolf. I know, and I can't really do anything about that right now, Remus snapped hoarsely, tears slipping from his eyes and down his sunken cheeks. But I can be there for him, if he wants me. I failed him, Minerva. If I'd gone and looked for him after James and Lily died, I would have known where he lived. I would have known better than to stop even 10 miles from that town. It was ill-planned, and in my arrogance, I thought nothing would happen, the way nothing's happened through all my hundreds of full moons. Harry deserves more than my death. I want to give him everything. My life, my sorrow, my help. My death would do nothing for him, unless he truly wants it. Minerva stopped and stared at her former student. Battle required bravery, of course, but everyday human relationships required their own kind of courage. She knew that all Gryffindors came into this understanding of courage sooner or later, though with Remus, she had feared he would always be spineless. It was simply the way he was. He never stood up to his friends when they acted like idiots. He fled when those he loved died or were otherwise lost. He hid and attempted to kill himself when he felt he had nothing left to live for. He avoided friendships and camaraderie out of some pathetic attempt to protect them from himself. She knew how much courage it was taking for Remus to pick himself up and face his mistake head-on like this. How much easier, how much simpler it would be for him to turn himself over to the ministry to be given the punishment he craved. But no, he chose to live. It took courage to die for someone you loved, but it took more courage at times to live for someone you loved. She learned that when her husband died. You've grown up, Remus, Minerva said softly. She reached out and cupped his face in a motherly gesture. You're a Gryffindor at last. Severus finished stirring his glowing blue potion and set down the stirring rod. For a few minutes, he stared into the cauldron, mesmerized by the simmering liquid with its softly shimmering fumes. He shook himself and adjusted the heat with his wand. He had been up early this morning, driven by an urgency he couldn't understand. The potion was sitting there under stasis in the lab, waiting for him to finish it, and he didn't exactly remember starting the magical core replenisher yesterday. He was troubled by the vagueness of his memories, to say the least. All his life, he had enjoyed a keen and vivid memory, and for him to be forgetting details like when exactly he had started brewing a long and complicated potion was troubling. And then there were the strange dreams he'd woken with this morning. He couldn't remember a single detail, save that they left him with conflicting emotions and tears on his cheeks. He didn't cry very often, but most of the tears he had shed in the last 7 years or so had been in his sleep. Waking with a damp face was not exactly new, but waking up, feeling such a profound sense of loss, betrayal, longing, that was new. Usually, he woke from dreams feeling guilty or filled with grief. Most of his tearful dreams involved the night Lily died. He had wept in Albus' office after hearing the news, one of the very few times he shed tears in front of another. What had he been doing before receiving the news that shattered his life and broke his heart? Halloween night of 1981 was a blur of exhaustion and grief in his mind. He didn't think he had ever recalled clearly what he had been doing that night. It didn't matter. That was the night she died, and her child lived. Give me back my son. Severus flinched and rubbed his suddenly throbbing forehead, wondering where that stray thought had come from. He could swear that the voice he heard was his own. But why would he be screaming in such anguish for a son that didn't exist? Who was he pleading with? Sighing, he shook his head, dismissing the odd memory. If it was a memory, maybe it was the remnant of a nightmare. The mere thought of having children of his own was most certainly a nightmare. The door to his personal quarters banged. He knew that brisk knock and frowned, dropping minced mandrake root into the cauldron and stirring while he counted under his breath. Before he'd finished stirring, she knocked again. He cast a stasis charm over the cauldron, cursing when the effort left him reeling. His magical core had certainly been pummeled recently. Maybe that was why his memory was so fuzzy. He marched to his quarters and flung open his door, glaring at Minerva McGonagall. She wasn't completely unwelcome, but he tended to get testy when he was interrupted. "Minerva, I am supervising a time-sensitive potion here. Would you mind terribly not interrupting me?" The wily old cat just smiled at him from over her spectacles. "When would you be done? I'd like for us to have tea. There are some things we must discuss." "I'll be done when I'm done," Severus growled at her and slammed the door in her face. He heard her chuckle on the other side of the door, and he sighed, scrubbing a hand over his face. It was difficult to concentrate when he was puzzling over a riddle like this. His fuzzy memories were rather troubling, but he felt about as confused as he would if he had been hit with a particularly bad stunner. His first instinct would usually be to seek out Dumbledore and ask what the hell had happened to him, but for some reason, his instinct was currently screaming at him to go to Minerva first. "Oh, for the love of Merlin," Severus muttered to himself. "It isn't enough I can't remember details. Now I can't even recall why I don't want to go to Albus." But he was a man who lived by relying on his instincts. He would take the cat up on her offer. After he finished this next phase of his potion, he returned to his lab and canceled the stasis charm, filling the next 10 minutes with chopping, dicing, crushing, and stirring. By the time the potion was ready to simmer for the next 5 hours, undisturbed, he had worked himself into a calmer frame of mind. His memories, too, seemed clearer. But rather than reassuring him, he was more alarmed. There were tiny details that he knew he ought to remember, but he didn't. That his mind was growing clearer as time passed could be simply that his brain was settling after being pummeled by some horrible spell, or it could be the work of a sophisticated memory charm. How could he even trust that his memories were genuine? He cleaned up and changed his robes since the one he was wearing smelled like thestral bile, one of the more pungent ingredients in the magical core replenisher. Suitably clean, he tossed flue powder into his fireplace since he didn't feel like going all the way up to the tower where Minerva's office and private quarters were. "Minerva McGonagall's office!" he shouted into the green flames and stepped in. When he stepped out of Minerva's large fireplace, he was alone in her sunny office. Being in a tower had its advantages, like lots of windows. But Severus usually preferred the darkness of the dungeons. Plus, the damp was good for a lot of brewing projects. He dusted himself off with his hands since his magical core still complained every time he used a simple spell. There was no point in wearing himself out if he didn't have to. "Severus, is that you?" Minerva's voice somewhere off to the side might have startled him, but he was a spy and trained not to startle. He froze for a second in surprise, but turned briskly as if he had been expecting her to sneak up on him. "Minerva," he replied in the same tone. "I'm not too late?" "Of course not," the Transfiguration professor chuckled. "We're only just starting. Come in." Severus had been in Minerva's private chambers once or twice before. They usually talked in the staff room or in her office, if they did at all. It wasn't very often that he was invited into her sanctum, and vice versa. Why did he have the vague feeling that Minerva had been in his private chambers not too long ago? He definitely needed to talk to her about his memory problems. He stepped into her sitting room and froze again. Sitting on the cushy red sofa was a wizard with a familiar face. Remus Lupin. Had he seen him recently? Yes, he had. Hadn't he? But why did they meet? What did they talk about? Severus stared for several seconds, wondering how to feel about this new development. He still loathed the werewolf, didn't he? Why did he feel nothing but mild irritation that Minerva hadn't told him about her other guest? Why wasn't he losing his temper and frothing at the mouth and storming out of the room? He shook his head at himself in bewilderment and silently took a seat in the armchair across from Minerva. "Hello, Professor," Remus Lupin said hesitantly, eyeing him warily and visibly stiffening. "Lupin," Severus grunted. He took the teacup from Minerva and shook his head at the biscuits. He took a scone, though, and realized he'd skipped breakfast again. He hadn't even had coffee. He'd just gone straight to his lab after the shower and threw himself into his potion. Not literally, but anyway. "So," Minerva McGonagall said with a pointed look at both of the young men, "is there anything you two want to get out in the open before we start?" "Start what?" Remus asked, looking befuddled. Severus suppressed the desire to roll his eyes and silently sipped his tea. Minerva frowned at him. "We are here to discuss what is to be done about Harry, of course. Weren't you listening?" "Ah, of course," the werewolf coughed uncomfortably. "I thought we were going to discuss the other thing." "If you wish to discuss it, by all means do so," Minerva snorted. She arranged sardines on her toast and stirred milk into her tea. Remus didn't say anything in reply. He stared at his knees and at the full teacup in his hands. Severus decided the uncomfortable silence had gone on long enough and set his cup down with an audible clink. "Gryffindors," Severus sneered. "Do you realize that the lone Slytherin among you is wondering whether to consign you both to St. Mungo's Janus Thicky ward for insanity because you are making no sense? Will either of you tell me why you hauled me all the way up here from a very complicated and involved potion project to sip tea and nibble biscuits?" Minerva looked at him in surprise. "Why, Severus, we're here to see what's to be done about Harry, of course." Severus stared at her blankly. His face was starting to fall into his familiar scowl. Alarm spiked through him, and he searched his mind frantically for a Harry he and Minerva ought to know. There was a Hufflepuff second year named Harry Thicket, but he doubted she was talking about him. He was completely unremarkable in every way. "Harry who?" Severus demanded frostily. Why did he feel like they knew more than he did at this point? Silence greeted his question. Lupin and Minerva both stared at him in surprise that quickly changed to confusion. "Snape," Lupin said gently, "are you feeling all right?" "Don't patronize me, Wolf," Severus snarled at him. "Just because I seem to be in an agreeable mood concerning you today is no reason for you to be an imbecile. Right?" The werewolf muttered, his face flushing. "Severus, you know which Harry we're talking about," the Transfiguration professor said briskly. "Harry Potter?" Severus blinked at her, alarmed at his lack of reaction. Intellectually, he knew he ought to start ranting and raving right about now, about Potters and celebrities and arrogant spoilt brats, but he felt nothing. No, he felt a yawning emptiness so vast he wanted to scream or weep. Why should the name of Harry Potter mean anything to him? Why did he feel that it ought to mean something, but he could feel nothing but a sense of loss? "Severus?" Minerva whispered, looking even more alarmed than he felt. "You do not remember?" Severus mutely shook his head. His hands were shaking. "Why?" he rasped. "Why should I remember? Potter means nothing to me." "But you took Harry into your home," Minerva burst out, setting down her cup too, because she was trembling almost as badly as he was now. "You healed him after he was bitten by a werewolf." "Eh, what?" Severus cried, jumping to his feet and throwing a wild glare in Lupin's direction. To his surprise, the werewolf scrambled away from him and put himself in the doorway, watching him cautiously and maybe a little fearfully. That was interesting. Lupin had never been afraid of him, had he? "You found Harry in the street after a werewolf attacked him," Minerva insisted, drawing his attention back to her. "You took him home, you healed him, you hid him while the Daily Prophet was making a muck-up of things as usual, and you offered to keep him because Harry's relatives were abusing him." Severus stared bleakly at her, feeling like his world was crashing down on him, but it had felt rather flimsy to begin with. He realized that the world he had been living in just this morning had been a fragile one composed of his memories at the time. They had been rather fuzzy. Still, the thought of a world that existed where he cared about what happened to the Potter brat was almost ludicrous. But then it wasn't. "Don't take my son from me," Severus gasped and clutched his head. That scream in his mind again. The emotions connected with it. It was all so strong. But why couldn't he remember anything? Who had dared attack his mind and meddle with his memories like this? He was falling. He was clutching something tightly to himself like the last hope of a dying man. But what was it? What was so important? He retreated behind his acclemency shields and immersed himself in his own mind, examining his memories and recollections. He raced through the corridors of his mind, but he couldn't really see any problems. His memories were seamless. Yesterday, he had been brewing for the infirmary. The day before, he had been in the infirmary for something or other involving Lupin. They got into a fight over something insignificant. The day before that, he'd been brewing something at home. The day before that, he was in ministry custody. What had he done? Racing back through his memories, passing seamless days of brewing, snarling, and lonely brooding. Just like every summer he'd had since becoming Hogwarts potions professor, he found the memory of being arrested. Had he really hexed a couple of muggles because they were annoying him? That just didn't sound like him. Nowhere in his own memories could he find anything concerning Harry Potter or a werewolf other than information from 7.5 years ago. If it had happened recently, it was the best spellwork he'd seen in memory modification. Wearily, Severus pulled himself out of his own head and re-entered the world of the living, slightly disoriented by too loud voices and too much sunlight. Severus? Are you well? Should I call Poppy? Wait, he seems to be coming round. Severus Snape, if you can hear me, you'd better answer me or I'm calling Poppy. Don't call Poppy, Severus grunted. He squinted up at Minerva, who was pursing her lips in worry. Why am I on the floor? He demanded. You fell, Minerva replied drily. And you just let me lie here? Severus sneered. He sat up and glared at Lupin, who had come back into the room and was watching him with genuine concern. He wanted to snarl at them both to stop hovering. Stupid Gryffindors. He shook off Minerva's attempt to help him up and stood, gazing sternly at both of them. My memories have been modified, he informed Lupin and Minerva. I advise you both to be on guard, lest your memories also be tampered with. Why would someone do that? Lupin demanded, his eyes streaking through with gold, signifying his rising anger. Who could have modified your memories like that? From what I remember, you were always good with mind magic in school. My mind is better suited to deceit and manipulation, rather than actual mental battles, Severus frostily informed the werewolf. If some master of the mind arts managed to get past my formidable defenses, I would have been hard-pressed to fight them off. But who did this? Minerva demanded indignantly. Who would dare? And why would they want to simply erase Harry from your memory like that? Severus glared at her, wondering if she was acting thick or simply was refusing to see the obvious. He saw the moment Lupin got it because the werewolf clicked his mouth shut and his face paled with horror. Minerva was not stupid. She simply did not want to come to such a conclusion. She slowly shook her head in disbelief and Severus mercilessly helped her along. There is only one person I know of who has the skill to overcome my mental barriers and modify my memories with such precision. Albus Dumbledore, Remus Lupin supplied in a voice hoarse with dread. Severus found himself nodding in agreement, much to his distaste. You both must be very, very careful, because I can guarantee, Minerva, you are next. I suggest we sit down and discuss contingency plans. And you both will need to tell me what I have been forced to forget, especially how in the world you expect me to care about. Potter. Snape is going to get his memories back, never fear, but not for a little while. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. A lot is happening and things are moving toward the story's climax. Dumbledore's gonna find out he messed with the wrong Slytherin. Don't worry. Thanks for all your reviews and love. Memory is pain. Rated T. Mentions of torture and rape in this chapter. Flashback. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. I apologize for taking so long with this chapter. But at least it's the longest chapter to date, over 13,000 words. Chapter 29. Memory is pain. Harry stepped into the bedroom he had used for exactly one night and fought the lump in his throat. Charlie and Bill had been really nice to let him stay in here. Already, the cramped little room held good memories and felt familiar. He was leaving it now, and probably would never come back. He could hear Mrs. Weasley talking to the headmaster downstairs, and all of her kids were elsewhere. It would have been nice, Harry thought, to say goodbye and thanks to them all. But Dumbledore was in a hurry. He just wanted Harry to grab his clothes and things so they could leave. The boy picked up his duffel bag and checked to make sure everything was still in it. The broken toys he had grabbed from his cupboard, the empty potion bottles, his clothes, even his blue baby blanket were all tucked away inside. There wasn't anything else he needed. With a sigh, he zipped up the bag and slung the strap over his shoulder. He missed Snuffles all of a sudden, almost more than he missed the professor. He blinked back tears and wiped his nose on his wrist before he remembered that he was supposed to be using a hanky. But his pockets were empty when he checked. Who knew where the professor's handkerchief had gone? The thought of losing that little thing that the professor had given him made his eyes burn again, and he sniffled uselessly. "Hey," a soft voice said at his elbow. "Don't cry," another voice said at his other elbow. Harry jerked in surprise, but it was only the twins. They were smiling down at him, and their blue eyes twinkled with concern. Harry tried to smile back, but he was feeling too miserable to manage more than a tiny one. "I'm sure you'll come visit," the boy on his left said cheerfully. "Mum won't rest unless you do," the one on his right added. Harry nodded and wiped his nose on his wrist again. One of the boys handed him a handkerchief from his pocket, and Harry took it gratefully. As he wiped his nose, he caught the boy's scent and he froze in surprise. Here was a way he could tell them apart. Even though, since they were brothers, and twins moreover, their scents were very similar, Harry could find tiny differences that registered in his brain, though he probably wouldn't be able to articulate what exactly was different. Which one are you?" Harry timidly asked the boy on his right, the one who gave him the hanky. "I'm Fred," the boy grinned. "But good luck telling us apart," the other boy, George, pointed out mischievously. "Oh, I can remember you both now," Harry said confidently. "Fred smells more like pancakes." The twins burst out laughing and Harry felt his face blushing. "Well, I can't describe it," he mumbled self-consciously. George was still laughing as he pulled him into a headlock and messed up his hair. To Harry's bewilderment, once he was released, Fred pulled him into a hug with Harry's back to him. "We'll see you soon," Fred said cheerfully as he let go. "Little Harrykins," George finished, reaching out and messing up his hair again. "Thanks," Harry mumbled, trying to smooth down his hair. When he looked up, the rest of the red-headed kids had congregated outside the bedroom door. He felt his face growing hot again, wondering what he'd done to deserve this. The kids were telling him goodbye as if they'd miss him. He'd miss the Weasleys, of course, but that was because he'd never had a real family before. "Bye, Harry," Charlie said, pulling him into a quick, one-armed hug. "Maybe you can write to us." "We'll write you." Ron butted in, shoving a little bundle wrapped in newspaper into his chest. I didn't get to show you my room, but I wanted to give that to you." "Thanks," Harry whispered, on the verge of tears. He shoved the little present into his pocket to open later and accepted a quick and awkward hug from the other boy before he stepped back, red to the tips of his ears. "Don't worry about anything, Harry," Bill said, grinning down at him and squeezing his shoulder. "I bet we'll see you again. No crying, all right?" "Okay," Harry said with a wet laugh. He scrubbed his face with Fred's hanky and then tried to give it back. The twins vehemently told him to keep it, pretending to be horrified by the wet cloth and making Harry laugh some more. "Bye, little Jenny," or Ginny, or whatever her name was, squeaked at him before she ran away. "So weird," Ron snorted in amusement. "She is never that shy. What's got into her?" Harry shrugged. He kind of knew how she felt. He was shy of strangers too. But for all that, the little girl was still nice enough to say goodbye to him. Percy didn't hug or touch him. He stayed a little apart from his siblings and only greeted Harry when he made it out to the hall. "You'll be fine," he said a bit gruffly, looking uncomfortably stiff. "Just stay safe." Right, Harry answered quietly. Suddenly, he lunged forward and hugged the skinny, awkward boy. The hug was brief, but Harry knew how good a hug felt when you didn't know what to say or do. He remembered how the professor used to hug him when he was crying, and it had been just what he needed. Percy seemed surprised, but he awkwardly patted Harry's shoulder before the smaller boy let go and hurried downstairs, leaving the Weasley kids behind. The headmaster was waiting by the fireplace in loud orange robes, still talking to Mrs. Weasley. Harry took a deep breath and braced himself. "I'm ready, sir," he said quietly, hoping that he didn't look like he'd been crying. But apparently, he did, because Mrs. Weasley hurried forward, looking on the verge of tears herself, and wrapped him in a hug that smelled like their wonderful breakfast and fresh laundry and baking. "Take care of yourself, dear," she murmured, giving him a firm kiss on both his cheeks. "You'll be just fine, all right? And you just let Professor Dumbledore know when you want to come visit again." "Yes, ma'am," Harry whispered. "Thanks for everything, Aunt Molly." "You're so welcome, Harry, love," Mrs. Weasley chuckled, stepping back to dab her eyes with her apron corner. "Well, I suppose that's all the goodbyes done then." Harry looked up and saw the 7 red-haired siblings all hanging off the stair banister watching them. They all looked forlorn and sad that he was leaving. He felt terrible. Suddenly, he hadn't meant for them to miss him so much. Feebly, he waved at them before he took Dumbledore's offered hand and allowed him to hold him tightly as they stepped into the leaping green flames. Albus had not had guests in his family home for decades. In fact, he barely lived there anymore. Ever since his beloved sister died and his brother moved out to run a tavern and raise goats, Albus had been left alone in a too-large house filled with memories. His house elf, a wizened old creature that had practically raised him and his siblings, was the lonely house's only year-round inhabitant. Harry would be quite safe here, but the downside would be that the boy would be isolated, save for the house elf. Hopefully, the boy had been able to pick up enough of normal interaction through his childhood, because Albus Dumbledore could not afford to allow Harry to be further corrupted by the magical world, and yet he could not entrust the boy to another Muggle family. Not only would he not be protected from Death Eater remnants, the Muggles would be exposed to a werewolf, even if he picked Harry up every full moon. Rumors said that Finra Greyback was able to partially shift into his wolf even during the lesser phases of the moon. Bumblebee Manor was old and rather grand, built near a stately old village of the type that attracted tourists. The grounds were lovely, and fenced all around with hedges and wards that would keep the boy who lived quite safe. Isolated it may be, but Harry would be well protected here. Stepping out of his grand entrance flue with Harry's hand held tightly at his side, he was struck by many bittersweet memories. The last time he had stepped foot in this house had been 2 years ago. Gellert used to visit him here, and the thought of his old friend filled him with keen sorrow. Shaking off memories of the past, he turned to the little boy beside him, wondering how Harry liked his first view of Bumblebee Manor. "All right there, Harry?" the old man asked gently. The child was shivering and clutching his hand like a lifeline. The boy jerked his head in a swift nod and yanked his hand away from Albus, trembling a bit as he brushed off his clothes and tried to pat down his hair with one hand. "Wonderful," the headmaster smiled. "Then I believe it is time we had a little chat, wouldn't you say, Harry?" Harry shrugged, still not looking up at Albus Dumbledore, and fiddled with the straps of his bag. "First, you ought to meet my house elf, Kooky." Harry looked up at last, curiosity on his face. There was a loud pop right in front of them, and Harry yelled before ducking behind Dumbledore's bright orange robes. The wizened house elf likely looked bizarre to the boy, and the nasty scowl on the creature's face probably wasn't doing it any favors. "Master finally decides to come home," the house elf croaked in a voice like a rusty gate. "Yes, I have come home, Kooky," Albus replied cheerfully. "I apologize that I was away so long this time, but you know how busy I can be." "Oh yes, Kooky knows," the house elf snorted. "What does Master want Kooky to do with the midget?" "Ah, this is Harry," Dumbledore answered, stepping aside and putting a hand on the boy's bony shoulder to keep him from hiding again. "Harry, this is my house elf, Kooky. Would you like to say hello?" The boy swallowed twice before he managed to croak out something that sounded like, "Hi," and Kooky scowled and didn't answer. "Well, that's all the introductions done, I think. Would you mind taking Harry's bag, Kooky? He'll be living with me for some time as my ward." Kooky snapped his fingers without even raising his hand, and Harry's bag vanished from his hands. The boy gasped and looked at the creature with obvious fear, unconsciously groping for the comfort of his bag of clothes. "Where does Master plan to keep his ward?" Kooky demanded, his bulbous eyes narrowing. Albus had to take a second to keep his composure before he said softly, "The north wing ought to be best. Harry must be kept as safe as possible. There are those who wish to harm the child. Miss Ari's rooms be hardly fit for a dirty little boy, master," Kooky hissed, affronted. Albus winced internally. "I know, Kooky, which is why you'll be fixing them up for Harry while we have a chat here. But before you go, would you mind fetching tea? It is getting on mid-morning now, and I'm a bit peckish. What do you say, Harry?" The boy flinched at being addressed and looked up at him warily, his bright green eyes pulsing with streaks of gold. "Why, yes, sir," Harry whispered, clearly not knowing what he was saying yes to. "Tea for two, and biscuits if you have any. All right, Kooky?" Kooky fetches tea, the house elf grumbled. It shot a hateful glare at Harry. "And Kooky will fix up Miss Ari's rooms for the nasty little boy." "Now, Kooky," Albus said sternly, "you know how much I dislike giving you direct orders, but I must insist you treat Harry with respect. As my ward, you are bound to be courteous and kind to this boy. Do you understand?" "Oh, Kooky understands," the house elf sneered. "Excuse Kooky. He has lots and lots of work since Master dropped in with no warning." With a loud crack, he rudely disappeared again, and Albus sighed. Clearly, the house elf had issues, but it was only natural that the poor creature would resent a stranger taking over Ariana's rooms. Shoving thoughts of his sister far away from his mind, Albus turned cheerfully to the trembling boy at his side. It was time for their long-overdue talk. "Why don't you follow me, Harry?" he said gently. "You could get lost in a big house like this." Harry looked all around at everything while the headmaster led him along a corridor and up a broad set of stairs. The house was big and airy and bright, filled with priceless things and old-fashioned decorations. He felt like he had come to a rich house sometime in the past, like the mysterious manor in the secret garden. He couldn't help but think of the ruins he had slept in after he ran away from Snuffles and the professor. Even the big fireplace here was similar, with a shield thing on an old-looking tapestry hanging over the mantelpiece. He had no idea that the old headmaster lived in such a grand old house, but he supposed it suited him. The house was old and brightly decorated and mysterious, and moreover, it smelled like lemons. The creepy little elf thing here was scary, but the headmaster apparently could order it around, and the elf could do things with magic just by snapping its twig-like fingers. That would take some getting used to for sure. The old man led Harry into a stuffy little sitting room with a small fireplace and several windows covered with rich red drapes. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore opened the curtains, letting sunlight flood the cheery room. There was a painting of flowers and fruit on one wall, and some portraits of people in strange robes with solemn expressions above the mantelpiece. The sofa and chairs were covered in velvet upholstery of a deep red color, and the matching rug under Harry's feet felt thick and soft. A fire immediately sprang up in the grate like a gas burner had been switched on, and Harry jumped in surprise. He was still uneasy around blatant magic, especially while the old headmaster was in the room. He stood where he was, awkwardly trying to be inconspicuous and wondering what the headmaster wanted to talk to him about. "All right now, Harry," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "Why don't you have a seat? Kooky should be coming with the tea any moment now." Slowly, Harry tiptoed into the nice room and perched on the edge of the closest chair. Dumbledore sat down across from him, and with a wave of his wand, transformed one of the sofa cushions into a table that would have looked at home in a Dr. Seuss book, and set it between them with a twinkly smile. Almost at once, a tray appeared about 3 inches above the table and fell on it with a loud clatter that made poor Harry almost jump out of his skin. The headmaster sighed and shook his head, looking disapproving, but not saying anything. Harry never would have dared to move if the old man hadn't held out a cup to him. "Be careful," Dumbledore warned him gently. "It's still quite hot. Biscuit?" "And no, thank you," Harry whispered. He wrapped his cold little hands around his teacup and blew on it. When he took a sip, he almost choked. It had way too much sugar. He'd never tasted anything so sweet. It made his eyes water. He didn't drink more than a few sips to avoid being ungrateful, but he really would have rather put the cup down and not drank anything. Albus Dumbledore didn't seem to notice. He cheerfully sipped his tea and munched a scone, making what Aunt Petunia called small talk. He chatted to Harry about this old house, how it had been built by his great-grandfather, and how he had grown up here with his brother and sister. It was hard for Harry to imagine Dumbledore being a kind like him. The only image he managed to get was a shrunk headmaster kid with the funny spectacles and a long white beard. Harry smothered his giggle with a sip of his tea and tried to listen like a good boy, but he didn't understand too much. He sat silently while Dumbledore talked about the gardens and how there was a special place his sister had created with her magic for plants and how he would show it to Harry sometime soon. He told Harry about the times he and his brother would spy on their parents in this very sitting room from a secret passage in the wall, and pointed out a little hole in one of the paintings where a gentleman's button was supposed to be. Harry did smile at that, thinking that it would not be so bad here if there were secret passages to explore. But eventually, the small talk stopped and Harry's teacup was cold in his hands. He felt better now and wasn't so scared. The headmaster really was nice. Harry remembered when the old man had come to visit the professor and stayed for breakfast while talking to him about Hogwarts. Why had he been scared of Dumbledore again? Oh, right. Because the professor didn't like him much and because Dumbledore took him back to the Dursleys. The little boy's smile faded and he swallowed hard, wondering when the old man was going to finish resting here and take him back. Dumbledore noticed how tense Harry got, because he suddenly asked if there was something wrong. "When were you taking me back?" he asked softly, struggling to control the pounding of his heart. "You'll be staying here at my house for some time, Harry," Dumbledore answered quietly. Although his eyes still twinkling kindly, his face looked very serious. "I'm afraid your relatives are out of the question right now." Harry's heart jumped in his chest, and he wondered if he was hearing things. "Really?" he whispered. "You were telling the truth? I'm not going back there ever?" "Well, you're not going back now," the old man said carefully. "You'll stay here under my protection for the moment, possibly for a good, long while." "What about the professor?" Harry asked timidly. "He has work to do," the old man said with a gentle smile. "I'll take care of you, all right?" Harry frowned at that, but he didn't know how to say that he'd rather stay with Professor Snape in a respectful way. He ought to say thank you, he knew, but he was starting to feel uneasy again. Besides, he was being ungrateful. Professor Snape was very busy, and it was nice of the headmaster to let him stay here. At least it looked like here, nobody would beat him, and he would probably get enough to eat if this tea was any example. There was way too much food for the both of them, even if Harry was actually hungry. "So, Harry, you were taken from your home by a stranger, weren't you?" "Yes," Harry answered at once, a little surprised that he had answered truthfully so quickly. But was Snuffles a stranger? He had to stop and think about that. "Did you know who he was?" "Sirius Black," Harry answered again. It was an odd feeling, answering so quickly and honestly, when he would really rather not answer at all. Was the old man using some kind of magic on him? "That's right, Harry," Dumbledore said softly. "Sirius Black tried to kill you when you were a baby, and he killed your parents. He is very dangerous. Did he hurt you at all?" "Yes," Harry blurted out, wanting to slap his hands over his mouth. But he didn't do it on purpose," he added desperately. "I know he burned your hand, but did he do anything else to you?" "No," Harry replied, feeling a little relieved. But why was he just blurting everything out? A panicky fluttering started in his stomach, and he had to put his tea down before he spilled it with his shaking hands. "Where is Black now, Harry? Do you know?" "No," Harry whispered, looking down at his lap. "Harry, why do you trust Black?" "He's nice to me," Harry whispered, fighting uselessly against the compulsion to reply. It wasn't natural, this urge to be honest. He screwed his eyes shut and rocked slightly from the effort to keep his mouth shut. "He saved me from Uncle Vernon, and he Snuffles too. So he protected me from the big bad wolf," Harry babbled. "He gave me my own room and carried me, and said he cares about me. He told me stories about my dad and he's nice." "Snuffles," the old man repeated softly. "Harry, who is Snuffles?" Harry struggled against the urge to answer again, determining to keep his mouth shut this time. He wouldn't tell Snuffles' secret. If he did, his godfather wouldn't be able to find him again. "Harry, I need you to tell me who this Snuffles is. How did you meet him? Is that what Black wants you to call him?" Harry shook his head desperately and kept his lips pressed together. He couldn't tell. He wasn't going to submit to this, whatever it was. Nobody could force him to say anything he didn't want to. His stomach flipped nauseously, and the sick feeling only grew the longer he fought. "Is Snuffles your nickname for Black?" Dumbledore asked patiently, his blue eyes shrewd and no longer twinkling. "No," Harry moaned softly against the added pressure, fighting the words that were trying to get out. He pressed both hands over his mouth and closed his eyes, fighting the urge to blurt it all out. Snuffles was a stray dog, and Harry's only friend. Snuffles was actually his fairy godfather and tried to keep him from getting hurt. Snuffles was a big black dog, and he was a tall man named Sirius Black too. Harry didn't realize that he'd been mumbling the word "no" over and over until the nausea that had been clawing his insides suddenly erupted. He fell off his chair and threw up on the floor. After he finished retching, the urge to talk wasn't quite so strong. He was able to keep his mouth shut without saying no, but his elation vanished suddenly, leaving him cold with horror at the thought of the trouble he was in now. Not only had he told an adult no, he had made a mess on Dumbledore's nice carpet. "I'm sorry," he croaked. "I'm sorry, sorry." He cringed and wrapped his arms around his head, whimpering softly at the thought of the punishment he was about to receive. But when the old man crouched beside him, Harry wasn't punished. Instead, Dumbledore gently rubbed his back, murmured words of comfort, cleaned the mess with a wave of his wand, and helped him onto the sofa before draping a blanket over his trembling shoulders. "I'm truly sorry, Harry," the old man said quietly. "I was only trying to make it easier for you to tell me if anything had happened. Do you feel better now?" "Yes," Harry answered without hesitation. He still felt compelled to answer truthfully when he was asked a question, but it wasn't so powerful. He could fight it if he wanted, and the knowledge helped him to relax a bit more. "You'll be safe here, for now," Dumbledore said, tucking the blanket neatly around Harry. "There are some rooms in the house that were built specially for my sister. They are the safest rooms in the house. But you may not leave them unless I or Kooky are with you. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Harry whispered. His mouth felt nasty, and he was still shivering and he felt dizzy. He just wanted to lie down for a while, but he knew better than to ask before the old man was finished talking to him. "All right then, I'll have Kooky take you to your room." The old man stood and looked down at him with a strangely sad look on his old face. "You have no idea how special you are, my child," he whispered. "I am only trying to keep you safe. Please understand that. I am not your enemy." Harry blinked in confusion. "Kooky," Dumbledore called in a louder voice. There was a pop, and the strange elf thing was standing there, scowling and flexing its twig-thin fingers. "Please take Harry to the bedroom, Kooky. From now on, he's in your care. Once you have him settled, come back and I will give you further orders." "Yes, master," Kooky grumbled. He limped forward and grabbed Harry's foot, which was peeking out of the blanket he was cocooned in. The world seemed to shift. It was as if Harry was sitting still while everything around him was sucked away, to be replaced by a very different room. It was a round room built entirely of stone. He was sitting on a 4-post bed with soft blue curtains and a coverlet, decorated with a pattern of white stars and clouds. The room was quite bare, save for some rugs on the floor, a wardrobe, and a chair by the bed. There was an open doorway to a bathroom, and beside it was a closed door of heavy wood and metal. The only windows in the room were some very high ones like slits up near the flat roof. The shape of the stone room gave Harry the feeling of being in a giant can, like the ones Aunt Petunia sometimes got soup out of. Kooky suddenly let go of his foot and vanished with a pop, and Harry was left alone in the cold room. He shivered and hugged his blanket tightly around his shoulders as he looked around again. This was nothing like the professor's small, cozy little bedroom, with the 2 nice windows and soft white curtains and powdery whitewashed walls. He spotted his empty bag hanging on the handle of the wardrobe, and Harry felt his heart sink into his toes as he realized that this dungeon place was going to be his bedroom. He wondered how long he would be kept here by the old headmaster. There was no denying that it was safe, but the wolf inside him began to howl for sunshine and fresh air. Harry curled up on his side on top of the bed's coverlet and sobbed his heart out, missing his professor more than ever before. Here, there was no one to beat him, but there was no one to hold him either. There were no angry shouts, but no one to talk to either. He was completely alone. Is Harry settled? The nasty boy is in Miss Ari's bed, Master. Just like Master says, Kooky snarled. Albus sighed and rubbed his face. Kooky, please, he murmured. I have had an extremely trying morning, and you are making it worse. Harry needs to be kept safe, and nowhere I can put him now is safe enough. Ariana's rooms are all I could think of. Miss Ari's rooms don't belong to the filthy little boy. Kooky shrieked. They do now, Albus said sharply, stopping his ill-tempered elf cold with his uncharacteristic outburst. Ariana is dead, he said more gently, but I think she would be pleased to give her rooms to a little child who needs them. You must let her go. Kooky huffed and looked away from his master, but he didn't object. Harry is the boy who defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort as a baby, Albus explained. His relatives are no longer suitable, and I have no one else I trust to raise him properly. He cannot be allowed to become complacent, spoiled, or lazy. I would like for you to enlist his aid in performing chores in his quarters. I will send you some curriculum, and you can oversee his education as you did for my brother and I, most admirably. What about magic? Kooky asked sourly. He does not need that right now, Albus replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. Right now, I would like for him to simply have a normal childhood. You can allow him to play when he finishes chores and school, and you can take him to Ariana's garden when you deem it prudent. Master is making Kooky be parent, the house elf grumbled. Will Master be doing nothing for filthy little boy? You are to call him Harry Kooky, Albus said sternly. If I hear you ever call him a filthy little boy again, or any other derogative name, I will have to insist that you punish yourself. Is that understood? Yes, Master, Kooky snarled, reaching up to twist his own ears in agitation. There is more, Albus said slowly. The reason Harry is to be kept in Ariana's chambers instead of elsewhere in the house is because he is also a werewolf. He was bitten almost 2 months ago now, and every full moon, you will need to lock him in a secure room where he cannot hurt anyone, including yourself. Be careful, Kooky. Master keeps a pet werewolf, Kooky repeated incredulously. Is Master going mad? He is not a pet. He is an unfortunate child who was hurt through no fault of his own, like Ari was. He needs our help and protection. You were so kind and good to Ariana, and I'm sure that you will be just as kind to Harry. Kooky was silent at that. You can come to me at Hogwarts if you need me, but I trust your judgment, Kooky, Albus said gently. I'm sure you and Harry will get along splendidly. Now, I'm afraid I've left some loose threads unsnipped and I must go. Just take care of Harry and let me know if you run into any problems. Kooky doesn't have to listen to Harry Wolf's demands, the house elf asked flatly. No, Kooky, you do not have to obey any of Harry's orders, Albus assured him. He is in your care now. I leave him to you. Yes, Master, Kooky mumbled. He bowed and disappeared with a pop, and Albus Dumbledore sighed before leaving the sitting room and returning to his flue. He had damage control to run. Severus Snape was back in the dungeons, brewing in 6 different cauldrons to keep his mind busy. But it didn't really matter. He couldn't stop thinking. Albus Dumbledore stole his memories last night. How could the old man do that? Severus had trusted him. Not even the Dark Lord ever took his followers' memories. Obliviate was a weapon. Severus had often wondered why Obliviate was not an unforgivable curse. To steal someone's memories was almost tantamount to stealing their soul. You took a person's identity with their memories. Even if you took something painful and terrible, the person was still left with psychological scars that never went away. But according to Minerva and Lupin, Dumbledore had taken nothing but good memories from Severus. Apparently, he had actually gotten along with the Potter brat. He had even felt protective and nurturing towards the child. Well, he supposed that anyone would feel pity for an innocent child he'd saved from bleeding to death after a vicious attack. In a flash of memory, he saw the corpses of the children he had not been able to save from Death Eaters, and a righteous anger and grief rose up strongly in his chest at the memory of those innocent victims, reduced to playthings or experiments for new curses or poisons. Severus shook his head sharply, dispelling the memory. He could feel pity, certainly, but Minerva had seemed adamant that he felt something more, for the Potter boy. He couldn't imagine it right now, but apparently, those feelings were connected to memories that he no longer had. Maybe if he saw the boy again, muscle memory would kick in. It would be rather awful for the child if he expected an understanding man and instead met a bitter, impatient old git, because Severus couldn't imagine not getting irritated and annoyed with any human creature under the age of 30. He stirred a fever draft vigorously while adding 2 handfuls of chopped fresh feverfew and lowering the flame under the cauldron. He set the stirring rod down and added crushed peppercorns to a cauldron of pepper-up potion, sprinkling it over the surface and turning up the heat. The bubbling would stir the pepper in on its own. He was turning back to his magical core replenisher, which was nearly done, when the chime for his office door went off in the peculiar pattern he had set for Dumbledore. He froze in panic before shoving everything behind his acclimacy shields the way he had. When facing the Dark Lord, he needed to project normalcy. He needed to be mildly curious about why his memories felt off, but he would accept whatever explanation the old man came up with. It was imperative that Albus never know that he knew what was going on. He needed to protect Minerva and Lupin, who had no defense if their minds were probed. He'd been tempted to demand that they go to Flitwick for a memory wipe after they finished their Council of War, but that would have required finding him and bringing someone else into their conspiracy besides. He just had to assure Dumbledore that all was well. Right. Should be easy. The old man knocked on the lab door and Severus took a deep breath, glancing at the clock to note the time in case he was obliviated again. He would know if he was missing a chunk of time. "Come in," he barked, purposefully putting his back to the door and slowly stirring the magical core replenisher. It was bubbling like mad, almost as thick as pudding at this stage, and Severus was holding a small cup of strongly brewed Arabian coffee, the last ingredient. "Severus, do you have a moment?" Albus asked from the doorway, where he was peeking in. "No," Severus replied shortly, carefully stirring the potion while pouring in the coffee, which he had brewed so strong it looked like ink. "How are you feeling this morning?" "Irritated with the world. But how's that new?" Severus snapped dismissively. "Act normal. Act normal." "I was worried about you, my boy," Dumbledore said gently. "You've not been yourself lately. Are you certain you feel well?" If Severus had not known that the wily old devil had wiped his mind last night, he would have believed the sincerity of his words. As it was, he felt his temper boiling with indignation. He hated to be used. He hated being manipulated. And he absolutely hated the thought of anyone messing with his head. His mind was his own, and even though a lot of the memories in it were not pleasant, they were his. Severus took a few seconds to control his rage and still didn't turn around. "I feel well enough to be brewing in 6 different cauldrons at once. What do you think? All the same, I'd like for us to have a chat when you can get a break," the old headmaster cajoled. "Fine," Severus snapped, finally looking over his shoulder to give the old manipulator a glare that would have reduced a first year to tears. "Now get out and let me concentrate." Albus Dumbledore silently left, clicking the lab door shut behind him, and Severus sighed angrily before going back to work. In a few minutes, he finished the magical core replenisher and bottled it and cast stasis charms on the other cauldrons. He took one of the warm bottles he had just filled and stared at the blue potion before he drank it down, boiling hot as it was. He burned his tongue, but this particular potion worked best the fresher it was. He braced himself against the wall as his magical core responded hungrily to the potion, leaving him lightheaded. His magic roared in his chest, and the bottles on the table trembled a bit with the rush of energy that washed through his body. He was left panting and invigorated, his fingers tingling with magic and itching for his wand. He directed the extra energy into his acclimacy shields and cast a Patronus to get rid of the magic that was practically jumping out of his hands. His silver dough leapt gracefully from his wand tip and landed on the work table, turning to look at him with wise eyes. But there was something off about it. It was smaller than it should have been, and the eyes and ears were too large. Severus blinked at it in shock, unable to form a coherent thought. His Patronus had changed. How was that possible? Had the Potter boy truly affected him to such a degree that his very magical core had changed? His Patronus was no longer a doe. It was a fawn. Trembling and badly shaken, Severus cancelled his charm, and the small fawn vanished in a shower of blue sparks. He took a few minutes to regain his equilibrium and put the memory of his Patronus far from his conscious mind. When he was ready, he took a deep breath and pushed away from the wall and left the lab, locking the door behind him out of habit. A strange thought came to his mind of expecting his lab door to be open. Was that a silver bracelet on his wrist? Blinking in surprise, Severus held his hand up to his face, and his bony wrist was as bare as it ever was. Shaking his head at himself, though secretly wondering if he was actually remembering something Dumbledore had taken from his mind, he crossed his office and entered his sitting room. Of course, the old man had made himself comfortable, ordering lunch and conjuring his own version of a comfy armchair. Severus smirked as he raised his wand and silently changed the color of the chair from purple to a more sedate green. There. That was better. And the old man hadn't even noticed. Ah, Severus, Dumbledore chuckled, turning to wave at him. That was rather quick. Won't you join me? Never mind that this is my sitting room, Severus muttered, taking his own chair and glaring at the feast on his tail table. He didn't usually eat much, and the sight of so much food when he was already so on edge made him nauseous. Are you hungry, my boy? I called for lunch, but I wasn't sure what you usually have. You could have asked the house elves what I have, Severus sneered. I actually did, Albus smiled. Flip told me you never have lunch. Indeed, Severus snorted, glaring at the old man. So there goes your excuse. The old man chuckled and piled up his plate. Severus took a few crackers and some cheese, for appearance's sake. His roiling stomach wouldn't let him put anything into it right now. Severus, what do you remember from yesterday? Albus suddenly asked. I remember absolutely nothing of importance, Severus retorted easily. Why? Did we have some deep conversation I no longer remember? He mentally winced. That was hitting a little too close to home, and he berated himself for letting his temper speak for him again. No, not at all, the headmaster smiled, looking relieved. You actually got into a bit of a tiff with Lupin. Have you gone out into the corridors yet? Severus frowned. No, he said slowly. Lupin is fine, but I was worried about you, dear boy. You took quite a blow to the head. Did I? Severus asked mildly. His mind was racing. Why would the headmaster bother with such an odd story? Lupin didn't look like he'd gotten into a fight with anyone recently, but he had looked extremely nervous, especially around Severus. Could there be some truth to this story? I wanted to make sure you were quite all right, Albus said apologetically. Even before your fight, you were acting odd, and you left before Poppy could check you over thoroughly. Well, I feel fine, Severus snapped. Mentally, he made a note to speak to Poppy, if she hadn't been wiped yet. Perhaps she could corroborate Minerva and Lupin's claims about Potter and other things. I'm glad to hear it, Severus, Albus said gently, with real concern in his tone. Severus wondered uneasily if he was the victim of some Gryffindor prank. Were Minerva and Lupin currently rolling on her office floor, laughing at his gullibility? Did they just want to cause him to doubt everything about himself, including Albus Dumbledore? Albus, Severus said hesitantly. You trust me, don't you? Of course I do, Severus, the headmaster replied easily, a curious tilt to his eyebrows. I would never have hired you as my potions professor if I did not trust you implicitly. You wouldn't hide things from me? Or take them from me? Albus studied him shrewdly, and Severus wondered if he'd gone too far. It is only that. Severus backtracked, floundering for words and looking anywhere but at the old man's sincerely concerned face. It is only that I do not think I trust you anymore, and I don't know why. My mind tells me one thing. My instincts tell me another. I don't even know why I'm thinking this, Severus, Albus said gently, reaching out to touch his arm. It will pass. You've had a difficult life, and you do not trust easily. I am honored by any trust you choose to give me, however little. But I want you to know that I trust you to do what is right, and I know you will not disappoint me, however much you fear disappointing yourself. I do not blame you for re-examining why you trust me, but I think if you reflect on our past, you will find that I have given you every reason to trust me. I feel for you as I would for a son, Severus. Remember that. Severus glanced incredulously at the headmaster, suddenly at a loss for words and thoughts. He needed space. He needed to think. A mere hour ago, he had been completely convinced that his mind had been infiltrated and his memories stolen and modified. But now, he didn't know what to think anymore. If Albus was to be trusted, then Minerva and Lupin were up to something. But if Dumbledore was not to be trusted, who indeed could be trusted? While Albus ate lunch, the old man started to chat cheerfully about the ministry, saying that some Aurors and some unspeakables from the warding department would be coming tomorrow morning to reinforce the school's protective wards in light of Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban. Though it was unlikely that the escapee would attempt to enter Hogwarts, some parents had expressed concern, so the wards had to be inspected and strengthened. Severus listened with one ear, humming or making other noises to show he was listening, but he wasn't really. He was simultaneously examining his memories, thinking about what Minerva and the werewolf had told him earlier, and wondering what it would take for him to betray Albus Dumbledore. It had taken Lily being in danger for him to betray the Dark Lord. Did he feel that way about anyone else? An icy cold feeling trickled down his spine as he wondered whether Dumbledore had taken his memories of the boy because of that fear, that if it came down to it, Severus would choose a 9-year-old boy over the mightiest wizard in Britain. Had he truly felt so deeply for the Potter brat that Dumbledore felt threatened? It was ludicrous, but the only thing that made sense. But what could possibly be the cause of such a choice? He knew from Minerva that the Potter boy was abused by his Muggle relatives. It didn't surprise him. After all, Petunia had always hated him and been jealous of Lily because of magic. And he knew from Lupin that Dumbledore condoned the abuse and didn't seem willing to allow anyone else to take Harry from that place. Severus could not imagine volunteering to raise a brat, but according to Minerva, he had offered to do just such a thing in her presence, to Dumbledore's face. Could the loss of his memories be tied to the fact that Dumbledore, and he alone, wished to have Severus' allegiance? If so, Albus was no better than a Dark Lord himself. Abruptly, ignoring Dumbledore's chatter about Sprout's greenhouse project, Severus stood and left the sitting room, leaving through the office and striding up out of the dungeons. His heart pounded hard in his chest, and he didn't hear anything over the thundering of his pulse. With quick strides, he made it up the dungeon stairs and past a spot where the corridor was warped and burned. He gave it one glance before he kept walking. He didn't know if Dumbledore was following, and he didn't care. He just had to get out. He needed to get somewhere he could breathe and think, and maybe scream and let off a few very nasty curses. Apparition left him weak in the knees, and Severus wondered whether his magical core was still suffering, despite the potion he had drunk. He had landed in a random spot in the Scottish Highlands, miles from the nearest habitable place. Rocks and mountains surrounded him, heather and clumps of grass waved near his feet, and a hare darted away from him, disappearing into a rustling clump of thistles and coarse weeds. It was a bit cloudy, but the air was still and warm. Severus drew his wand and silently blasted the nearest rocks apart, gouged a jagged crack in the earth, and slashed the grass and bushes all around him in a neat circle with various cutting curses. When he was finished with silent battle spells, he began to shout until he was hoarse, throwing showers of earth explosions in the air, calling lightning strikes around his position, setting the grass on fire and then dousing it with jets of water and casting clouds of inky darkness into the sky. A storm was gathering from the force of his spells, and he knew that someone was bound to notice. Tired out, Severus lowered his wand and wiped his sweaty face. His throat was sore and his clothes were singed and damp. He was covered in dirt, and he felt sticky and filthy. But at least the fury boiling under his skin was gone, replaced by a helpless fear. What do I do now? If Albus Dumbledore was not to be trusted, then who could he trust? If he could not even trust his own mind, his own memories, how could he be sure of anything anymore? He knew only one thing with absolute clarity. He needed to find young Mr. Potter again. Perhaps the child could help him make sense of a senseless world. Perhaps seeing the boy would help jog his memory, if that was possible. The fear that he would never recover those memories and experiences almost made him scream out unforgivables, despite the lack of a target. He was standing in the middle of a black crater he had created, surrounded by the Scottish mountains. He was utterly alone. Oh, except for the big black dog watching him from the edge of his crater. Wait, what? Snevelis was sure in a snit over something. Padfoot thought with some amusement. He had never seen such a show, but entertaining as it was, he knew better than to approach. Lightning flashed and clouds rolled in, coiling like a slow-motion tornado over the dark wizard's position. It was a surprise, finding Snape all the way out here, but a plan was beginning to take shape in his mind. While Lupin was talking to Dumbledore and McGonagall about Harry, having left Padfoot with the run of his mountain cabin, Sirius Black could figure out if Snevelis knew where Harry was now. Once Snape got tired and stopped cursing the air black, Padfoot got up and stretched, carefully hopping down from the rocks he had been perched on, making his way towards Snevelis. He watched the dark wizard warily, but Snape didn't seem interested in blowing things up anymore. The bare, black circle he was standing in looked like an impact crater, like those pictures of the moon he'd seen in Muggle books. The look on Snape's face was bleak and sad, and Padfoot stopped, wondering why Snively looked like somebody had killed his dog or something. Not that he could picture Snape with a dog. Snevelis looked up suddenly and saw him. Sirius Black froze. He didn't move as the wizard slowly approached him, striding over the blackened earth, kicking up swirls of ash and powdered rock. Snape stood a few feet away, regarding him with a fair bit of angry suspicion in his scowl. "A dog in the middle of nowhere," Severus stated flatly. "That isn't suspicious at all. If you were sent by that meddling old fool, go back to him and tell Albus I'm done. I will not be dragged back to him like a dog. I am free, and I refuse to bow before him again. Do you hear me? Mutt? Tell your master that he can find a new lapdog. I'm finished with him and his games. I'm done being his willing tool and puppet. I am through being lied to and manipulated and used. Do you hear me? Mutt? Tell your master he is no longer mine. I will not fight for a Dark Lord ever again, no matter how benevolent or wise." Snevelis was screaming by now, looking both demented and grieved. Sirius didn't know what to think, let alone say, as if he could say anything anyway, being a dumb dog, and he wondered what Dumbledore had done to break Snape like this. It was obvious that the old man did something unforgivable. It was just as obvious that Snape really had been loyal to Dumbledore, but something had happened. Something to do with Harry. Maybe? Padfoot just stared up at the man and made the most impulsive decision of his Gryffindorish life. He transformed. The look on Snape's face would have been funny if he suddenly didn't have to dodge a nasty cutting curse. "Hey!" Sirius protested hoarsely. He had to dodge again, a blasting curse this time, and he yelped as a rock took the curse instead and showered him with sharp pebbles. "Stop it, Snape!" he spat, as the earth exploded in front of him, covering him with damp dirt. "Stop. I'm not here for a fight, and I'm not here to kidnap you either. You're an animagus," Severus shouted. "I ought to have known. That was your big secret. That was why you marauders always followed Lupin out on full moons. That's how you escaped Azkaban. I ought to kill you right now, Black. You murdering traitor." "Hey!" Sirius yelled again, putting his hands up. "I'm unarmed, Snape. Will you just calm down and listen to me?" Snevelis did not lower his wand, but he did stop firing spells, which was good enough. His thin, sallow face was twisted with hate, and his eyes snapped like black fireballs. "Speak," Snape hissed, "before I simply apparate you to the ministry and have you kissed. And collect the reward, I'm sure," Sirius snorted, rolling his eyes. "Look, Snape, I just wanted to say, I'm sorry I kidnapped you, okay? And I'm sorry about Harry too. Remus explained a bit to me about what you did, and I wanted to say, however hard it is for me to say, just thank you. It was decent of you to take care of him, even though Merlin knows how much you hated all of us back in the day. You didn't know Harry a thing, but you helped him anyway." Snape blinked and his hand trembled. The fire seemed to go out of his eyes, and he shivered all over. Sirius edged his head curiously. Was Snevelis sick? Or was he so shocked by Sirius Black actually complimenting and thanking him in one go that it was breaking his brain? We met recently?" Snape asked hoarsely, slowly lowering his wand to his side. You what? You kidnapped me?" And Potter? Snape's wand was back up, pointing at his chest, and Sirius took a nervous step back. You don't remember? Sirius smiled awkwardly. Well, that's odd. I mean, how the hell do you forget something like getting kidnapped? I portkeyed you from Hogwarts. You were brewing something, and you got upset with me for not letting you put it in stasis or something. You really don't remember? No, Snape whispered, lowering his wand again. He looked absolutely devastated and strangely sad. I don't remember anything. Cautiously, Sirius took a few steps closer, and Snape didn't seem to notice him. You knocked me out and took Harry, he said carefully. You honestly don't remember? You took Harry to the Weasleys. I tracked you that far, then Remus came looking for me. Lupin, Snivellus growled, but without much heat. He knows where you are? He knows I'm innocent, Sirius retorted. Not that I expect you to believe me, but I didn't betray the Potters. Wormtail did it. Worm what? Pettigrew, Sirius huffed. Honestly, I told you all this already before you punched me in the face. Why can't you remember? Somebody hit you in the head? Dumbledore. Snape shouted, his voice a vicious snarl and his eyes flashing with fury. He took my memories. All I remember is a typically dull summer and nothing of Potter. Minerva says I'm supposed to be taking care of him, and Lupin says I was somehow worried about the brat, and now you of all people agree with them. Sirius stared in horror. Snape's outburst earlier made a lot more sense now. Why would Albus Dumbledore erase the memories, good memories, by the way, of a man who was supposedly loyal to him? Well, Sirius had often wondered why Dumbledore left him to rot in Azkaban. And he had been wondering why he'd left Harry to be hurt by the Dursleys. Why wouldn't Dumbledore treat Severus Snape the same way, or worse than, he treated his so-called friends? I believe you, Sirius heard himself blurting out. Snape looked up, seeming surprised, if not outright shocked. There's something up with Dumbledore, Sirius burst out in frustration. Remus sees it, I see it, and you obviously see it. Minerva sees it, Snape added in a dull tone. Okay then, there's another point for us. Sirius reached up and ran his hands through his hair, grimacing when he snagged on some knots. So you really don't remember? What is it about you Gryffindors always needing things repeated? Snivellus snarled. Are you deaf? I told you already I don't remember. I do not remember anything out of the ordinary for the past 7 years. Okay, all right, I got it, Sirius sighed, throwing up his hands in surrender. So you don't remember. That's bad. But you haven't killed me yet, so I guess things are good. What terms did we last part on? Snape demanded. Kind of hostile, actually, Sirius grinned ruefully. I went a little bonkers and you punched me in the face. Then you stole my wand and used a sleeping curse before you broke the damn thing and ran off with my godson. Snape's blank expression morphed into a strange blend of horror and confusion. Godson? He repeated sharply. You swore the oath of godparent? Yes, Sirius answered, smiling wryly. Now do you believe me? If you swore the oath, you can't possibly have. Snape faltered, and his glare turned shrewd. Unless you are lying, he added darkly. Sirius snorted and folded his arms. Honestly, would he have to argue about his innocence to everyone he met? Well, come to think of it, yes, he probably would. What a pain in the arse. Yeah, if I'm lying about the secret keeper thing, then I'm definitely lying about taking the Godfather oath, cause otherwise my own magic would have killed me for breaking my oath to Harry and betraying him. But if I'm not lying, then I think I already did my time in Azkaban for being an illegal animagus, don't you think? Snape just glared, but he suddenly put his wand up his sleeve and adjusted his stance, no longer holding a fighting position. Sirius was too shocked to say anything. Snape putting away a wand in his presence was tantamount to calling a truce. He didn't dare move, fearing that Snape was just waiting for the right moment to incarcerate his limbs or hit him with a stunning curse. But he didn't. Snape stood there, glaring impressively, but no longer out for his blood. It was rather startling. Well? Snivellus demanded, just as snarly as ever. Are you going to stand there with your jaw hanging open all day? Oh, I don't have a wand on me, Sirius said sheepishly. I mean, you can search my pockets if you want. I have no intention of touching you, Black, Snape sneered. Get, Sirius growled, feeling his bad mood returning. Snape sure knew how to be an A-class bastard, didn't he? But side-along apparition works best if we're touching, you know? We need to have a council of war, and here's not a good place. Severus could hardly believe he'd actually let Black touch him. Thankfully, Black seemed about as uncomfortable with it as he was, and let go of his arm at the earliest possible second after they landed. Severus looked up, for some reason expecting to see a little cabin in the woods with firelight in the windows. Instead, he saw a small house nestled under a cliff. It was built like a cabin, but such a rickety one that Severus decided it was more like a shack than a cabin or a house. Despite Black's assurances that he wasn't a murdering traitor and he didn't have plans to kill Snape and stash his body in a well somewhere, Severus kept his hand ready to flick out his wand at a second's notice. Black didn't act guilty. In fact, he didn't look much like an Azkaban escapee. He was rather thin and gaunt, and his eyes held a haunted look that Severus was sure hadn't been there back during the war, but he didn't act crazy. He sauntered toward the cabin without a backwards glance at Snape, which was the height of stupidity. Gryffindor arrogance, Severus sneered, and cautiously followed the man, while carefully looking around for anything out of the ordinary. They were in a desolate place, and even in the middle of summer, the wind was cold. Suspicious to the last, Severus carefully approached the cabin. Black threw open the door and sauntered in, leaving it open behind him. When Severus entered, his nerves high-strung and his senses on high alert for treachery, he was met with the sight of Black cursing, while he fiddled with a wood-burning stove and a kettle. The cabin didn't have a fireplace. Severus shook his head at the man's stupidity and marched over, reaching out to yank open the stove's belly. It was stone cold and needed to be raked out. A quick spell took care of the ashes. Severus picked up several chunks of split wood from the box next to the stove and thrust them in before lighting them with another quick spell. He slammed the stove's door shut, filled the kettle with an aguamenti, and slammed it on the stove. Merlin's balls, Snape, you don't do anything gently, do you? Black commented with a sneer. Severus sniffed dismissively and turned to the cupboards for tea. You have no wand? Not after you broke it, Black growled. I thought we were here for a war council. Black shrugged and pulled out a chair at the rough table. There were only 2 chairs, but Severus pulled a chunk of wood from the box, tossed it in the air, and hit it with a transfiguration spell. In a flash, a sturdy chair almost exactly the same as the ones in his house hit the floor and Severus brushed off the seat before sitting down. Show off, Black mumbled, looking rather envious. His hands twitched as if he wanted a wand, but of course he didn't have one. Severus smirked superiorly and folded his arms. Are we waiting for someone? Moony should be here soon, Black replied. When he saw Severus' blank expression, he rolled his eyes. Oh, that's Remus to you. I never could have guessed. Moony is such a childishly obvious name for the werewolf, Severus sneered. It's not half as bad as Prongs, Sirius snorted, and then smirked. Don't ask. I won't, Severus retorted. But there's no reason why we can't start now, I guess. Indeed, Severus narrowed his eyes at Black. Begin by recounting, honestly mind you, any recent events which involved you and I, or you and Potter. You called him Harry, Black replied mildly, an odd look in his eyes. I wish I could ask you how long it took before you stopped calling him Potter. Severus swallowed hard and wondered why such an odd fact should unnerve him so much. As far as he could tell, he'd only had the Potter boy in his care for a little over 2 weeks. How long had it taken for him to graduate from Potter to the child's first name? I will retrieve my memories, Severus suddenly announced, though he knew it was a slim chance that Dumbledore would give them up. He had erased them for a reason. I must. There is too much missing. He hesitated, suddenly thinking of the strange flash of memory that kept coming to him since his memories got meddled with. Black, have I ever been married? Sirius Black jerked in surprise and looked at him with innocently wide eyes. That better not be a proposal, he spluttered. Because that was a joke in such bad taste that it wasn't even funny, Severus interrupted with a snarl. Don't finish that thought and simply answer the question. No, as far as I know, you've never been married, Black sighed, rolling his eyes to the ceiling. Never, Severus repeated, frowning in consternation. Have I? Do you know if I have children? Oh, yuck, Snape. Come on. Black groaned, rubbing his face. Just thinking of you doing. Black. Black. Severus barked impatiently. Honestly, couldn't the man get his mind out of the gutter for a simple conversation? The other man held up his hands, palm outwards, and sighed. All right, look, I don't claim to be an expert in your extra curricular activities, but all I know is you never went steady with a girl or really looked at one the whole 7 years we went to school together, except Lily, of course. So even though I've been out of the loop for 7 years, I'm of the opinion that you don't have any little Snapes running around. Happy now? Severus frowned and didn't reply. He couldn't speak with so many thoughts competing for attention in his brain. Give me back my son. Was it a true memory? Or a dream? Or had Dumbledore somehow put it there? Snape? Black suddenly spoke up. Why are you asking such weird questions? Did you meet an old girlfriend you don't remember? No, Severus growled, shaking himself from his thoughts. I have this image, a memory, I think, but I cannot understand it or give it any context that makes sense. A memory of a girl? Or a kid? Neither, Severus muttered. It likely isn't important. I believe it may simply be the remnants of a vivid dream, or possibly something from Dumbledore's memory charms. Hearing voices? Absolutely not. Now kindly stop acting like a 10-year-old and tell me something I don't remember. Black, surprisingly, obliged. He talked animatedly, waving his hands around as he used to do as a teenager when he was telling stories. Severus listened and watched and grew ever more bewildered. Listening to the story Black told of the two of them and young Mr. Potter, it was like listening to a story about someone else entirely. Was Severus really capable of being civil and caring and sympathetic to a child? Had he actually cooked in Black's cabin and left him alive when all of Severus' memories were telling him that he ought to have killed him where he fell? The Severus he thought he was couldn't be merciful, compassionate, and patient, could he? What had Albus Dumbledore done to him? The story of how Black had found the child in a closet under the stairs, naked and beaten, made his chest burn with indignation and horror. Was this what he had seen in the Potter boy? A terrified, abused child who shouldn't be held accountable for the sins of his parents, or his parents' choice of friends. Severus was starting to feel uncomfortable. The feelings were foreign to him without personal memories or conviction to back them up, and he was much more likely to simply reject them. Was that actually Dumbledore's plan? To keep him miserable and tied to tasks he hated as a form of penance to soothe his restless, guilt-scarred spirit? So I went back later and found out that Harry's not at the Weasleys anymore, Black was finishing. Their kids were outside, but they seemed too sad to play. I guess they enjoyed having him there. They were all trying to figure out why you were being so nice to him when you're so mean to kids normally. I am attempting to figure it out myself, Severus muttered. Black shook his head, looking almost sympathetic. Phew, Dumbles really did a number on you, didn't he? I suppose I never realized how much of our personality is shaped by our memories. I have a feeling that this is not the first memory surgery I have undergone, Severus muttered through clenched teeth. There are things unraveling deep in my mind. I have not had a chance to focus on them yet. But you're not going to go barmy, are you? Of course not. But if Albus used the technique I think he did, my memories are still here, simply buried, if you will. It allows a victim to function more or less normally while not being conscious of other memories. Like enforced amnesia. Precisely. Huh. Makes you wonder how many folks with amnesia just got on the wrong end of a memory charm, especially in the Muggle world. Severus tapped his fingers against his forearms. When had he gone from exchanging deadly spells with this man to chatting amiably around a table while the kettle sang? The potion's master shook his head minutely in bewilderment and realized that the only reason he was sitting here with Black now was Potter. That made him stop and wonder just how much of his memories, or remembered reactions, were still there. Severus got up and silently made tea, setting out a box of stale crackers, some chipped plates, and a bowl of hard sugar. Is this where you brought me? Severus suddenly asked as he poured tea into ceramic mugs. Beg pardon? Black blinked. Before. Severus hesitated and looked around. I remember a cabin. I remember something, or I feel as if I should. Is this where you brought me after kidnapping me? Oh, that, Black chuckled. Nah, that was a cabin James gave me years ago. It's actually on Potterland. This is somebody else's house. Severus put the mugs on the table, but didn't bother putting Black's tea in his reach. The other man had to sit forward to grab it, but he didn't seem to care. Should I be worried about the cabin's owners returning in a snit? The potions professor drawled snidely. Actually, no, Black chuckled, grinning ridiculously. He gave me permission. I think he'll be here soon. Then we can talk about what we're gonna do about Dumbledore. What can we do? Severus demanded, feeling overwhelmed and hopeless again. His knuckles popped as he clenched his fist in agitation. He is immensely powerful and influential. I am a suspected Death Eater, a very unpopular teacher, and a known dark arts aficionado. You are an Azkaban escapee and a suspected Death Eater from an old dark family. What can we two hope to accomplish? I don't think it's as hopeless as you think, Snape, Black said, giving him a strange look. He tilted his head suddenly. Did you hear that? Severus stood and grasped his wand as he heard the scrape of footfalls outside. Apparently, whoever it was moved remarkably quietly, since the door suddenly opened and Severus really hadn't heard anything before Black pointed it out. Nobody had snuck up on him in so long, but the thought of being ambushed out here far from help made his heart rate speed up and cold sweat to break out on his skin. Strange and confusing thoughts and images flew through his brain so fast he felt dizzy. He felt his heart pounding heavily and his head growing light. He was having a panic attack, he realized dully. He had a calming draft in his pocket, but he couldn't get to it. He was falling. Memory took him, with as much strength as a trip into a pin sieve. He was helpless against the strength of the flashback, even though it wasn't a flashback of anything he remembered with any certainty. He operates to the Dark Lord's summons. His stomach twists with nausea. He arrives, already dressed in his robe and mask, and there are others here in the entrance hall. Looking up, he sees that it is not Malfoy Manor. It is a different place, the name of which he cannot recall off the top of his head. But his memory self clearly knows, for he stiffens and dread pools in his chest. What the Dark Lord wants will certainly involve pain, for someone at least, and he can only hope against hope that the someone is not him tonight. Keeping his movements unhurried and deliberate, he follows the other Death Eaters. His arm throbs dully, and he feels his wand sliding into his grip. He takes several deep breaths, struggling to recall the little bit of a clemency that Narcissa's been trying to teach him. He manages to knock the thoughts and emotions to the back of his mind, and ends up in what appears to be a ballroom. Many of the Dark Lord's servants are gathered here already, but Severus notes that he is one of 7 Death Eaters who were apparently summoned late. It is an ill omen, and he wonders what he has done recently to warrant public punishment, or perhaps death. The Dark Lord himself lounges in his throne, his huge serpent familiar coiled around the elaborate wooden chair and flicking its tongue out at the attendants. He does not recognize the Dark Lord's slaves tonight, but they have the glassy, unfocused look of those under strong, compelling curses probably unknown to Severus. Imperio does not leave the victim so, dead-looking. My faithful servants have arrived. The Dark Lord calls to them, and the 7 robed and masked men approach the dais where their master awaits. None of the other 6 seem the least bit apprehensive, even though Severus can feel his palms getting slick with sweat and his heart thumping hard against his ribs. Welcome, my loyal warriors, the Dark Lord says with a flourish of his pale hands. Slowly, Lord Voldemort rises, his black robes swirling silkily around his tall frame and his smooth dark hair framing his eerily pale face. His red eyes gleam out at them, and Severus flinches as he senses his master skimming his thoughts. He tries to hide. He truly does. But the Dark Lord seems to smirk when he picks up on the young man's terror and worry that he's done something wrong that he can't remember. No doubt you wonder what great revel I have gathered you for on this most hallowed eve, the Dark Lord intones, his deep voice echoing in the huge ballroom. Rest assured that I, your benevolent lord, have prepared the most exquisite delights for your enjoyment tonight. But first, there is the matter of these latecomers." Severus stiffened under the sudden piercing stare of his dark master, and his heartbeat rocketed again. What had he done? How long would his punishment last tonight? Surely not every loyal Death Eater and their spouse would be punishing him. The Dark Lord clearly smirked, relishing toying with his servants like a cat with a bird. "I have called my 7 most faithful ones together before you all, not for punishment, but for reward," he announced to the utter surprise of the 7 men standing stiff and silent before him. Severus feels his chest deflate with relief. He actually stands straighter and feels a flush of pride. He had thought he was doing well, and he wasn't in trouble for anything. Only this past week, he had impressed the Dark Lord's current potions master with some of his inventions. Thanks to his Dark Master, Severus was able to pursue his mastery in potions despite him being only a poor half-blood. The thought that his creations pleased the Dark Lord made him almost smirk with pleasure and pride. He was good at something at least. Here he was proving himself. He could guess the identities of the other Death Eaters now that he knew this was a rewards ceremony. There is Lucius Malfoy, of course, and he thinks that Dolohov is there next to Knots. He wouldn't be surprised if Crouch is there too, after his actions in the battle last week. These 7 followers of mine have been most faithful, using their talents and gifts in my service, to bring about the rise of my empire and the elimination of the weak and inferior," Lord Voldemort explained, his voice strong and compelling as always. "They have given us new numbers and new bases of operations, and new spells and brews with which to destroy our foolish enemies. They have fought for our cause with unparalleled vigor and devotion. They have reached beyond all of my servants in their ambition for my favor, and my favor they have." There was a polite cheer from the other followers gathered in the ballroom for this Halloween revel. Severus' heart was nearly bursting with pride, but in the back of his memory self, he knows that this pride and pleasure will not last long. Indeed, before he even finishes the thought, he hears shuffling from behind a door to the right of the dais, and the Dark Lord flings out his hand in a dramatic gesture. He is smiling maniacally, and his eyes flash red with pleasure and triumph. "Behold!" the Dark Lord bellows, his tones gleeful and smug. "I give you each the pick of your reward." Severus looks, along with the other 6 rewarded Death Eaters. The door opens, and some of the new German Death Eater recruits enter. The Brutes, as they are derisively called among the first of the Dark Lord's followers. There are 7 Brutes, and each one drags a prisoner with the word Mudblood carved into their forearms, courtesy of Bellatrix Lestrange. 7 young women, Muggle-born witches, are to be the rewards for the loyal Death Eaters, and the thought fills Severus with uneasy disgust. He has never understood the appeal of rape and torture. He likes the satisfaction to testing a new curse or poison and finding it works, but the thought of being given a victim of his own, that he will likely be expected to torture to death in the most depraved ways possible, fills him with nausea. But he daren't refuse his prize. He will take one, and probably kill her quickly by accident. As he decides on that course F action, he suddenly freezes where he stands and his mind screams in disbelief and horror. Third in line is a witch with red hair and green eyes that flash defiantly and fearfully. "Lily,"